opportunity to excel. College hockey has been the route taken by some of the greatest athletes ever to strap on the steel. Like Princeton's Hobie Baker, hockey's contribution to the golden age of American sport. Ken Dryden of Cornell at 6'5", some consider him the greatest goaltender ever to play the game. Chris Chelios, his 1983 championship team at Wisconsin was stocked with NHL stalwarts. And Brett Hull, the Minnesota Duluth Cannon, who is rapidly returning hockey into the mainstream of American sport as a superstar for the St. Louis Blues. Appropriately, Minnesota is hosting the NCAA Hockey Final Four, where tomorrow's international and professional stars compete on the collegiate level. Players like Scott Beatty of Northern Michigan, the little man with a big shot. And Jean-Yves Roy, the flying Frenchman from the University of Maine. There's Clarkson University, the Cinderella of college hockey, with their superstar Hugo Belanger. And Boston University's Sean McEachran, whose combination of speed, savvy, and a little luck of the Irish is now the man of the moment for the champions of Hockey East. Although today's player has changed dramatically since Baker played, their hockey education began the same way, on that same frozen pond. ESPN presents the national championship game of the NCAA Division I Men's Hockey Tournament. Tonight, it's the Terriers of Boston University versus the Wildcats of Northern Michigan University. Live from the St. Paul Civic Center in St. Paul, Minnesota, the Wildcat fans from the Upper Peninsula of the state of Michigan and the Terrier fans from the Boston, Massachusetts area. And a pleasant good evening, everyone. I'm Tom Mees, and welcome to Hockey Live back here on ESPN. A quick look at how the Terriers and the Wildcats got to tonight's national championship game. The University of Maine lost a 5-3 decision to Northern Michigan on Thursday afternoon. Thursday night, Boston University overwhelming Clarkson by a score of 7-3. Joining me now, the voice of the Minnesota Golden Gophers, and he'll be providing the color commentary tonight, Wally Shaver. Wally, for the Wildcats of Northern Michigan, they are unstoppable. They have not lost in 25 games, and they have two mighty big reasons why.
And that's a very difficult thing to do, to put that kind of a streak together. But behind the great, awesome goal-scoring abilities of Scott Beatty, true playmaker as well, and then the rushing defenseman, Brad Roenka. And they worked beautifully the other night here in their semifinal game. This got the game scoring going, and it was Roenka moving in from his defensive post to give the Wildcats a go-ahead goal.
The Terriers of Boston U looking for their first national title since '78. Head coach Jack Parker has a quartet of stars that may be playing their last games in a college uniform tonight.
Well, they'll either be going into professional hockey or have a great chance at playing with the U.S. Olympic team next year. The bottom two are defensemen, the top two are forwards, and they play together. Here's Sean McEachran working hard against two Clarkson forecheckers. Still manages to break loose. He's great on his skates. Beats Tony Amati, who completed his hat trick in the semifinal victory over Clarkson 2 nights ago.
We're not alone. We'll join our ice side reporter, Jim Rich, in a moment. Stay with us. The Terriers and the Wildcats about ready to drop the puck in St. Paul.
What do you think? Here's a better idea.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome to the Bermuda Triangle.
No wonder nobody ever comes back.
Because there are races that last 24 hours. Because there are rallies that last 4 days. There are high-performance tires. Gold Michelin's.
Baseball fans, now you can get your copy of Major League Baseball's official 1991 Preview Magazine, with stories on each team, a look at minor league prospects, a guide to spring training camps, and much more. Look for Preview Magazine on newsstands February 15th, or send check or money order for $6.45 to Baseball Preview, Box 727, Holmes, Pennsylvania 19043. Credit card customers call 1-800-345-8112.
The preceding message was furnished by Major League Baseball.
Do yourself proud, make you look beautiful, do it for yourself with Minwax and Wood.
Get beautiful color with Minwax Wood Finish and lasting protection with Minwax Polyurethane.
So do yourself proud with Minwax and Wood.
motorcycling has seemed out of reach. Maybe you just haven't reached for the right motorcycle. Legendary inline 4 performance is now within your reach. Introducing the Nighthawk 750, only from Honda.
Welcome back to the St. Paul Civic Center. We're just moments away from the opening face-off between Northern Michigan and Boston University. Hi, everybody. I'm Jim Rich, and I'll be working the ice level, bringing you inside tips on this game tonight. The title game between the Wildcats and the Terriers, and a big matchup in this game, according to Coach Rick Comley, will be the play of his checking line. He plans to putting a checking line on McEachern, Amante and company. And that line will be Dean Antos, Daryl Plandowski, and Joe Frederick. And Plandowski is a great defensive player. He thinks that his defensive play is the best part of his sport. Well, we'll just have to see what happens here tonight in a great hockey game between the BU Terriers and the Northern Michigan Wildcats. We'll be back with the opening face-off of the NCAA championship game right after this.
The NCAA Division I Hockey Championships are...
Twin City Dodge, Chrysler, Plymouth Jeep Eagle is your only full-line Jeep Eagle dealer in Marquette County. Stop in and see Twin City's great selection of vehicles. That's Twin City at 330 South Main in Ishpeming.
The Marquette Catholic Credit Union wishes the Hockey Wildcats the best of luck. The Marquette Catholic Credit Union has served Marquette for many years and is with the community in cheering the Cats on.
Notice when you plan to buy or sell your home, everyone knows a friend in the real estate business that's waiting to give you a great deal. Before listing with that friend, ask a couple of important questions. Will your friend give you 100% full service? Will they give you multiple listing service exposure, assistance with financing and local advertising? And most importantly, will your friend charge you up to 50% less on commission? Your friends at 3% Realty will. 3% Realty. Call them today.
We're just about set to go. Hockey's national championship game. Boston University out of the Hockey East, Northern Michigan out of the Western Collegiate Hockey Association. The goaltenders tonight. In goal for the Wildcats, #1, Bill Pye, and he has been their bell cow all season long.
Well, Bill Pye is a tremendous goaltender. He really comes out charging to cut down the angles. He's small in stature and likes to move on out. He's got a long hairdo, too, and Jim Rich will tell us why in a little bit later.
And for BU, the senior from Pawtucket, Rhode Island, John Bradley.
John Bradley has been alternating all season long with his goaltending partner, Scott Cashman, but it's his turn, and it's going to be a great, great series between Bradley versus Pye in this contest tonight.
And the officials tonight out of the CCHA.
Matt Shagos is the man in the middle. On the left is his brother, Mark Shagos, and the other linesman is Terry Shug. Again, all out of the CCHA. They all have NCAA playoff experience behind them. In fact, referee Matt Shagos worked in the '85 finals as a linesman, and his brother Mark is making his 3rd straight appearance here in the collegiate championship game.
For the Northern Michigan Wildcats, their head coach, their athletic director, and the man who's been coaching this team for the entire 15 years they've had the hockey program in Marquette, Mr. Rick Comley.
And Rick Comley, too, was very deservedly named as a WCHA Coach of the Year this past season. He's got 18 years under his belt. Also the 13th winningest coach in college hockey history.
And for Boston University in his 18th season, I guess we can call him the venerable now, Mr. Jack Parker.
Well, Jackie Parker's been around a long time, too. He's got a couple of national championships under his belt. The most recent one was 1978. It's been a while for him. Meanwhile, Northern Michigan has never won a national title, so both these teams eagerly looking forward to it.
What a renaissance the last 2 years for the red and white clad Terriers. You know, the first 2 years, 3 years ago, they only won 28 games in 2 years. This year, they've already won 28 games. Out there for Boston University in the Amante line, McEachern, Amante, and Kachuk. And the checking line, Antos, Plandowski, and Frederick, opening it up for the white-shirted, green and gold-clad Wildcats. Boston U in red and white.
Watch the bottom of your screen. #3 in the red is Amante. #15 in the white is Plandowski. I think that is going to be a great matchup all night long and could very well decide the outcome of this series.
The crowd is ready. We hope you're ready, too. This should be a great hockey game. The referee drops the puck, and Antos controls it with the skate. Wawrinka dumps it into the Boston University zone, and Bradley goes back to play it for Peter Ahola, the big Finnish defenseman. Up to Kachuk and McEachran at center ice. McEachran tries a rink-wide pass, and onside, and with it is Amonte. He's behind the Northern Michigan net. Amonte trying to do something, and he's got Garrett McDonald, the freshman defenseman, right on his back, and here comes Wawrinka. Wawrinka up to Plandowski, who knocks it in backhand behind the Boston University net. Bradley plays it around the boards. It's up at center, and this is Kachuk with it. Kachuk to Amonte. Amonte can't control it. He goes behind the net. Amonte still with it, circling around. He's got an open man. The shot from the point just wide. McEachran, the rebound, and he didn't take too long teeing it up, and that's an errant shot. And back it goes into the BU zone.
Good pressure by Boston University right off the bat, coming with the #1 line, but now Northern is going to put out a good third line checking into theirs.
Breaking in on goal, down the slide, he shoots, he scores! Ed Ronan! And Boston University strikes at the 1-minute mark. Ed Ronan!
It's the first line change of the game for both clubs, but Ed Ronan had a very good performance in the victory over Clarkson. As Northern Michigan got caught rushing up ice, Ronan just stayed behind and took a long breakaway pass, and he came in on solo from 60 feet away on goaltender Bill Pye. Found the range, decided not to beat him clean.
No faulting Bill Pye there. He didn't have a shot. And back the other way is Dallas Drake for Northern Michigan. He shoots. Bradley goes down, but the puck never gets to him. Lachance blocks it. Drake still with it. It's out in front. It's loose in the crease. Oh, we could have a wide open game tonight. It's starting out that way. Northern Michigan. Drake, the back pass, the shot. Bradley the save. Oh, my. The shot by Eddie Ward was right on, and Bradley come up big.
Boston University a little lax in their own zone, letting two snipers for Northern get in behind the defense.
Mark Chris with it for BU behind his own net. Terriers can't clear the zone. Now they do to center ice, but it's taken right back by the Terriers, rather by the Wildcats. Lou Malone, will tell you more about him in a moment. It's a miracle he's even playing tonight. Scott Beatty with a shot. He's knocked down. Puck is loose in the corner. Scott has it for Northern Michigan. Beatty in front. Bradley's down on both knees, and they're going to stop playing with 18:05 left.
Boy, I tell you, the way this game has started, it could be 8-7 before it's over with.
Boston University got a goal at the 1-minute mark, but Northern Michigan came right back with a chance of their own.
Lou Malone, the defenseman, you see how he placed it right out in front, and Drake just trying to drop pass, and it just didn't quite click. And now here's that big line for Northern. Scott, Beatty, and Hiller putting on the pressure. Number 18 is Jim Hiller getting the last whack at it, but Bradley, I've been impressed with him, Tom. He's been sharp early on.
Here's the winning goalie in the Beanpot final victory, the winning goalie in the game that won Boston University the Hockey East tournament, upsetting Maine. So he has big game experience. Northern Michigan putting on pressure in front. Oh, Hiller had an excellent shot, but the puck just couldn't get by the goaltender. And here comes Boston U right back. With it is Doug Friedman. Friedman's centering pass. It's intercepted by Kevin Scott. Scott gets it to center ice and dumps it in the Boston University zone. And back for it is Phil Von Stefanelli, who had a very strong game Thursday night against Clarkson. Back now is Wawrinka. Brad Wawrinka. He's a Hobie Baker finalist. And by the way, we'll be announcing the winner of the Hobie Baker Award after tonight's game. That's the equivalent of the Heisman Trophy in college hockey.
And there's some very good candidates. 10 people are set up throughout the country as finalists. McEachran is one of them, and he's back out on the ice right now for the Boston University Terriers. That means the Antos line will be keeping tabs on him. It'll be McEachran versus Antos on the faceoff.
Look at Sean McEachran. He's got a shamrock in the back of that red helmet for Boston U. He's not too Irish, is he? Junior out of Waltham, Massachusetts, and he says that speed is his most dangerous asset.
He may say that too, Tom, but I think another thing that's very strong with him is his ability to stay on his feet.
This is Peter Ahola, the youngster out of Finland, could well play for the Finnish national team in the Olympics this upcoming Olympic year. Now with it for BU is McEachran. McEachran on the right wing. McEachran, centering pass. He had Kachuk right at the doorstep and off the stick and into the crowd. Good scoring chance of McEachran doing the dirty work again.
Northern Michigan got caught with a forechecking too hard. It was a 3-on-2 coming back for BU. McEachran down low has nobody but his man Kachuk in front, but he had to worry about Billy Pye. You're going to see a lot of Bill Pye coming out and breaking up plays. He's very good with his stick.
I tell you, his stick getting out there and breaking up that centering pass could have saved another goal. That was an excellent pass. There you see the time. We played less than 3 minutes. Boston University scoring at the 1-minute mark. Right winger Ed Ronan, and it's 1-0. Stay tuned. There will be more from both sides, I can assure you. Northern Michigan's Bill Pye behind his own net. Gives it to Bill Sukharov. Back to Malone. Lou Malone's a real story. We have a chance we'll tell you about him. We never thought for all the world he'd be here tonight. Puck is loose in the Boston University zone. This is Phil Von Stefanelli. Around the boards, plays it up to Petri Kaskamaki. Kaskamaki left wing, cross-ice pass. Comes loose in the Northern Michigan zone, and Sukharov goes back for it. Sukharov up to Dave Shayak. Fourth line out now for Rick Conley. This is Olsen, Mark Olsen. He takes a shot, stick save by the BU netminder, John Bradley. Pace of play has settled down a little bit now. Mark Beaufait fights along the boards for Northern Michigan. Here's the shot from center ice by number 8, Sukharov, as Northern Michigan goes for a line change. Here's Amati with it at center ice. Fans on a pass. Has to go back in control. Tony Amati. Some people say he's a lock for the Olympic team. Other people say he'll be playing in Madison Square Garden tomorrow night. He's property of the New York Rangers as we have an offside call, and we'll have a face-off.
I guess that just depends if his agent is here tonight and what kind of deal might be put together, but could be some big losses for Jack Parker with the Boston University squad next year. Amani technically still has 2 years of collegiate eligibility left. In fact, that whole line has eligibility remaining, but Amani probably will turn pro or go to the U.S. Olympic tryouts coming up this summer. Jack Parker behind the bench, concerned about that. Both these teams are kind of evenly matched, too, with their upperclassmen. They both have 7 seniors in the lineup.
Sacco's line for BU against the Antos line for Northern Michigan. Face off to the right of Bradley, the goaltender, in the BU zone. Still fighting for possession. Frederick can't get a hold of it. Puck comes out to center ice now. Knocked back in by Northern Michigan. Got LaChance with it now for Boston University. LaChance to Mark Chris. Chris gets it over to number 8, Mike Bavis, one of the Bavis twins on this Boston University team, identical twins. Terriers can't control in the zone, or can they? Well, it's back out to center ice, and that's Chris McCann with it. Off the boards, Wawrinka sends it back out. Tony Sabo with it now for Northern Michigan, dumps it in the BU zone. And Chris and LaChance play catch with it. Wawrinka picks up the loose puck at center ice. They're slowing down for just a moment. Ward can't control the long pass. We'll have an icing call against Northern Michigan. 15 minutes, 16 seconds left, first period. It is 1-0, Boston University. Stay with us.
There are days when the breezes don't blow, the dogs don't bark, and you can't watch some actress enjoy the thirst-quenching citrus taste of squirt. Come on, lady. Give your thirst a squirt.
Win a trip for 2 to the Australian Grand Prix or one of hundreds of other great prizes. Just enter the Squirt ESPN Australian Grand Prix sweepstakes and see what it's like to race in the land down under.
Back at the St. Paul Civic Center, you get a look at Billy Pye and take a look at the hair coming out the back of his helmet. Well, there's a reason why. Bill Pye has not cut his hair since the Wildcats began winning. 24 games he's gone without a haircut, and he doesn't plan on cutting it until after tonight. Huh?
25 games, Jim, but who's counting, you know? You can get away with that as long as you wear a hockey helmet. All right, back to serious action here at the St. Paul Civic Center. 1-0 Boston U on the goal by Ronan. 1 minute in. This is Phil Sukharov behind his own net for the Wildcats. Boston U doing a good job momentarily forechecking, but here comes Beatty with it at center ice. Beatty has Scott on his left wing. Can't control, and the puck goes back into the Northern Michigan zone. Sukharov with it. Into center ice we go. Beatty is breaking toward the net. Here comes Beatty down the slot. He's on his forehand, and the save by Bradley. Bradley hugs the post and hangs on for a faceoff.
Big save for John Bradley. He has just been stellar here in the early going. Even though Boston University has scored the game's first goal, the rest of the shots have all been down at the other end of the rink. And here's one of the most explosive guys on the ice trying to get loose. He just couldn't quite get the handle on it. He had to go to his forehand side as he's still trying to gain control. And Bradley just read it beautifully, staying with him all the way across the crease and anticipating a low shot.
I tell you, Bradley got that left skate out there just in time. The key to that is guessing whether the fellow's going to go to his backhand or his forehand. He guessed right, and he got the leg over there. Look at the shots on goal, but the scoreboard says different.
You know, a contrast too. Boy, a little whack across the side there as Joe Frederick is lining up opposite Keith Kachuk, the freshman on this #1 line for Boston University.
And the referee goes over to Kachuk and to Frederick and says, listen, fellas, calm down. We'll have none of that. Face off to the left to Bradley. Yes, Northern Michigan has had 6 shots or 7 shots on goal to Boston University's 1. But the Terriers lead it 1-0. Phil Van Stefanelli knocks it in. High lets it go around the boards, waiting for his defenseman to pick it up, but they don't. So Amati keeps it in for BU, and now knocking it out is Warenko, sacrificed his body. With it at center ice now, Peter Ahola. Ahola almost gave it away to Plandowski, but knocked it in. And here comes Warenko back up for Northern Michigan. Loose puck at center ice. Almost stealing it away. There was Northern Michigan. Here comes Amati. He wanted to cut in, but couldn't control. Tony Amati, 1-on-2. He is buried in the boards by Warenko. Nice check by Warenko, the big defenseman for Northern Michigan, and an offside call. 14 minutes even left to go first period. Tom Mees with Wally Shaver live from the St. Paul Civic Center. You're watching the national championship game of collegiate hockey, and a good one it is so far, Wally.
It has been a good one. Rick Comley, the coach, prepares his team well, likes to look at some tapes, likes to put on special systems, and most specifically, he likes to match his lines. Because he's a home team, he gets that option. He can make the last line change anytime he wants.
That's right. The home team was determined by flip of the coin. Both these teams had byes in the first round of the NCAA tournament. And so they decided it by flip of the coin. Here comes Northern Michigan. This is Jeff Simpson wheeling into the zone, dumping it in behind the net. Mark Chris goes back for BU. Chris pestered back there by Mark Olson. Gets the puck away, and up the boards we go to center ice. Rink-wide pass is gathered in by Doug Friedman. Friedman pushes it back in the zone, but only succeeds in giving away to Simpson. And here comes Northern Michigan back up the other way. Here come the Wildcats at center ice, 3-on-2. Olsen with it. The pass to center ice doesn't click. And here comes the Terriers of Boston U, 2-on-2. This is Mark Bavis, the shot. High comes way out to cut the angle down, makes the save. On a line change, the Wildcats of Northern Michigan. 3-on-2, but LaChance takes it away for Boston U, and here comes Ronan for the Terriers. Ronan trying to get around the defenseman Sukharov. Can't do it. Now wheels around, looks for an open man. Can't find any. Dumps it in back of the net for Dave Tomlinson. Tomlinson never gets it, though. Sukharov intercepts it for Northern Michigan. Now it's Tomlinson intercepted. Sukharov back again. Confrontation in the face-off circle. Northern Michigan gets the puck loose to center ice. And here is Drake. Dallas Drake. Drake dumps it in and then chases after it. Bradley's got a decision to make, and Conley plays it by Drake, but not out. The shot from the point is well wide by Steve Carpenter. Now with it for Northern Michigan is Lou Malone. Dumps it back in behind the net. Going back for BU is Tom Dion. Dion back there with Kevin O'Sullivan on defense for Boston University. Sukharov intercepts, but gives it right away. He gives it to Chris McCann. McCann over the blue line. His shot is a weak one. Never has a chance to get through. And back comes Kevin Scott with it for Northern Michigan. Scott to Dallas Drake. Drake is on the right wing. Scott is at center. Drake, the pass over to Doug Szabo. Szabo can't control. And this is a Ahola. Up to center ice he goes. In with it is Chris McCann. McCann the back pass. Loose puck in the slot. Scott recovers for Northern Michigan. In the center ice, it's Beatty. He can't control. A little bit of hooking going on at center ice. This is Sacco. Sacco gets it over to McCann. McCann, return pass for Sacco. He scores!
Oh, jeez. What a nice play as he's down flat on his stomach and still gets it in. There was a delayed penalty being called in the protest here by referee Matt Jagos. It won't have to be called now as BU goes up by 2. They like to start a game fast and get a lead and then build on it. Well, they're doing that here in the opening period. Down flat on his back, but he still manages to reach out, and with the heel of the shaft of his stick, it's steered in. Chris McCann, a fine job to poke it out in front, and Sacco completes the play. Bill Pye somewhat surprised on that one.
The sophomore out of Medford, Massachusetts, David Sacco, 19 goals, 40 assists coming in, making 20 goals and 40 assists. Boston University takes a 2-0 lead. Almonte has it now in the Northern Michigan zone. Daryl Plandowski with it along the boards for the Wildcats. Antos is fighting for it behind the BU net. Kachuk knocks it to center ice, but back for it is Brad Wawrinka. Wawrinka wheels into center ice. He's not averse to carrying it in himself, and he does so. Wawrinka's shot, though, is knocked down by Von Stefanelli. Bill Von Stefanelli out to Kachuk. He can't control. And back for it for Northern Michigan is Garrett McDonald. McDonald plays in the center. It's loose on the blue line now. It's onside. This is McEachran. McEachran will take the shot, and it is knocked over the glass by the stick of Wawrinka. 10:50 to go, first period. The Terriers are off to a good start. Boston University 2, Michigan, Northern Michigan, nothing.
When it comes to delivered pizza, you know who gets there sooner. And any pizza that gets there sooner,
The sooner the better.
has to be better.
The sooner the better. The sooner the better.
So if you want it hot and you want it fresh,
The sooner the better.
you want it sooner. So call Domino's Pizza. Now for just $9.99, get 2 medium, 2 topping pizzas. Call Domino's.
The sooner the better.
Welcome back to the St. Paul Civic Center, the NCAA National Championship game. Division I men's ice hockey. I'm Tom Mees with Wally Shaver. Sacco and Ronan, the goal scorers for Boston U. And the Terriers for Boston, Massachusetts have a 2-0 lead over the very powerful Wildcats of Northern Michigan as we resume play. Again, Northern Michigan, a 25-game unbeaten streak on the line. This is Boston U on attack. A chance to shot, a score! It was knocked down in front. I believe it's Ronan with a deflection.
And Ronan is going to get his second goal of the game. He came out from the baseline, moved right into the slot as the puck went back to the point to LaChance. And it's something that coaches preach all the time. When the puck goes back to the point, go to the net. And LaChance lets the drive go. You see Ronan, number 10, just getting the shaft of a stick on it. Bill Pye way out to try and cut it down. But when the puck is deflected, not a heck of a lot you can do. It changes direction. You see Billy kept his left leg down trying to cover the low area. Still, the change of direction worked. And wow, BU off roaring.
I tell you, 3-0. Defenseman Jeff Simpson had Ronan tied up as far as doing anything with the puck. But the puck hit Ronan in front, and that's why you're right. They teach you to go to the net. You never know what's going to happen. That rubber comes through there and can hit any part of your body and go by the goalie. And it's as good as a slap shot.
It is. And this is a perfect plan for Jack Parker and his Terriers. It's working to perfection right now. However, keep in mind, folks, even though it's 3-0, Northern Michigan at this point isn't too rattled. They are a good team coming from behind. They've been doing it all season long. And by far and away, the best period of hockey for them is the third period. So you're definitely going to want to stick around and stock up those snack trays because we got a long one ahead of us.
And the weakest period for BU during the season has been the third period. So
that's right.
Lots of fireworks in store tonight, methinks. Ed Ronan, the senior from Haverhill, Massachusetts, so is having a good final game as far as he's concerned. Let's take a look now. You've heard the term hand pass in hockey. Well, we just had one. We're going to take a look at it right now.
Player can play it ahead with really any part of his body, but when you pass it from your hand onto a teammate's stick, it stops the play. It's illegal. You can kick it ahead, you can knock it ahead with your shoulder, deflect it with an elbow. You can even knock it down with your hand onto your own stick. But when you play it to a teammate, no dice.
Face off in the BU zone, and now here comes Northern Michigan with it. This is Zabel. Zabel in the left wing has it taken away by Dion, but recontrolled behind the Boston University net. Zabel fights for it again. Zabel to Ed Ward. 22 is in there with it also. Back to Zabel. Zabel fighting, mucking in the corner. Drake. And this is Ed Ward. Centering pass, but nobody home. Sukharov was back in center ice, and he has to race back for it for Northern Michigan. Sukharov leaves a pass for Eddie Ward to center ice. Drake doesn't have it. Von Stefanelli does. And Boston U will make the replacement on the forward line. This is Ahola with it. Ahola and Von Stefanelli on the rear guard. Sacco, Bavis, and McCann out there for Boston U on the forward line. Back behind the net is Lou Malone. Malone to his backhand. Bavis with it for Boston University. That's Mike Bavis, number 8. Twin brother Mark is number 20. Bill Von Stefanelli winds up, blocked very nicely by Scott of Northern Michigan. Von Stefanelli again leaves it in the corner for Sacco, but the Northern Michigan defense is there, and here come the Wildcats. Scott to center ice. This is Beatty. Watch his speed. Beatty winds up, and it's wide right. Bradley waved on it on its way by. Scott upended, Beatty upended. Northern Michigan fans wanted a penalty, not his call, and Ahola will go ahead and put the puck on goal. Pye has to play it, so no icing. Scott to center ice. Beatty will take it. He's onside. No, he's offside. He waited too long. Frederick was offside. And 8:34 left with a stoppage in play.
I was down before both these weekend games talking with Scott Beatty. Prior to last game, he was quite loose. Tonight before the game, he was sitting inside a net. I don't know if he was trying to visualize where the holes would be in it, but he was a lot more tense coming into tonight's game. But he wasn't too concerned. He says, well, we just have to play our game, keep going for a solid 60 minutes, and we'll be okay. Well, it's an understatement now with his team down 3-0.
Gary McDonald, a freshman defenseman from Barnaby, British Columbia for Northern Michigan. Up to Dean Antos. Antos and the Wildcats put it in the BU zone. Going for it was Daryl Plandowski into the corner. Northern Michigan, this is Antos. Back to the point. The shot by Warenka is blocked. Antos has the rebound. Tries to get it back to Warenka, but Kachuk intercepts for Boston U. Chris with it. Mark Chris sending it into Northern Michigan zone. Puts it on the stick of Plandowski. Plandowski just plays bumper pull with it back in the Terrier zone. Mark Chris for Boston University leading this game 3-0. Dumps it in behind the Northern Michigan net for a line change. Warenka deep in his own zone. Back to McDonald. McDonald up to Plandowski. Plandowski looks to center ice. Tried to hit breaking Zabo, but it didn't go. And Boston University dumps it in the zone. Rather, Northern Michigan does. Zion goes behind his own net. Koskamaki has a jump over his stick. With it now for Northern is Mark Beaufait. This is Dion. Hey, a 3-0 lead. Wally, Boston U will be content to play back and forth.
Well, their real strength, too, is in that neutral zone to try and shut down Northern Michigan. They've also been doing a very effective job forechecking and making it real difficult for Northern to get across center ice.
Into the zone for Northern Michigan is Steve Carpenter. The shot comes from Drake to the right of the goaltender. It was wide, and here comes Boston University. McCann had it at center ice, taken off his stick. Drake for Northern Michigan. It's loose at the blue line. Wildcats want to try and put some more pressure on the Boston University defense. Ahola and Von Stefanelli. Koskamaki, he's bumped into the boards hard by Eddie Ward, and we're going to have a penalty. Ward came from halfway across the ice to make that check, and therein lies the problem.
Well, he also hit him from behind, and that's a penalty in college hockey. You don't see that cause in pros, but it's hitting from behind. It'll put Boston University on the game's first power play. We'll be back in downtown St. Paul to see what happens.
Here's something for all you truck drivers to think about. There's an oil made special for trucks. An oil with the Shell brand. Oil that protects engines when they rev their highest and work their hardest. Think any oil will take care of your truck? Think again. Truck Guard from Shell.
Back at the Civic Center in St. Paul, and Northern Michigan is short-handed as Ed Ward has gone to the penalty box for checking from behind. Now, earlier tonight, I was talking with the Northern Michigan coaches just how they plan on defending it, and they plan on using the same style they used all season. They plan on pressuring the puck as soon as they get the opportunities. Whenever the puck is near a point or at a critical point where they feel they can force a turnover, they'll go after it. And also, deep in the offensive zone for them, they will go after the BU defenseman trying to force a turnover. They've scored 15 shorthanded goals this year, a school record, so Northern Michigan could even get back into it shorthanded. Tom?
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Good point you made, Wally, about that penalty. It's going to break. Those who are more familiar with the NHL game, checking from behind is perfectly legal to a point, but in college, what's the difference?
They call it right away. They don't want it. It can really lead to injuries, and that's why the college hockey calls it. You've got quite a age variance with players in this league, anywhere from 24 years old down to 18.
Off the outside of the post, the blast from Peter Ahola. Boston U still has a minute 45 on the Terrier power play. Trying to make it a 4-0 advantage. BU off quickly, 3-0 here in first period. McEachran is on there with Kachuk. Sacco is also on there. Ahola with it now at center ice. Minute 33 left. Amante, of course, is on the power play unit for Boston U. Peter Ahola, he's onside. Taken right back, though, by Brad Warenka. Gets it up to center ice where Flandowski lets it go all the way down and drags some of the time off that penalty. Ed Ward sits as Sacco comes out in front of his own net. Dangerous play. Drake was on him forechecking, and Ahola has to go back for it. The center ice intended for Sacco. Lou Malone stops it at the blue line, but Kachuk carries in. Sacco keeps it onside and keeps it going forward. McEachran behind the net. McDonald is on him. This is Amante. Cross-ice pass intended for Sacco. Kachuk goes for it now along the boards. He and Malone kick around the puck. Drake backhand and out of the zone, and that brings applause from Northern Michigan following. Back right in, though, is Amante of Boston U. He's at the top of the face-off circle. Tony Amante being tied up and dragged down by Sukharov. No penalty called. The puck goes behind the Boston U net.
And BU has had a tough time trying to get anything on goaltender Billy Pye. It's been an inconsistent power play all season long for the Terriers. They only have been converting at about a 23% rate.
Pye's clearing pass doesn't make it. Intercepted by Dion, and now Sukharov sends it down the ice backhand, and that should eat up most of the last 10 seconds of the BU power play. Terriers trying to get one more shot on goal. Ronan gets it up inside the zone. Ronan now goes for it. He's already got 2 goals tonight. Eddie Ronan, the penalty is up. Both sides are 5 skaters aside. Behind the net for BU is Tomlinson. Back to Ronan. Ronan to Von Stefanelli. He fakes the slap shot. Now he'll take it. It's knocked down in front and back out to center ice where Dion has it. So maybe the Wildcats can take some heart in the fact that they pretty well shut down that Boston U power play.
Yes, they did. A very fine job of it, too. Now they want to try and get some offense, Amante, with just 4 minutes left in the period, trailing by 3.
Warenka dumps it in. Back 4 of the Terriers of Boston U. They were pressured early. Northern Michigan had the better of the early shots on goal. The last few minutes, though, Boston University has been taking care of business in their own end. And as I say that, here comes Jim Hiller. And the play is ruled offside. We'll have a face-off at center ice. 3:57 left in the first period of play of hockey's national championship game. Live on ESPN. 3-0 Boston U.
Red Devil Clear Polyurethane. You can always count on its durable finish. Harder than ordinary clear finishes, its beauty lasts and lasts. Red Devil Clear Polyurethane for the finish of a lifetime.
I tell my son, before you go off to play, you better eat a good breakfast.
Experts recommend whole grain. Wheaties has it. These cereals don't. So if you want to get your whole grain,
better listen to your mom.
Better eat your Wheaties.
Quit stealing my line.
This is the national championship game of the Division I men's ice hockey tournament in the NCAA, Boston University, Northern Michigan. I'm Tom Mees with Wally Shaver. Jim Rich is on ice side. Boston University has gotten off fast on 2 goals by Ed Ronan, another one by David Sacco, and the Terriers from Boston, Mass. lead this one 3-0. Loose puck in front, though. Oh, Beatty almost got it at the bottom of the faceoff circle. Bradley's heart was skipping a beat. You can make sure of that. Mark Davis carries in now for Boston U. Davis over to Doug Friedman. This is the fourth line for Coach Jack Parker. Behind the net with it goes Scott Beatty now for Northern Michigan. He gains control but pays for it as he takes a hard check into the boards by McEachran. 3:28 and counting in the first period. Northern Michigan looking for a break to try and at least get on the board here in the first 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Bill Pye has to cover up as Chris McCann was coming in after that what looked like innocent pass.
You mentioned the fourth line for Boston University out there against the top line of Northern Michigan. Jackie Parker has been using both his third and his fourth line to match up against that high-scoring unit from Northern. Rick Comley is the guy that likes to play the matching games, but right now it seems like BU coach Jack Parker has the advantage.
You can see Rick Comley, maybe he's trying to figure out a way to get more shots on goal. Jack Parker has to like the way his team has started out.
I don't think there's been a game all year where Northern Michigan's fallen behind 3-0.
Have to go back and check the record books. Lou Malone with it. Malone's pass is intercepted in the Northern Michigan zone, but Boston U carries back out to center ice to regroup. 3 minutes, 4 seconds left and counting. This is Mike Babus with it in the right corner. He's checked by Sukharov. A pair of eights in the corner. Back out to Chris McCann of BU in the red and white. Here comes Northern Michigan's Dallas Drake. Drake dumps it into the BU zone. Bradley skates out to play it. Plays it around the boards, but Drake intercepts. Keeps it in behind the net for Joe Frederick, number 33. Also in there is Eddie Ward. Puck comes loose, and here comes Babus. Babus back up to McCann. McCann just sends it in for a line change. In fact, both teams are going to change on the fly. Sukharov in the zone to center ice. Intercepted by Von Stefanelli, but great, rather, Dean Antos takes it away from him momentarily. Some anxious moments for BU, and Kachuk whacks at it, sends it over the glass into the crowd. We'll have a face-off.
Boston University has done a fine job just sending one forechecker in pretty hard, locking up on the Northern Michigan Wildcats. They try to come up through the neutral zone. And that means when they come back into the Boston end, you're really not seeing any good close-range shots by Northern Michigan University. That's because BU has just shut down the middle of the rink. And they've done a fine, fine job of that. Really, that's an area that Northern is really strong in this year as you take a look at that incredible streak that they have placed together ever since Thanksgiving.
December 21st, to be exact. That's the last time Northern Michigan did not win a hockey game. Amante. Last time they lost a hockey game. They're 23-0-2 since that time. Amante back pass into the corner. This is Kachuk. Pete Kachuk. No relation to the former NHL great Walter Kachuk. Behind the net is Garrett McDonald. McDonald can't control Amante. Pass to Kachuk. He's free in the slot momentarily. Oh, Wawrinka got there just in time. Minute 49 and counting. Antos lets it go into the Boston U zone where Dion goes back for it for Jack Parker's Terriers. Dion's long pass over everybody's stick. Icing will be the call. Face off in the BU zone.
Phil Sukharov, you're taking a look at on your screen right now. Tremendous player for Northern Michigan University. 37 points as a defenseman on the air. And this is Tomlinson. He loves to create offense, and those are his words. Dave Tomlinson, he's a center on that second line, and it has worked so far tonight because his right winger on that line, Ed Ronan, has picked up a pair of goals. Tomlinson, 1 assist in the evening so far.
On the year coming into tonight, Tomlinson has created a little offense. 29 goals, 28 assists. That's before tonight's game. And he's a senior for his career. 176 points coming into tonight's battle. Face off to the right of Bradley, who's come out of his net a little bit to the top of the circle. You're going to have Tomlinson facing off against Beatty. Beatty wins the face-off back to the point. Sukharov drive. Rona knocks it down. Puck up along the boards. The chance with it for Boston University. He's at center ice, trying to hit Ronan's stick. Sukharov intercepts for Northern Michigan. Beatty is onside. No, he's not. Scott was offside his stride. Shot taken anyway, but no harm, no foul there.
Well, I tell you, Boston is doing such a good job at picking up those Northern Michigan players. Beatty just couldn't quite get across the line fast enough, but his two wingers, Kevin Scott on one side and Jimmy Hiller on the other, were just covered like blankets. Work and win is how he says he likes to make things happen. They're going to have to work a little bit harder to try and get around these Terrier back checkers.
Well, a little bit of booing in the background. I'll tell you that's not about. The Boston U Pep Band is playing the University of Wisconsin pep song. The Northern Michigan fans in attendance don't take too kindly to that. Back to action. More the Gopher fans. 1:10 left in the first period. The chance for the drive. It's knocked down. Puck loose in the Northern Michigan zone, just laying there behind the net. Centering pass. Oh, my goodness. Almost had a big chance. High comes out of his net to stop David Tomlinson, who was on the doorstep. Wow, Boston University came very, very close to taking a 4-0 lead.
Billy Pye was down on the ice, and all Tomlinson had to do was get the shot up and over. Look at the speedy forwards of Boston University, just swarming down there. Pye is down. 17 on the left of your screen is Tomlinson. He just couldn't lift it up over Billy Pye. Pye's had a history of coming up with key saves at important times of a hockey game. This may turn out to be one of those.
Eddie Ronan also had a swat. He would have had a hat trick in the first period, and he knocked that in. Much like Amante had in the first period against Clarkson on Thursday night. Face-off to the right of Billy Pye. Boston U controls. This is Keith Kachuk on the backhand. Kachuk looking back to the point. A hole with the drive, knocked down early. Klandowski has it for Northern Michigan. Can't control. Kachuk takes it right away from him. Stays onside. Amante is down, but now he's up for Boston U. Kachuk looking for Amante. Kachuk shoots. Loose puck in front with the whistle. The referee had lost sight of the puck. And for a split second, he blew the whistle.
Sean McEachran wasn't too happy either. He was on point-blank range. Watch as he comes out of the corner, sidesteps the check of Klandowski, gets one shot. Puck is still loose. The puck had already, or whistle had already gone. And McEachran's going, hey, what's going on here? It was still loose. I had a shot.
Why would referee Shagos blow the whistle in that standpoint?
Well, he lost sight. And the one thing the officials in hockey are doing this year is as soon as they lose, actually they've been doing it the last few years, but as soon as they lose sight of the puck, and as soon as they feel the goalie has it, boom, they're blowing the whistle immediately, so you don't get the guys coming in, jabbing around with their sticks, trying to stir it back loose.
Face off to the left of Billy Pye.
And I think it's a good rule, too.
I do, too. Sacco against Drake. Better safe than sorry. Here comes Northern Michigan's Tony Zabel. Zabel controls. He shoots. It's wide. 30 seconds left and whistle. Boston University player is down. Or is it the net? The net is dislodged. Also down was Phil Von Stefanelli, but the net came loose, and that's another automatic whistle.
Tony Zabel's got some good speed, and I'm sure he was quite surprised to see the Boston player catching back up to him so quickly. Tony really never got a good shot away. Defenseman Phil Von Stefanelli doing a fine job in racing back to cover up on the play.
So the face-off will be in the Boston University zone to the right of senior goaltender John Bradley from Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Record this year, 14-4-1. He was the winning goalie in the Beanpot final and also the Hockey East final, so he's used to big game pressure.
And they're looking for the Triple Crown here tonight.
That was the goal set by Jack Parker and his Terriers beginning of the season. Beautiful job by Drake winning the faceoff. Back to the blue line. Puck loose at center. Wawrinka keeps it in. Excellent play by Wawrinka. Drake is looking for McDonald. And Boston University picks it up and lost it down the ice with 15 seconds left in the period. Pye lets it cross the goal line. It'll be icing, and Northern Michigan will have another faceoff in the BU zone.
Brad Wawrinka's got a good booming shot from the point. I imagine that he may stay out on the ice right here. I watch for maybe Dean Antos to come out to take the faceoff. He's the best centerman that Northern Michigan has, and he'll try to pull it back to Wawrinka. He's got a very good shot. I believe he led the nation amongst defensemen as far as points this year, and finished 6th in the WCHA. He was very impressed with Boston University. They're not going with Antos. They're going to have Scott Beatty take the draw, trying to get some quick offense here with 11 seconds left.
Beatty, Hiller, and Scott line out there. Puck comes loose. Boston U picks it up. Ahola thought about just dumping it down the ice, but Ahola himself is dumped. Sukarov with it. 4-3. Hiller at center ice, and that'll do it. Tempers flaring here. Ahola and one of the Northern Michigan players get their sticks high, hold everything. Let's get things under control, young men. And they do. The officials do a nice job separating the teams. That's the end of the first period. And the folks in New England got to love it. Boston University 3, Northern Michigan nothing. Back for our intermission in a moment. The NCAA Division I Hockey Championships are brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers, who reminds you friends know when to say when. And by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Hey, it's great for a radio like me to sit back and relax for a minute. In case you don't know it, I'm one of the key parts of this game. When it comes to changes and strategies, I'm it. They talk on me. Now, I don't run the power play, but I'm in on it. Let me tell you, there's a guy downstairs, and I'm upstairs. And we all communicate. The coaches, the players, I mean, they talk on me. I'm a radio. I'm a power play. I got radio power for communications. Your communications is our business at Range Telecommunications.
At Jeff's Quality Market, we know the importance of convenience. That's why when shopping at Jeff's, you're shopping at many markets at once. We're a full-service butcher shop with supermarket prices. Also, a great selection of fresh fruits and vegetables. And we have a specialty deli counter to serve you. You also get the extra personal attention that's part of shopping at Jeff's. So visit Jeff's Quality Market, located across from the Marquette Mall.
Downtown St. Paul, the Boston University Terriers with a 3-goal lead over the Northern Michigan Wildcats out of the Upper Peninsula and a WCHA member. You know, hockey in high school is a great tradition here in the state of Minnesota. The Edina Hornets have been a long-time powerhouse in this state, but they had a very unique feature about them this year. A senior goaltender by the name of Jenny Hanley backstopped the team into the section finals. Right now, Dan Debenham of Scholastic Sports of America has a look at the Edina team.
Girls
Girl goalies aren't rare in boys high school hockey, but in a top-notch program, it's bound to raise some eyebrows. Senior goaltender Jenny Hanley is the backup goalie for such a team. Minnesota's Edina High. The state title banners speak for themselves. 8 championships in 20 years. Jenny knows about this tradition and practices hard for a chance at the crease.
You have to anticipate that you're going to be playing every game, you know, and you, no matter what, because, you know, if the other goalie gets hurt or something happens, you have to be ready.
Jenny's no stranger to the ice. She started at an early age and worked her way through the system. Willard Eikola, Edina's coach for 33 years, is a hockey legend in Minnesota with over 600 victories. He says Jenny's presence on the ice is no fluke. Her skills are sharp.
She plays good position hockey. She stands up and has very good reflexes, very quick. As a person, I was fortunate to have her in class as a 7th, 8th, and 9th grader in physical education, so I knew something of her competitiveness. She's a very fine athlete and very competitive person, and of course, that's when you're a goaltender, you have to be competitive or you're not going to be successful.
Jenny says her male teammates don't treat her any differently. She's just one of the guys, and with good reason. Jenny has played in 5 games during her first year on the varsity as a netminder, winning all 5. She's developed her own style of deflection, using all of her instincts.
There's more to being a goaltender than just standing right in front of the puck. You have to be able to react to it in the way you do react, you know, and using the equipment properly half the time. And sometimes, you know, you might be caught a little off guard or whatever, but you know, it's more or less, it's just such a sport in itself almost, you know. You have to master it.
Seeing Jenny stopping shots this year is pretty amazing, considering she suffered a serious knee injury last season.
When you damage a knee, it's not like you can come right back from it, and you hope you can, but it takes a lot of physical therapy and just training your leg again, and, you know, getting all the different muscles and receptors in your leg used to your balance and things like that. And for me, I came back in 4 or 5 months just skating, and I think that helps because it does train my muscles once again to be used to skating and doing the things I need to do.
Jenny's experience at blocking shots and patrolling the crease against the boys will definitely come in handy next year. She plans to come east to netmind for a women's college hockey program.
Well, Jenny, getting into college hockey on the men's level might be a little difficult, but what are your plans for the future?
In the future here, I'm not exactly positive. I might go out east and play for women's, or else I might stay here and hopefully go to Hamlin, which is in St. Paul there, and maybe play for the men's team.
Now, you've been in some pressure situations yourself, getting into the section finals and almost to the state championship games here at the St. Paul Civic Center, but how do you take a look at these 2 goaltenders here in tonight's championship game?
They're in a tough situation. They're definitely in a, you know, it's coming down to the draw, and they're playing excellent. I noticed that the Northern Michigan goalie, he's really got to come up with a lot. You know, he's coming against some really good shooters. It's hard.
Well, we've still got a good 2 periods of hockey left here at the St. Paul Civic Center. Don't go away. We will return to St. Paul after this short timeout.
No better way to face the day.
The morning belongs to Skin Bracer Aftershave. Its cool, brisk tingle really gets you going. And what a great scent. Skin Bracer.
No better way to face the day. Find it. Hey! That's not us! We're down here! We're Daihatsu from Japan, and we're new in the neighborhood. So you haven't seen a lot of Daihatsus here. Not yet. But as word spreads about Daihatsu quality, we'll grow bigger, and we won't get a stiff neck from looking up at the neighbors.
With our Charade 3-door hatchback, Daihatsu quality starts from $63.97.
Maybe the reason more people switch to Glidden than any other paint in the last 5 years is because we've got the color they're looking for.
My brown eyes blue.
Glidden, a better red paint.
And Dringa closes in and scores!
Speed, agility, power. These abilities come from hard work and practice. You can't get them by using drugs.
Rob Andringa with a bullet. It's all Andringa here. Nobody tipping this, Bob. And the key is that he scores.
If you or someone you know needs help or information concerning drug abuse, call this toll-free number,
1-800-662-HELP. This message provided by the NCAA.
We see in intercollegiate athletics today with the number of minority individuals that there is not the formation or the avenue for minorities to get more collectively involved. This committee was formed to create opportunities for a greater diversity of involvement in intercollegiate athletics. Now you have a diverse group of people within the governance structure to take forward changes that need to obviously occur.
This message provided by the NCAA.
Back here in St. Paul, it's Boston University in control, 3-0 over Northern Michigan. We'll get back to the second period in just a moment. The name Brett Hull, one of the true stars in the National Hockey League. He's had many shining moments in his professional career with the St. Louis Blues, but perhaps his most shining moment came as a collegiate. Remember 1985, Brett? Remember the semifinal game, Minnesota-Duluth against RPI? Remember?
Oh, I've played with the Bulldogs from Duluth. Made it to the Final Four, and we got paired off against RPI and Adam Oates, who's now my centerman here in St. Louis. And the biggest thrill was, you know, it came in the second period. Not really sure what minute mark it was, but you know, as a freshman, just being there was kind of a neat experience. But I got a breakaway, and I scored on Darren Pupa, who now plays for the Buffalo Sabres.
In that 85 semifinal.
Breakaway, it's Hull. Hull takes the shot. Brett Hull walked in, and it trickled into the net. We're tied again.
Brett Hull was not the only star in that semifinal. His St. Louis Blue teammate of today, Adam Oates, played for the eventual champion RPI.
15 feet off to the right of Costi and beats him on the far side.
I think it wasn't really the final game, but the semifinal game we played against Brett's team, ironically, and we won in triple overtime, and it was kind of the greatest game that we'd ever been in.
Friday to Servinas.
John Carter ended the triple overtime affair.
Back to Friday. Friday over to Carter. Carter will take the shot. With 15 seconds left in the power play, Carter scores for RPI, and it's an all-Eastern final in the College Hockey Championship.
Best Final Four I ever saw was 85, Wally. Both semifinals went triple overtime, and RPI the eventual national champ.
Does that mean we've got overtime here tonight, Louis?
I'm the king of overtime. I don't know. Well, I tell you, we're going to have overtime. Northern Michigan's got to get to work. At the end of one, it's all Boston U. The Terriers lead at 3-0. We'll be back to drop the puck for the second period in just a moment.
Time to head out for a little change of pace. It's time for something new, and not the same old place. Best Western. It's not the same old place. Oh, Best Western. For my individual taste.
Every Best Western is individually owned, letting you enjoy the local flavors that make traveling such a pleasure, even on business.
It's not the same old place.
Oh, the things people come up with to talk you out of a Michelin tire. It's just as good as a Michelin. It lasts as long as a Michelin. You'll trust it like a Michelin. Well, they can try anything they want. Because once you've owned a Michelin tire, there's nothing anyone can do to talk you out of one.
It takes desire and dedication to break out of the mold of an average body. General Nutrition Centers can help you break the mold. With Phase 1, the complete bodybuilding system designed specifically for the beginner and intermediate athlete. If you're serious about
Northern Michigan 3-0. Here is how those goals sounded by Tom Mees.
On goal, down the slide, he shoots, he scores! And Ronan! Sacco gets it over to McCann. McCann, return pass for Sacco, he scores!
Oh, jeez.
This is Boston U on attack. A chance to shot, a score! It was knocked down in front.
Boston University leads it by 3 after 1. Back with the second period face-off from the St. Paul Civic Center right after this timeout.
Jim, a UFO just landed behind Whiskers.
Easy, Keith. What are you talking about?
A UFO just landed behind Whiskers.
Keith, last time you got going with stories like this, it was Elvis in booth 25.
I know about that, but there's a UFO out back.
All right, let's go take a look.
Look, Jim, there it is. I told you.
My God, it is a UFO. And look, there's fences around it. It must be some kind of governmental cover-up going on here.
You know what? I bet you they're here to steal all the food from Whiskers.
I bet you they are. Let's go talk to people about this.
At Togo's, we take pride in being the home of the original sub sandwich. Our bread is baked fresh daily, and we use nothing but the best ingredients for the best sub in town. Dine in, take out, or call for quick delivery at 226-6535.
No one makes them better than Togo's.
He leaves. He makes the catch. See Tuesday night doubleheaders, Wednesday night excitement, Friday night twin bills, and exclusive Sunday night action. The world champion Reds open it up against the Astros. Nolan Ryan and his golden arm power the Rangers against the Brewers. An opening day doubleheader, Monday, April 8th, live on ESPN.
Back at the St. Paul Civic Center, Tom Mees along with Wally Shaver and Jim Rich were set for the second period of college hockey's national title game. Good news for Boston U as they lead 3-0. Bad news is their defenseman, Peter Ahola, picked up a penalty at the 20-minute mark of the first period. Northern Michigan starts on a power play.
That happened right at the whistle, or the buzzer, at the end of the first period, and that scramble in front of the BU net.
Take a look at some stats for the first period.
Shots on goal, Boston outgunning Northern Michigan 11-7. What I found very interesting is that very good scoring chances by Boston University out in front. They had a lot of shots from about 10 feet away. Northern Michigan will have to tighten up defensively in their own zone. But they get a break here, beginning the second period on a power play, Tom.
Yes, the Drake line out against the McCuckern line to start the second period. Wildcats with a one-man power play to start the second period. Unless penalty is called during this power play. There's a shot wide over the top of the net by Tony Szabo. Puck still in the Boston University zone. Northern Michigan controlling it. Now Szabo has it taken away by Tony Amati. He and McCuckern at center ice, and Amati just drags the puck down the ice. Lou Malone goes back for it. We thought that he might have broken his ankle in the game on Thursday afternoon. He badly sprained it. He was on crutches, I understand, yesterday. He's out playing hockey tonight. Number 44 for the Wildcats. This is Plandowski, number 15. A cross-ice pass over to Frederick. Behind the net. Szabo with it now. Szabo draws the defense to him. Pass out to the point to Sukarov, to Malone. Plandowski, back to Malone. Plandowski into the corner. Drake into the slot area. And Malone couldn't get a stick on it. Drake's in the slot. Loose puck. Back out to Malone inside the blue line. Malone gives to Sukarov. Sukarov to Szabo. Szabo tees it up. And the defense gets a stick on it. I believe Mark Chris, number 7 in red and white, helped break that up.
Fine passing by Northern Michigan. They like to move it around quickly on the power play and try to pull people out of position. BU is quite poised out there.
Malone behind his own net gets it to Marenko, who's now on. Marenko up to Dean Antos. Beatty is on also in this power play. This is Beatty in front. He shoots. Bradley to save. Loose puck in front. Bradley is on his can. The shot, they score! Dean Antos and Northern Michigan is on the board. Power play goal.
Well, it's bound to happen sooner or later with the quality shots that they were getting, Tom, some very good ones. Wide open was Scott Beatty. He fanned on a second effort, but look, there's 3 Boston players down. Nobody can find it. Finally, Antos just comes out of the pack of players, and with Bradley down, goes top shelf on the backhand. Bradley may have been fallen onto by his defenseman on the play, Phil Von Stefanelli, and not much he could do to get back into the play. One thing left for Antos, go high, and he did.
Well, it's Antos who got the goal. You saw the graphic with Frederick, but Dean Antos backhanded that puck into the net. It is 3-1 Boston University. We'll see if that inspires the Northern Michigan University Wildcats. Antos, his 5th power play goal of the season. We have a whistle for a face-off as you take a look at Billy Pye.
And just as we had suspected might happen in this game, a strong start by DU, but a recovery effort underway now by Northern Michigan.
Last time Northern Michigan trailed by 3 goals, January 12th at Minnesota Duluth. They were behind 3-0. They won it 5-4, their first win in Duluth in '85. That's how resilient Rick Comley's team can be. With it now is Garrett McDonald being forechecked in his own zone. Gets it up though to Hiller at center ice. Beatty's line is on with Hiller and also Kevin Scott. But Boston U knocks it back for Warenka. Warenka falls down in the corner. David Sacco is on top of him and the puck. McDonald behind the net, and we have a whistle for a hand pass. We're going to have a face-off.
We're going to see some more inspired play coming out of Northern Michigan now. They get that goal, and they get it early. I'm sure a lot of time was spent during the intermission period just the fact that, okay, guys, we got this power play to start off the second period. Let's make it good and get ourselves back in the game. They did that, getting a goal just a minute and a half in. Now it still gives them 38.5 minutes to work on getting 2 more. And with this explosive club that Coach Rick Comley has put together, they can certainly do it.
There you see graphically the last time Northern Michigan was down 3 goals in a game, as mentioned, at Minnesota Duluth. The incredible thing about their streak is that a lot of it's been done on the road. It's very tough to win on the road in college hockey. Beatty with a nice back pass. Oh, that was a beauty. That was intended for Mark Golson. It just didn't click. The goal by Antos, the assist to Warenka and Beatty on that power play that made it 3-1.
And referee Matt Shagos is calling a penalty. He has sent Dave Shayak off to the penalty box. Shayak, number 24 for Northern Michigan University. He gets a gate for high sticking. So this is only the 3rd penalty call that we've seen in the hockey game. And it'll be the 2nd opportunity that we'll have to see Boston University's power play. I'm sure the Terriers are looking for a better performance than they had in their opening one. Here's a completion of the play. This is Mark Bavis going back around. You see the high stick coming up by Shayak, and there's no question that Shagas has to call it.
It's one of those times when you're glad they have the cage in college hockey. Mandatory cage face match. We have the McEachran on line now. McEachran line on the ice for Boston U. Kachuk, Amante. LaChance is on defense for BU. Also Peter Ahola. Warenka around the boards and sends it all the way down the ice, and Amante, rather Ahola, will have to go back for it. And we have another whistle. We have an elbowing penalty called against Kachuk. Mike Kachuk. Rather, Keith Kachuk, I'm sorry. Keith Kachuk, number 24, and it's now 4-on-4 hockey.
Now, that's an even up, and it's too bad that it happened against Kachuk because that was way back behind the play. He threw a late hit on the defenseman for Northern Michigan. And you know he's feeling bad about it, too. Watch the left of your screen. Number 24 is Kachuk. Rowenka is just sending it around. No question. You can see that elbow coming up high on that. Also a hit from behind, so either way, Kachuk's gone.
Ill-advised. Very much ill-advised, but sometimes you get caught up in the heat of the moment. So it's 4-on-4 hockey. A lot of open ice for these two. This ought to be fun for the next minute 45.
When you're playing 4-on-4 hockey, it's very important that you play on kind of a man-to-man coverage. Not so much a zone, but stay with your man.
Boston University controlling Amante. Amante tries to shoot it in, but Warenka blocks it at the blue line and steers it back to the goaltender Billy Pye. Warenka behind the net. Up the wing he goes to center ice. Szabo trying to get there, but Mark Chris does for Boston U. Chris to center ice, intercepted by Warenka. He's onside to Szabo. Szabo takes the shot well wide. Mark Beaufait can't control in the BU zone. It's loose now. This is Szabo. He winds up from the slot, and it's knocked aside by Mark Chris, who sacrificed his body. This is Szabo again. He hits the side of the net. Oh, the crowd roared. They thought it was in the Northern Michigan's corner, but it was well wide, hitting the side. Here comes McEachran. McEachran, he's onside with Amante. Amante can't control, and Garrett McDonald goes back for it. Amante puts a shoulder into him. It's Brad Wawrinka. 52 seconds left in the Northern Michigan penalty. A minute 5 on the Boston U penalty. Wawrinka over the blue line. The shot. Bradley's knocked into the goal, and it's a goal. The referee looking to his linesman. The red light is on. I didn't see who knocked it in or if indeed it is a goal, but I called it a goal because the red light is on.
It may have been the high-scoring right winger, Tony Zabel, but there's still a heated discussion going on. The linesmen are booting everybody away. They want to talk in peace with referee Matt Chagas.
It has not been signaled a goal yet. Let's hold everything.
I must remind folks, too, that remember, when the red light comes on, all that indicates is that the puck crossed the goal line.
No goal. It'll be a face-off to the left of Bradley. It has been ruled no goal. And Wawrinka, the captain and defenseman, All-American defenseman, Hobie Baker, finalist, is having his say, and so is Lou Malone. No, so is Antos, Dean Antos.
Referee Chagas is explaining the call. Now here's Wawrinka. He's got Tony Zabel with him too. Now he crashes into the goaltender Bradley. Has the net come loose? Maybe not. Is it pushed in with his hand? Hard to tell. The puck ends up in the net. I have to think you have to let that call go. Let's see what happens from behind the net. It's hard to tell where the puck is and whether or not it went off Wawrinka's glove. If it did go off his glove, then he has to call it no goal. But if it because Wawrinka is crashing into the net, and the puck ends up in the crease, you have to count it, in my opinion.
Well, the referee leaned over to the public address announcer and said no goal. We did not hear an explanation. Now he's talking to Rick Comley, the Northern Michigan coach.
And what he's doing is explaining it. You see, he's dropped by the defenseman, okay? That maneuver forced him to go down on the ice and crash into the goaltender, Bradley. Now, there's nothing that Wawrinka can do in this case to get out of the way. If the puck goes in off of him, it's got to be counted.
I wish I could read lips right now. I'm going to try to get an official reason why that was ruled no goal.
And what they're doing with hockey this year in the collegiate level is they're telling the officials, look, if you have to explain something, go over and talk to the coaches. Don't talk to the captains and then have him relay it to the rest of the team and the coaches. But just go over there and explain it yourself. And I think that's been a tremendous thing. It's saved a lot of time. Maybe Coach Conley won't accept it, but at least they're making the effort to convey the message personally.
We're being told that the reason the goal was waved off was because the puck was played off the body. In other words, if Wawrinka is spilled and he gets his stick on the puck, they count it. But watch now. Watch his hands.
It's not even off the body. If it's off the body, Tom, they count it. But if it's off the glove, that's what we have to watch for here. If he pushes it in with his glove, then you can't count it. It's a hand pass, okay? You can play a hand pass onto your own stick, but you can't bat it into a net. Now let's try and watch the left hand that's down on the ice.
Can't tell with the net in the way there. You can't really tell with the net in the way.
Really difficult call to make for referee Matt Chagas, but...
Well, now we're being told they blew it dead because the whistle had blown, which to me is the most unlikely explanation I've heard tonight. That to me, I don't understand that.
We've got the advantage and the luxury to watch it in very slow motion, but there's no way that can happen that quickly where the whistle went.
All right, we have 44 seconds left on the Northern Michigan penalty, a minute left on the Boston U penalty, 59 seconds to be exact, so still 4-on-4 as we face off, and Boston U dodges a bullet. David Tomlinson at center ice for the Terriers. Dumps it past Sukharov, but Sukharov prevents him from getting there. Sukharov from Malone. Now with it for Boston U is Ronan going for the hat trick and a pad save there by Billy Pye. Puck comes loose at center. This is Beatty. Beatty to Hiller. Hiller takes the shot and a save off the waffle board of Bradley. That was up high and ticketed for the high right corner. Hiller with it along the boards. Still 4-on-4 hockey for 10 more seconds. And then Northern Michigan will have a very brief power play. And offsides, 5 seconds left on the penalty to Shayak. 20 seconds left on the penalty to Kachuk. So in 5 seconds, Northern Michigan will have a power play for 15 seconds.
And a look at the penalties on the board. 5 seconds left in the one against Northern. 20 seconds against Boston University. 3-1. Northern has chipped away. I think having that goal called off, Tom, has certainly given them some spark.
They feel that they were not done right by the referee. Zabel tries to control it, but it comes back to center. Penalties up to Northern Michigan. 5 more seconds. The Wildcats have a power play where Renker carries in. Man advantage is pass to the slot, though. Cut off nicely by Mike Davis. And the teams are at even side. Even strength. Centering pass comes loose. Garrett McDonald knocks it behind the net. Drake, he's bumped into the boards by Phil Van Stefanelli. Northern Michigan fans are incensed. The shot by Warenka is cut off at the pass by Van Stefanelli. By Davis, up to center ice. Drake takes a hard hit at the red line. Davis pokes at him as he goes by. Backboard is McDonald. Zabel, center ice. This is Ward. Ward with a blast. Low one, and Bradley is forced to cover up as Drake was zeroing in on him. 14:40 left in the second period. Things are heating up in St. Paul. Boston U 3, Northern Michigan 1. We got a great one. Come on back. We'll give you some more.
Evander Holyfield, would you pop a buddy in the mouth for 59 cents?
You bet I would. If it's a breakfast buddy from Burger King.
Introducing the new Breakfast Buddy sandwich. Egg, sausage, and cheese all on a Buddy's bun for just 59 cents.
At that price, who wouldn't pop a buddy? Or 2 or 3.
So pop a buddy in the mouth. The new Breakfast Buddy. A great new breakfast at a price that's a real knockout. Only at Burger King.
59 cents. Even I can't beat that.
Back at the Civic Center, it was nearly became a one-goal hockey game as Northern Michigan had a goal taken away. Now, unofficially, this is what I heard down here. I heard radio transmission from the Northern bench up to their coaches in the press box, and they were told by referee Matt Seagos that he blew the play dead, he lost sight of the puck, and whistled the play dead before Warenka crashed into Bradley and knocked the puck in. Tom?
Jim, I'm sure referee Seagos is doing the best job he can, and by and large, it's been a very well officiated hockey game. But I got to tell you, I can't understand that quick a whistle.
I can't either. The momentum carried of Warenka being dumped to the ice carried him into the goalkeeper. That puck was still on his stick as it reached right into the crease. You got to blow that whistle within like a millisecond to make it work.
Face off in the BU zone, controlled by Northern Michigan. This is Malone with a blast. He scores! It may have been deflected in front. We'll have to wait for the official call, but the blast by defenseman Lou Malone finds the net. Northern Michigan right back in this game, Wally.
Key face-off being won, too. Pulling it right back, finding the open man. The shot is taken, and it may have gone off the stick to number 20, Mark Beaufait, who won the face-off. Let's see it from this angle. Watch 20. He's right out in front. There's the shot. And a tip right out in front. It looked like it was going right into the mitt of goaltender John Bradley, and boom, it immediately went down. Beautiful tip by Mark Beaufait.
Malone will get the assist. Mark Beaufait, number 20. The fourth-line centerman out of Livonia, Michigan, gets the goal, we believe.
An interesting story with Beaufait. Here's, like you say, fourth-line center. This kid's got 48 points now on the year for the fourth line. All their centermen are extremely dangerous for the Northern Michigan Wildcats.
Oh, it is heating up but good now. Northern Michigan very resilient. Boston University in the Northern Michigan zone after the face-off, and here comes Northern Michigan right back. This is Drake at center ice. He's got a 2-on-2, or rather, that is Plandowski, number 15. Frederick with it to Plandowski behind the net, back to Frederick. Boston U comes up with it in their own zone. McEachran. Onside is Billy Pye comes out to meet both Amonte and Kachuk. That's a frightening sight coming toward you. Pye had to make the play to break it up. Ahola back in his own zone. Puck is loose at center. Oh, Kaskamaki is buried by Scott. Kevin Scott just buried Petri Kaskamaski. I'll get it straight.
It's a hard one to get straight.
Petri Kaskamaki. His nickname is Joe. Puck behind the net. High saves it, and here comes Beatty. Beatty scheming up the right wing, leaves it for Hiller. Hiller looking for somebody in the slot, can't find anybody. Can't keep it onside. Tomlinson is pestering Hiller. Kaskamaki is there as well. They won't blow it for a frozen puck. They'll play it in college hockey. And the pros will see whistles all the time. Scott is offside on the left wing. They blow it down, and now Scott and number 10 for Boston University, and Ronan lift their sticks.
I tell you, we have seen some ferocious hitting going on ever since that goal was waved off. The ebb and flow of his game has totally changed. It's been all Northern Michigan in this period. And here's a tipped in a game by Buffet. He did something extremely smart. From the face-off, he won the draw, got it back. He went directly out in front. But watch, as the shot is taken, nobody has picked up Buffet. The opposite sentiment. It's his job to stay with him right from the face-off when it's in his own zone.
Back the other way, David Sacco with a blast, and Pye came out to cut the angle. You mentioned Pye likes to come out of that net very early and very often. Sacco didn't have much to shoot at.
Well, he's a little shorter in stature, too, Billy Pye. Only about 5'10", 172 pounds. That might be when he's soaking wet. And he has been named earlier today to the All-American squad of the West. There's All-Americans from the East and the West. The West really takes in the CCH.
Well, right out in front, it was Chris McCann. He had a dangerous chance, but it was blocked off by the Northern Michigan defense. The icing is waved off against Boston University, and here come the Terriers back the other way. Sacco. The shot is wide by Mike Baber. Loose puck is picked up by Northern Michigan straight to center ice, but Boston U is back on it. 3-2. Terriers leading. 12 and a half to go, second period. National championship game of the NCAA hockey tournament. I'm Tom Mees along with Wally Shaver. Jim Rich is at ice side. Stable. And Mark Chris dumps it back in for Boston U. Back forward is Steve Carpenter. Carpenter behind his own net, gets it up the sideboards. Here we go back the other way. This is Shayak. Shayak on left wing. Tries to control, loses it to LaChance of Boston U. LaChance, the freshman defenseman. Maybe a very high draft pick in the NHL draft. Loose puck in the zone. Fans want a penalty. No penalty called. Play is on. Marenka has it for Northern Michigan. In front, Shayak. Oh, he just missed. Deflecting that in. Another loose puck in front. Bradley minds his score, and the net is loose, and the whistle blows. And Bradley is giving the referee what for not blowing the whistle a few seconds earlier.
So is Scott LaChance, a defenseman, and he had lost a stick in the play. He probably was the one that did dislodge the net as he goes back to his bench.
11:44 left in the second period, and high anxiety in St. Paul. 3-2 Boston U. Back in a moment.
When sports scream, when arms are sore, when legs ache, when muscles hurt. Why Sports Cream? Massaging Sports Cream In brings fast pain relief. No medicine-y smell, no odor. Why Sports Cream? Because it works.
Over 28 million adults get athlete's foot.
I'm Jim Bird. I had athlete's foot until I used NP27. It has an ingredient recommended by doctors.
Look, NP27 stops the burning, itching of athlete's foot fast.
NP27. Nothing's a better cure for athlete's foot.
Number 11 for Boston University is freshman Scott LaChance out of Bristol, Connecticut. He has lost his stick. He's grabbing onto a couple of players, doing anything he can. Meanwhile, the Wildcats were buzzing around goaltender John Bradley. And BU at times looks a little frustrated out here.
Face-off to Warenka. His drive is short-circuited, top of the face-off circle. Now a loose puck in the slide. Northern Michigan can't control, and a whistle. They're going to have a penalty call. A tripping penalty. And the referee is pointing to whom?
It'll be Boston University. There was two players for Northern Michigan out in front of the net. One was hauled down. And it may be Ahola who is going to get the game.
On the goaltender. It will be served by someone on the ice.
All right, tripping on Bradley, the Boston University goaltender. So the rules are that somebody already on the ice, when the infraction occurs, if it's against the goalie, has to go to the penalty box. Watch the guy in red and white, the goaltender. Oh, major league trip on Frederick.
Well, Frederick's a big guy. He can plug up the middle real well. Bradley didn't want him being that close to his goal crease, so he let him know it, but it cost him a little bit too much anxiety. 8:24 the time. Kachuk, a freshman winger. How do you like to be a freshman coming in and playing with Sean McEachran and Tony Amante? What a year he's had.
Face-off Tomlinson and Beatty. The shot is just wide by Hillers. Beatty did a great job winning the face-off. Back comes Boston U. Now the Terriers playing short-handed. 3-2 the score. Boston U leading Northern Michigan in what is a whale of a national championship game. On on the power play tonight. 1 for 2 on the season. 25.4% proficiency for Rick Comley's crew. Hiller tries to control it. 3 Terriers buzzing around Beatty. Now gets it back to Hiller. He's got Scott open. Hits Wawrinka. The shot. Oh, a stick save by Bradley. Knocks it over the top of the net. Back pass to Beatty. Beatty loses it in the corner. Ahola takes him out of the play. But Beatty gets it back again. Pesky little guy, isn't he? Beatty has it in the corner again. Draws Ahola. Oh, the centering pass just missed clicking him alone. Scott has it at the point. Over to Wawrinka. Wawrinka winds up to Beatty. The shot. Bradley hugs the post. Loose in the slot. And just over the stick of Kevin Scott.
Northern doing a very fine job of working it down low and then sending it back to the point for a Brad Wawrinka shot.
Under a minute to go in the power play. Zabel cuts in. Zabel loses his skate blade. Zabel back on the feet again. Can't control it. And Boston U can't clear the zone. Klandowski now can't control it. Here comes Amandi, but he couldn't control. He and McEachran had a potential 2-on-1 the other way. Boston U, very dangerous shorthanded club. Remember that. 35 seconds left in the Northern Michigan power play as Pye plays it around for Wawrinka. Wawrinka gets it out of the zone to center ice. O'Sullivan bats it back. And a whistle for a stoppage of play. Puck played ahead with a high stick. 10:02 left to go in the second period. Coach Jack Parker hits the water bottle.
A little thirsty. Maybe a bit too much yelling down there trying to get his troops inspired. Jackie.
That was in his younger days, Wally.
He says he's got the best 6 defensemen that he's ever had here. He prefers a quick-paced game. He certainly has that here in this evening's contest.
Let's take a look at that last scoring chance for the Wildcats.
See how they move it down low. Scott Beatty. Now he puts it out in front. Dean Antos just missed sweeping it. Bradley had already gone down to make the save. And fortunately for him, Antos just banged on it.
Plays back on behind the Northern Michigan net. Wildcats still in the power play for another 20 seconds. Tom Meades along with Wally Shaver and Jim Rich from St. Paul Civic Center. Sukharov has it for Northern Michigan. Sukharov up to center ice to Zabo. Zabo leaves it for Klandowski. Klandowski looking. Leaves a back pass for Zabel. Zabel goes into the corner. Back to Zabel. Got Malone at the point. Malone cross ice. Still onside. Sukharov. Malone. He'll wind up. And it's blocked in front by number 20, Mark Bavis. Good job by Bavis, but doesn't get the puck out of the zone. Drake still has it. The power play is up. Both sides are even strength. Drake gets a stick up in the corner. No penalty call. Klandowski back out to Sukharov. His drive is knocked down by Bavis. From the circle, oh! The shot was taken. I believe that was by Tony Zabo. This is Klandowski. Klandowski well wide. Zabo with it now. Chris is on him. Drake back out to the point. Sukharov fakes the shot. Malone is wide open. Malone back into the corner. Northern Michigan working around well. They're not on the power play. This is full strength.
It looks like one, but they've been back in full strength. BU has for the last half minute.
Puck is in the BU zone still. Sukharov behind the Terrier net. Back pass. Drake with it. He's pestered by the defense. Drake sweeps it in front. Bradley does a good job of hugging the post. Oh, loose puck to the left. It's in the slot, but Kachuk will gather it in for BU and clear the zone. Kachuk 1-on-2 just dumps it in for a line change.
They badly needed that. Those guys have been out there for well over a minute. Too long of a shift.
This is Beaufait. Beaufait backhands it to center ice, where O'Sullivan picks it up for Boston U, but can't get it into the zone. Beaufait keeps it in center ice, takes a hard check. Here come the Terriers. Oh, I'll tell you, Sukharov really leveled Doug Friedman of Boston U. This is Phil Sukharov with it. 7:58 and counting left in the second period. 3-2 Boston U. With it now at center ice is Dave Shayak. Shayak onside. Shayak the shot. Glove save by Bradley. Hangs on. And you hang on. We're coming back to St. Paul for more great hockey action on ESPN. 3-2 Boston U.
Wild thing. It is a wild thing. Oh, come shout and sing, join in the ring. It could be queen or it could be king. You go your way and I'll go mine. As long as you just make it fine.
Good times roll with the clean, fresh taste of Bud Light. It won't fill you up, never let you down.
Wild thing. Wild thing.
Back at the St. Paul Civic Center, and joining me now is the coach of the Minnesota Gophers, Doug Woogan. Doug, just in your eyes, what has brought Northern Michigan back to life?
Well, the power play, the penalty that number 2 took, Aloha, at the end of the first period gave the Wildcats a power play on fresh ice. They scored, then they got another one taken away, then they got one back. So if they're in the game, the momentum's on their side right now.
What do you see going to be the deciding factor here tonight?
Well, the goaltender always is. And of course, the referee's a factor. In momentum. Momentum's on the Wildcat side, and if they keep it for a while, they'll tie this game and go ahead, I think.
All right, thank you, Doug Luke. Now let's rejoin Tom Mees and Wally Shaver.
All right, Jim, the face-off to the right of Bradley. Comes loose, but Ahola is right there for Boston University, controlling Beatty. Beatty, though, gets underneath. Boy, his size, his smallness works to his advantage sometimes.
Well, he's very strong on his skates. He doesn't get knocked down a lot, and that's a real tribute to the conditioning program that he goes through.
This is Warenka. Plays it behind his own net. Puck is loose in the Northern Michigan zone. Ronan was there hanging around in the corner, but he couldn't control. Back comes Kevin Scott. Scott is onside. He's got Hiller to his right. He leaves it for Hiller, but Hiller had skated by it. Warenka now picks up, goes down low. Warenka behind the net. This is Hiller. Warenka takes a tumble as he's double teamed. But he's right back up again. Beatty to Hiller. And Boston U clears the zone. Kaskamaki sends it down. It'll be an icing, and Northern Michigan will have possession again in that BU zone.
Tremendous passing back in behind that net. There's a lot more room in college hockey behind the goal than there is in pro hockey. Brad Warenka, defenseman, pitching down in low, and some good give and go between him and Beatty to make things work. And you saw as the BU player, Kaskamaki, came back to the bench. He was talking with Jack Parker right away about getting in the right position. But look how Northern Michigan uses that big space back there to really open the game up and try to draw Boston University players out of position.
Face off to the left of Bradley. And officials were not satisfied with the alignment. So it'll be McEachran.
This is Dean Antos. He's great on the face-off, but he's actually moved back.
McEachran and Klandowski on the face-off. Boston University trying to lug it out of the zone. Can't do so. This is number 33, Frederick, in the corner. He's big and tough back there. 6'1", 190 freshman out of Madison, Wisconsin. Sukharov with the drive. Stick save by Bradley, who saw it all the way. Bradley's got to, well, both goalies got to come up big for their teams tonight. As Doug Luke said, goaltending will be really the deciding factor here. Wouldn't say a bad goal has been let in by either young man tonight.
No, and I think the real advantage is both coaches have senior goaltenders in there, and that experience pays off in a game like this.
LeChance, Scott LeChance loses control. Zabo had a golden opportunity. He lost control of the puck. This is Mark Cridge. I don't want it. You can have it. It's too slippery for me. Something like that.
It's a hot biscuit in here tonight. Nobody can get it.
6 minutes, 10 seconds is the offside whistled against Boston U, and the face-off to the dot just outside the Northern Michigan zone.
Mark Chris going off to sit on the bench, number 7 for Boston University, one of their tri-captains. Not an offensive type of player. He is a senior this year, has only 1 career goal. But the one reason he's there is because he's steady and consistent.
Oh, I tell you, O'Sullivan just buried Drake legally at center ice. That was a big hit by Boston U's Kevin O'Sullivan. Let's take another look at that one. Hockey is a game that we're hitting, and hard, clean body contact is a pleasure to watch.
Especially when you can do it open ice.
Oh, my.
And there's O'Sullivan just stepping into him. Maybe Drake in the process had his head down, but you can't do that when you're trying to reach back and catch a pass. It's always important for the defenseman to lead the forwards on the pass, get it ahead onto their stick so they don't have to look back for it.
Face off in the Northern Michigan zone. Pye sends it around the boards, but not very far. Warenka being double teamed behind his own net. Chris McCann back there causing havoc with David Sacco. McCann's got the long reach, but Zabo takes it away for Northern Michigan. Zabo sends it in. Bradley calmly plays it. Tries to play it up to his winger. Coming up ice, it doesn't clear. Loose puck in front. Oh, and there with a big shot was Ed Ward. It just didn't go for him, and Bradley almost doesn't see it. He got the left pad out there just in time as that puck looked tantalizingly like it was going across the red line.
I don't know how many good chances Tony Szabo has had tonight. You're going to need two hands to count them, but here he is rounding the net, tries the old stuff shot, and it glances off the skate of the defensive player, Chris McCann, right there, forcing Bradley to really reach back. Szabo had just missed an earlier shot, but about 10 feet out in front when he just couldn't reach to it. He has got himself open all night long, and I'm really impressed with this Tony Szabo. Only a freshman. He's out of Flint, Michigan. 39 goals on the year as a first-year player in college hockey. That's almost unheard of.
There's John Bradley, senior goaltender for Boston U, taking a look at his equipment. I believe we're going to have an official's timeout to take a look at that equipment and make some repairs. 5:22 left in the breathtaking second period. Boston U 3, Northern Michigan 2. Back in a moment.
Some people think Marge Connor is, well, frugal because she clips coupons, redeems cans, buys her holiday decorations the second week of January, finds a penny, picks it up, and often takes her granddaughter for breakfast at McDonald's. Because at McDonald's today, new lower prices really give you a break. And these days, what's wrong with being a little, well, frugal?
I think this is a very important part of the hockey game right now, Tom. Remember, in hockey, you're allowed only one timeout during the entire game. Boston University is calling it now with almost 5.5 minutes left to go in the second period. What he's doing here, Jack Parker, is just trying to slow his team down and caution them. Look at guys, we're getting a little uncontrolled out here. Let's get our senses and get back into the game.
Now let's go ice side quickly and Jim Rich.
You're exactly right, Wally. That's what he wants to do. Northern Michigan coach Rick Comley told me before the game he needs his offense to gain control in the offensive zone. They want to work the puck in the corner. They call it a roll, where the forwards continue to rotate in and out of the corner and continue to work the puck around until they find the open man. They weren't able to do it in the first period. They have been able to do it in the second period. They've gotten a couple of goals. BU coach Jack Parker has picked up on that, and I think he's going to change his defensive strategy. Tom?
All right, thank you very much, Jim. It's a wealth of information.
Well, and but Jack Parker has to make a change right now because, like Jim said, they're just rolling around down there, and the main reason they're doing it is they're moving their legs. Boston University is getting caught flat-footed a lot.
The Beatty line is on for Northern Michigan against the Tomlinson line for Boston U, and right after the puck was dropped, a whistle will do it again. Tomlinson and Beatty. Puck is loose. Gets back to Malone. Malone just throws it in there. Bradley score! Scott Beatty has tied this hockey game.
We've mentioned how critical face-offs are in your own zone. And this is a great example of why. Beatty digs down and pulls it back to Malone on the point, and Beatty immediately takes off to the net. Watch the sentiment in green. He sees the puck going back, so he spins off the check and heads right to the net, and he is able to pick up a rebound. And the Boston University player, you can see him just putting his stick up in the air. It came crashing down. Number 17, Tomlinson, just couldn't stay with him on the face-off.
You know what? Malone at the point, he also was a key man in that play. He didn't hit a rifle shot in there. He just threw it in there. He saw what was happening in front. He just lofted it in there, knowing that something like that could happen.
Did you see what he did? He kept the shot low. When you keep it low, it's going to have a rebound potential because the goalie will not glove it.
Oh, the Wildcats are buzzing now. Off the face-off after the goal. It's right back in the Boston University zone. I'd like to have a time of possession sheet from this period. It's almost like the ice is tilted.
They're only going to have to flood one side when Zamboni comes out.
3-3 hockey game. Here comes Tomlinson. Is he onside? No. Offside the call. Ronan Ross was offside on the right wing.
I guess it's not going to have to wait until the third period to see Northern Michigan get it cranked up a notch. But Tomlinson going off frustrated as he left Beatty alone as the two 17s paired off from the face-off. Northern Michigan's won.
4:42 left to go, second period. Hope you're enjoying it around the country. Hockey returns to ESPN, and what a return it is as Boston U coach Jack Parker and Rick Comley, Northern Michigan coach, giving some instructions to their team.
We got the #1 line out there for Boston University. We've talked how flashy these guys can be, but they have not figured in the scoring here in this game tonight.
Really haven't. Plandowski shoots it in for Northern Michigan. And Tony Amandi, I haven't called his name in recent vintage here, even getting a stick on the puck.
Well, he's got a shadow on him.
In front, score!
And the shadow scored. Darryl Plandowski.
Plandowski, as Frederick hit him with a perfect pass behind the net. Northern Michigan has come back from the dead. The Wildcats lead it 4-3.
As you were talking about Amani, I watched him peel off to the boards, but Plandowski decided, hey, I think I see a turnover here. I'm staying to the front. And he did. As Frederick tossed it there, Plandowski was all alone and immediately rifled it on a one-timer. No hesitation, and Northern Michigan down 3-0 after the first has stormed back to take the lead.
Oh, what a play by Frederick and Plandowski.
The checking line has outscored Boston's big gun line.
Well, Boston University, we've been saying this for a while, got to regroup. 4:16 left here in the second period. Tom Nees with Wally Shaver for you from the St. Paul Civic Center. Behind the net now is Chris. Chris up to Katruka, didn't know where the puck was. Puck is loose. Still in the Boston U zone. Chris finally gets it out. Trying to hit Sacco, steaming up the right wing, can't do so. Right back in the Boston University zone. Ward goes for it for Northern Michigan. This is Drake. Drake back out to the point. Wawrinka keeps it in. Brad Wawrinka over the glass and into the crowd while a face-off with 3:46 left here in the second period.
Only one assist to Frederick on the centering pass. And Antos picks up one as well as they turn it over down deep, where they love to work. And Northern Michigan is a happy group right now. They're leading by a goal and have earned it here in the second period.
The new RCA 8mm camcorder weighs less than 2 pounds. It's so small and light, you'll take it everywhere. That way, you won't miss a thing. And when you go from one subject to the next, the infrared focusing system focuses instantly. Like we say, you won't miss a darn thing. The new RCA 8mm camcorder. Another way we're changing entertainment again.
See the new RCA 8mm camcorder at Neargarth Phillips TV and Appliance, Kingsford, Michigan.
Justin, what kind of food do you think the aliens are going to take back with them in their ship?
I don't know, Jim. I just wanted a rib sandwich with some fries.
Oh, okay. What do you think the aliens are taking back to their planet?
I don't know. I'm just taking home 2 Whisker Burgers.
Look, Uncle Bill, there's that UFO I was telling you about. Look at it.
That's a dome. Oh. It was way off.
Whiskers Spirits and Eatery, 1700 Presque Isle Avenue.
I'm Rich with you. And what a lot of activity we've had in this game tonight. It's everything we've asked for and more. 4-3 now. Northern Michigan with the lead. Beaufet into the Boston U zone. Here come the Terriers back out momentarily. With it now is Bavis. Mark Bavis ahead, but the play is offside as right winger Doug Friedman was offside coming in.
We talk of how good that Northern Michigan has been with their offense down in the attack zone, but even coming back right here, the last 2 whistles against, or the last 2 rushes by Boston University into the northern zone have been offside. That tells you that Northern Michigan is back-checking. They're picking up the wings, just not letting them loose, forcing the guy across the line before the puck. Friendly stopping play.
Face-off just outside the Northern Michigan zone. It'll be Tomlinson and Beatty. Tomlinson controls it, but nobody home in the back line for BU, and so Dion has to go back and get it. We haven't seen Amandi on the ice very much. In this period, loose puck. Give away to Beatty, but Beatty's stick was tied up by Ronan. He couldn't get a shot away. This is Scott. Scott looking for Hiller behind the net. Dion gets there first. Dion whips it around the boards looking for Ronan, and Ronan whips it out into the center ice area. Puck bounces high back into the Boston U zone. Give away. The shot, score! And Beatty has got another one. Scott Beatty on a giveaway in the slot.
Feel sorry for Dion. He just whipped on trying to pass it up ice. Beatty was there and made no mistake. Faked the first shot, got himself a little bit more into the slot, And then you see it going off the heel of the stick. Takes it here, gets into the middle where he's got more eyes for the puck to see. And hits Bradley down low.
Well, Sullivan really provided a human screen for Bradley that time. And the goat on that play goes to number 5, Tom Dion, as Beatty took advantage of it. You can't give a sniper like that a chance from in close. No, that's his second one tonight. Well, I'll tell you, this is a game of streaks. A 3-0 start for BU. Everything was looking great. And Bradley, now we have a replacement in goal. The senior, John Bradley, takes a seat. And Scott Cashman, who played so well in the Clarkson semifinal, comes in to replace him.
And I don't think it's the fact that John Bradley has played poorly. You can't fault him on a lot of these goals. But I believe that Jack Parker is making his goaltending change just to try to spark his team, which has fallen badly here in the second period. So Cashman, who played in the victory against Clarkson College Thursday night, will come in and maybe finish or maybe not. Probably at least this period. But they need some big-time sparks here to get going.
Scott Beatty's 13th two-goal plus game of the season. 13th multiple goal game of the season. Here comes BU with the attack. Tony Amati with it. Amati wrapped up by Garrett McDonald. Kachuk is on there. The top line out for BU. Amati's got some open ice. He's got a man, Chris, at the point, but the pass never got there. Oh, Northern Michigan playing great defense. And as I say that, shooting it over the glass and into the crowd was Daryl Plandowski. And the face-off should come back to center ice.
Scott Cashman, the sophomore out of Canada, Ontario. He had eye problems earlier in this year and was rather inconsistent, but his eye problems certainly have healed. No eye problems with John Bradley, who's found a spot on the far end of the bench. He's had a very good season. Limited action his last 3 years because he had to play behind some great goaltending in front of him. Now it's up to Cashman to hold off this awesome Wildcat attack.
Chris McCann to Peter Ahola, and Bill Pye comes well out of his net to glove that one eye high. It was not going to be on goal, but he didn't want to take any chance with a deflection, and he gets a face-off.
Billy Pye has had a relatively easy period here. Even though Boston University has taken 9 shots, which is more than they did in the first period, most of the action's been at the opposite end.
Face off to the right of Pye. Finally comes loose. Ahola waits at the point, but can't keep it in for BU. Northern Michigan pressing the attack. They're like a bunch of hungry bees coming out of the hive. And I think it really centered around that goal, which was waved off by the official. It really got Northern Michigan angry.
Well, where Boston University has to recover right now is in that neutral zone. They just can't give Wildcats the opportunity to wheel right through there. They have to slow them down through the neutral ice.
This is little Lou Malone behind the net. He's a gutty little defenseman. Sukara misplays it in front. Oh, Pye went down. Zabel was in the crease, but nobody could get a stick on it for BU. Here comes Ward for Northern Michigan. Ward breaks in. Can't get the centering pass away. Zabel comes in after it. Eddie Ward gets it away, but it's picked up by BU. However, it goes to the point, and Wawrinka got a heck of a drive. Another shot hits the side of the net. Target practice for Northern Michigan here in this second period. They have dominated play. Ahola into the center ice area. Peter Ahola carries in, but the play is offside. And Tomlinson, he was a good 2 strides offside for no good reason.
Well, it really wasn't his fault. Why Ahola had to veer off to the right side when he had an open alley straight ahead. Drew Tomlinson ahead of the play. Tomlinson thought he was going to go straight. When things aren't working, they just aren't working. And right now, Boston University set right back on their heels.
49 seconds left to go in this second period.
Scott Beatty with a pair of goals, now with 47 on the year, establishes a new school record for Northern Michigan.
And a new supply of pucks being brought out. That's the delay. Ran out of pucks here. You can't have that.
Need the biscuit to play the game.
Face-off will be just outside the blue line. Center ice, just outside the Northern Michigan zone. Antos controls it, gets it back to Garrett McDonald, the freshman defenseman who's had a fine game tonight. Dion victimized on a Northern Michigan goal a few minutes ago. To McEachran, 38 seconds left in the period. Onside McEachran. McEachran gets through, but without the puck. That's the key, and the puck goes into the crowd. Garrett McDonald backhanding it in there. And the faceoff will come in the Northern Michigan zone with 33 seconds left.
On that last rush, too, as Tkachuk and his teammates brought the puck across the line, they were greeted by a wall of Northern Michigan Wildcats. Wildcats now with that 2-goal lead just aren't going to sit back and wait.
Well, don't forget tomorrow, Top Rank Boxing. That's tomorrow, 9 Eastern and 6 Pacific time. The vacant NABF Featherweight Championship, 12 rounds, Rafael Ruelas and Steve Cruz. Featherweights, Top Rank Boxing tomorrow night. Back to hockey action. Pye comes out of the net to knock away the shot by the big BU defenseman, Tom Dion. Loose puck with 20 seconds left. O'Sullivan. His long shot goes past the goal line, and it's actually whistled for an offside because it came from the Boston U zone.
All the way back we come, and with Antos on the ice and a face-off in the Boston University zone. Dean Antos is not going to stay on the ice. Northern Michigan deciding to make a line change. But they got a great opportunity here to win this face-off and try to spark one more marker up on the board.
5-3 Northern Michigan, and just as we said that Boston U did not have this game wrapped up when they led it 3-0 early, do not think by any stretch of the imagination that Northern Michigan has it wrapped up. It should be one heck of a third period.
I can't wait. The way the ebb and flow has switched in this game.
Beatty and Tomlinson. Beatty controls the face-off, but Paskamaki with a good play, carrying the puck out to center ice. 10 seconds left in the period. Ronan shoots it in. Ed Ronan has 2 goals for BU, 2 of the 3. Clock down to 3 seconds. 2. A hole there where the Paskamaki can't get a shot away, and that's the end of the second period. And the Northern Michigan fans, and I would say the local fans here from the Minnesota area, fans of the WCHA, are eyes as one, applauding the efforts of the Wildcats. 5 goals in the second period. It is Northern Michigan 5, Boston University 3.
When it comes to delivered pizza, you know who gets there sooner. And any pizza that gets there sooner,
The sooner the better.
Has to be better.
The sooner the better. The sooner the better.
So if you want it hot, and you want it fresh,
The sooner the better.
you want it sooner. So call Domino's Pizza. Now for just $9.99, get 2 medium, 2 topping pizzas. Call Domino's.
The sooner the better.
There are days when the breezes don't blow, the dogs don't bark, and you can't watch some actress enjoy the thirst-quenching citrus taste of Squirt. Come on, lady. Give your thirst a Squirt.
You could win a trip for 2 to the Australian Grand Prix or one of hundreds of other great prizes. Just enter the Squirt ESPN Australian Grand Prix sweepstakes and see what it's like to race in the land down under.
Boy, that old hockey sage momentum just can't seem to make up his mind. First period, all Boston U, 3-0, but in the second period, 5 goals for the Wildcats of Northern Michigan. They lead it by a score of 5-3. Now, we have players on both teams tonight who are finalists for the Hobie Baker Award. What is it? Well, it's like the Heisman Trophy of college hockey. Goes to the best college hockey player in the country. There are 10 finalists. We'll know the winner after the game tonight. Right now, we don't know the winner. Let's take a look at the finalists. We begin with Northern Michigan University center Scott Beatty. They call him the little guy with a big shot. And why not? He had 79 points in the regular season, including 43 goals. Then we moved eastward to Harvard and Peter Savaglia. This senior forward had 24 goals and 62 assists this year for the Crimson. Savaglia is hoping to capture the Baker Award just as Lane McDonald did 2 seasons ago. Back out west for senior center Jim Dowd from Lake Superior State. Dowd had 49 assists to go with his 19 goals this season as the Sioux Lakers vaulted to the top of the national rankings. In the Hockey East, senior center David Emma from Boston College. He led the Eagles into the NCAA tournament again with 35 goals and 46 assists. His NHL rights are held by the Devils. University of Michigan right winger Denny Felsner. His 37 goals and 30 assists helped to lead Red Berenson's team into the quarterfinals of this tournament against Boston University. North Dakota center Greg Johnson. His 59 assists and 17 goals made this Fighting Sioux performer an offensive threat to be reckoned with. From RPI, setter Joe Juneau. He had 23 goals and 40 assists this season, made him the big gun on the RPI engineer roster. From Boston University, center Sean McEachran. This junior from Waltham, Massachusetts, accounted for 77 points this season, centering for the Terriers' top line along with Tony Amati and Keith Kachuk. Back to Northern Michigan University and their All-American defenseman Brad Wawrinka. He's a Hobie Baker finalist this season. The senior from Edmonton, Alberta, had 59 points during a great regular season. And last but certainly not least, Jean-Yves Roy, the sophomore right winger of the University of Maine. This exciting little player had 31 goals during the regular season and added 3 more in a semifinal loss to Northern Michigan. Who's going to win the Hobie Baker Award? We don't know yet. This much we do know, though, Wally, is that the determining factor is played during the regular season, and it's too bad for Scott Beatty. If this is not a regular season game, he's got a couple of goals tonight.
Well, we've seen some great ones here in this tournament. It's almost too bad that you can't give some kind of an award to all 10 of these finalists because there's exceptional hockey players. Most of these guys are going to end up in the National Hockey League eventually anyways.
And those that don't win, hey, Brett Hull, I don't see him on hard times in St. Louis. and you can talk about people like Craig Simpson of the Edmonton Oilers. A lot of fine players don't win and go on a great pro career.
Well, they do, and I guess it just says an awful lot about college hockey here in the United States. It's a tremendous breeding ground for future NHLers. It has been over the past, and I think is going to be even more so in the future.
Fasten your seatbelts. The third period approaches. We'll be back with more of our intermission in the second period. Northern Michigan is stormed from behind to take a 5-3 lead.
Nothing beats a butt with a friend. Nothing beats what we've got here. Nothing beats clean, crisp, cold. Nothing beats the king of beers. Yeah, nothing beats a bud. Yeah, nothing beats a bud. Nothing beats a Budweiser. Nothing beats a bud.
So what'd you use? My checker-faced framing hammer.
In New Britain, Connecticut, people don't talk about the weather.
You use a checker-faced framing hammer?
Where was your curved claw finish hammer?
You see, since 1843, New Britain's been the home of Stanley.
But I got him a Stanley handsaw last year for his birthday.
And if local conversation revolves around tools...
Hey, fellas, look at this.
Whoa! It's only because we make tools worth talking about.
Stanley's 12-foot power lock tape rule, huh?
For the first time ever, the greatest moments in all 21 men and women's intercollegiate sports are celebrated under one roof at the brand new NCAA Visitor Center. The NCAA Visitor Center. It's where you and your family can see the history of college athletics come alive. Celebrate the magic moments in college sports at the NCAA Visitor Center, now open in Kansas City.
April is filled with TV you've got to see on ESPN. Major League Baseball leads off with an opening day doubleheader, plus live games 4 nights a week. Jack's back in full swing, joining the seniors at the Tradition. Our team watches your team make its picks at the NFL Draft. Don't miss NASCAR's best, speeding by with 4 Winston Cup races, and top thoroughbreds heading down the stretch towards the Kentucky Derby. April's National Cable Month, TV you've got to see on ESPN.
Back at the St. Paul Civic Center, 2 periods are in the books. The first period belonged to Boston University as they outscored Northern Michigan 3-0. In the second period, it was all Northern Michigan as they scored 5 times. And joining me is Herb Brooks, the legendary coach of the 1980 Olympic team, and of course also at the University of Minnesota and at the professional level as well. And first of all, since we're at a college hockey game, Herb, if you could reminisce a little bit about the 78 team and just what it takes to win a national championship.
Well, a lot of bounces, hot goalkeeper, a lot of little things, obviously, because when you get to the final 8 or the final 4, you know, any one of those teams, you know, could win something. So it's all the little things. I don't think there's any one big thing. It's just, you know, face-offs are important. BU's lost a couple of big face-offs here today that cost them very dearly. So I would have to think just the little intricacies of the game.
Now, in 1980, your team went on at the U.S. Olympics. They won the championship with the Miracle on Ice team. 1980, that team was made up of college hockey players. I know at the time pros weren't allowed in, but still those players had to have been great players to accomplish what they did.
Well, there's no question. The 1980 Olympic team, they're all products of the, the NCAA program, the colleges, universities across the country. The team I had at Minnesota in '79, we had about 10 of those guys that won the national championship. I think the 1980 team was just really a testimonial to the fact that, the fine programs that we have in the United States, the fine coaches, all that sort of stuff. So, again, I was in the right place at the right time.
Now, if you're Jackie Parker in the locker room here, you've just given him 5 goals in the second period. What kind of things can he do? You know his mentality.
Well, again, they lost a couple of key faceoffs. So important. I would break the thing down to 4 or 5-minute segments. Just say we got to win the first 5, then the second 5. You can't say we're down 2 or 20 minutes to go. It's going to be a big task. So if you win it by bits and pieces, you might have a chance.
All right, Herb Brooks, thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back with second period highlights right after this. Northern Michigan out in front by a score of 5-3.
Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. The horse and the way to carry the sleigh through the wide and drippy snow. La, la, la.
A Michelin tire can give you enough miles to circle the world more than 2 times. That's a lot of trips to Grandma's. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Shine a light on you, shine a light on me. Keep your Bud Light shining for everyone to see.
When you're looking good, you want Bud Light. The clean, fresh taste won't fill you up and never let you down.
You can't taste it, you can feel it. You know you got it right. 'Cause everything else is just right. Just keep your Bud Light shining. Everything else is just right. You got to shine on. Everything else is just right.
Come on over, baby. Whole lot of shake.
Over the past 5 years, more people switched to Glidden than any other paint. Now, if that isn't the ultimate test of quality, we don't know what is. Glidden, a better way to paint. Maybe the reason more people switched to Glidden than any other paint in the last 5 years is because we've got the color they're looking for.
My brown eyes blue.
Glidden, a better way to paint.
It takes desire and dedication to break out of the mold of an average body. General Nutrition Centers can help you break the mold. With Cybergenics, the total bodybuilding system for serious workouts. It's all here. Supplements, diet and training manual, even a videotape. The Cybergenics Bodybuilding Kit. Satisfaction guaranteed. GNC, the authority in sports nutrition products.
Welcome back to St. Paul. There's our score after 2 periods. First period, all red and white. Second period, all green and white. As we look at the scoring summary, I'm Tom Mees along with Wally Shaver. How do you stop a runaway train? That's what Northern Michigan is right now.
Well, they are, and I think they're going to take two schools of thought as you come into this third period. You just sit back and protect that 2-goal lead, or you keep doing what got you there, which is good, aggressive forechecking and making the legs move and keeping the guys circulating back behind that goal. And I think that's what we're going to see Northern continue to do.
Well, with the score 3-1 after a power play goal by Antos, Northern Michigan thought it was 3-2, but this goal was waved off.
This was Brad Rowenka, gained very early in the second period as he's pulled down to the ice, crashes into the netminder, John Bradley. Now, the officials said no goal was scored here because of the fact that he knocked the puck in and the whistle had already been blown. Quick whistle in my book, but they didn't waste any time playing it back to the point. Now, Lou Malone's shot is deflected. Beatty going after the rebound, pumps it home. And at that point, it tied up the hockey game at 3 apiece. And then Beatty, stealing an errant pass here by Dian, just came in and blew one past John Bradley. That made it a 5-3 game, and that was the end of John Bradley in the Boston University Nets.
A grim-looking Boston University Terrier team. They're down by 2 goals. They'll try and get back in this one. We'll be back for the third period in a moment.
Marquette Catholic Credit Union wishes the Hockey Wildcats the best of luck. The Marquette Catholic Credit Union has served Marquette for many years and is with the community in cheering the Cats on. Representing over 25 different companies as independent insurance agents, that's Northern Underwriters and their local member agencies, such as Larson, Hetrick, and Weaver in Marquette. For insurance information, call Northern at 1-800-562-9773.
Hey, it's great for a radio like me to sit back and relax for a minute. In case you don't know it, I'm one of the key parts of this game. When it comes to changes and strategies, I'm it. They talk on me. Now, I don't run the power play, but I'm in on it. Let me tell you, there's a guy downstairs, and I'm upstairs. And we all communicate. The coaches, the players, I mean, they talk on me. I'm a radio. I'm a power play. I got radio power for communications. Your communications is our business at Range Telecommunications.
The place where fighters have stepped into the ring as unknown, made the right connection, and emerged as champions.
You're gonna knock him out to win this, all right?
Former world champion Steve Cruz is on the long road back to the top. He faces undefeated Rafael Ruelas for the North American featherweight title. It's Championship Sunday on Top Rank Boxing, live on ESPN.
Welcome back to the St. Paul Civic Center. Tom Mees with Wally Shaver. A quick look at the second range scoring summary. Antosa power play, followed by Buffet, followed by Beatty. His 46th for the year. Then Plandowski made it 4-3, and Beatty unassisted is 47th at 17:48. You know, we talked a lot about Boston U's monster line of McEachran, Kachuk, and Amati coming in. Not only have they not scored as anticipated, but in goal, Cashman has had to replace Bradley.
Billy Pye will go the distance. You mentioned the fact that those big players did not pick up points at all so far in this game for Boston University. The big star, however, for Northern Michigan, Scott Beatty, has 2 goals and an assist. 3 points on the night. That's the separator right now, folks. One line's producing, the other isn't.
All right, from Northern Michigan's viewpoint, 20 minutes separate the Wildcats from their first ever national championship. Boston University will have none of that. They're going to try and put the pressure on early and try and come back in this game. And a reminder that Northern Michigan, and this is a good stat for the folks in Marquette and not so good in Boston, Northern Michigan is 32-0-2 while leading after 2 periods.
You think that's a good sign?
For Northern Michigan. And Boston University, meanwhile, when trailing after 2 periods, and that's not very often, has only come from behind once to win after trailing after 2 periods of play.
I thought that an important stat there, too. Only 6 times this year have they been behind. We talked about how explosive BU is early on. We saw that tonight, but now they've got to really earn their oats and come from behind in this one against a team that just doesn't give up.
McEachran carried the puck in offsides for BU. The face-off at the dot just outside the Northern Michigan zone. It'll be McEachran. And Kachuk and Amati. On defense, Ahola and Phil Van Stefanelli. I'm Tom Mees with Wally Shaver. Hope you've been with us the entire game. What a hockey game it's been. Arguably the 2 best teams in the country at this point in time. Certainly both on a roll coming in, and they really lived up to the billing. Phil Van Stefanelli. And Amati knocks it into the Northern Michigan zone. The Northern Michigan carries it right back out again, or knocks it right back out, and Scott Cashman, who came in late in the second period, is still in net for Boston University, replacing John Bradley. This is Kachuk into the Northern Michigan zone. Puck deflected back to the stick of Billy Pye, and a whistle by the official. We have a penalty call coming up. Yes, we do. We have an interference penalty, and I believe it's on Northern Michigan.
That will only be the 3rd penalty of the game going up against the Wildcats. And taking a seat in the penalty box is tight checking forward Daryl Plandowski, whose assignment tonight has been to watch Amati. You saw Amati skate off the ice. Plandowski has been his shadow, and he has shadowed on it. He's so close there isn't even a shadow being cast by those 2 going down the ice. So Plandowski probably got a little bit too close in the eye of referee Matt Shagas, and Plandowski will serve an interference call early in the period.
Some jousting going on before the puck is dropped between McDonald and Kaskamaki. Garrett McDonald. Key point of the game here, I think, for Boston University. They want to switch momentum back to their side. There's no better way to do it than get a power play goal.
Especially early here in the period. This is a big plus for them. They've got to make the best of it now.
Face-off control by the Terriers back to Dion. Dion inside the blue line. Goes behind to David Tomlinson. Tomlinson keeps it rolling. Tomlinson. Ronan. Kaskamaki line out there. Tomlinson still working in the corner. Eddie Ward comes up for Northern Michigan and bats it out to center ice where Dion is there. Ronan dumps it in. You see the BU power play 0 for 2 tonight. That's the stat that really means something. For the season, just over 23%. Kaskamaki at the goal line. Boston University trying to set up a play in the Northern Michigan zone. Still a minute 25 to go on their power play. Dion. Tomlinson. This is Ronan. He falls down. Oh, yeah, an excellent chance. Ronan gets back up. Back to the point to Dion. Dion to Stefanelli. And Stefanelli's shot is whacked off line by Ed Ward. Dion carries in behind the net. Referee takes a tumble. Crowd loves that. Tomlinson back to Ronan. Ronan in front. Oh, Kaskamaki with a shot. The net almost comes off at moorings. It does. It started to fall down on top of Bill Pye, and when it landed back on the ice, it was off the magnet, so they'll whistle it down. 51 seconds left in the BU power play.
Here's Ronan looking back behind, puts it out in front, right onto the stick to Kaskamaki. And you can see the defenseman, Garrett McDonald, falling into the net as he is bumped there by Ed Ronan. Ronan with a pair of goals already in this game. You don't see much out of this guy, Garrett McDonald. Just kind of one of those stay-at-home types of guys. He gets paired with Brad Rowenka, so as much as Rowenka likes to rush the puck, somebody better stay back and control the other end of the ring.
50 seconds left in the BU power play. McEachran takes the face-off, but it goes back in the corner where Lou Malone gets it for Northern Michigan. But the Wildcats can't clear for the moment, and the puck up over the glass into the crowd. It'll be face-off again, but where? I think it'll be top of the face-off circle.
These are the guys that have to come through right now. Sean McEachran at center. Keith Tkachuk on the left wing. Tony Amati on the right wing. Probably just Tkachuk will be back with the team next year. McEachran and Amati are going to have opportunities either with the U.S. Olympic team or professional contracts.
Face-off just above the top of the face-off circle in the Northern Michigan zone to the right of Pye. Comes loose over to the sideboards. Sizing it up and sending it down the ice is Phil Sukharov. Cashman plays it ahead. 35 seconds left in the BU power play. McEachran's onside. He's got Amati in the slot, but Amati is well covered. Cross-ice pass, Tkachuk. Tkachuk back to the point to Ahola. Ahola back to LeChance. He can't recover. He can't control it. McEachran behind the net. McEachran bothered from behind. Nice job there by Sukharov. Amati to LeChance. LeChance shot is directed well wide. 15 seconds left in the power play. McEachran, LeChance. LeChance shoots. And it's again deflected by the defense. 8 seconds left in the BU power play. Northern Michigan clears the zone, and that'll do it.
Very good penalty killing. Keith Tkachuk was planting himself out in front of the goal, but Bill Pye never really had to worry about it because the Northern Michigan defense covering up extremely well and not allowing any shots to come through from Boston University.
And the Terriers ice the puck. The faceoff will be back in the Boston U zone. 17:07 left in regulation time.
They can't let themselves get demoralized and feel frustrated because they didn't get much going in this power play. They still have 17 minutes to go here in the period and plenty of time to chip away at the 2-goal Northern lead.
Landowski, or no, it's Beatty. Beatty's line is on. He'll take it against Sacco. Beatty controls the faceoff. Back to the point. It went to Jeff Simpson. Simpson's shot is directed wide. This is Hiller behind the net. He goes to the backhand. Nobody home in the slot. The shot out in front. The rebound. Beatty shoots and scores! Scott Beatty's got the hat trick, and Northern Michigan is on a roll.
And again, they were just buzzing around. Beatty, Scott, and Hiller. Here's a shot from the point by Carpenter, who had pinched in. Puck is played off the side, and Beatty immediately one-times it. Cashman had trouble getting back to his feet, and the shot went right through his legs into the 5-hole. And it's a huge lead now. There's Hiller sending it across. And number 17, Scott Beatty, wrapping at it. What a performance he's had with his 4th point of the night.
6-3, and the hill has now become a mountain for Boston University.
Yep.
With 16:45 left to go, the Terriers got to start taking some chances. Mark Babas with it. Fights along the corner with McEachran. Babas around the boards. Von Stefanelli. And Stefanelli in it. Oh, Oh, nice save off the blocker by Pye. That was ticketed for the net. And Billy Pye just got his blocker on there. This is Friedman pitching in, does no good. Here comes Scott, he picks it up. He's got Hiller in the slot, but Hiller overskates it, and Boston U comes back the other way. Ahola ahead to Friedman. Friedman breaks in, goes the backhand, well behind the net. That was intended for the slot area. That was an errant pass. We have a whistle as the net comes off the moorings again.
Scott Beatty, a complete season now. 48 goals on the year. This guy may have a shot at 50 if he gets a couple more here tonight. And it's a jubilant staff on the bench of the Wildcats. Beatty had a 27-game streak at one time this year. He's an all-academic player. Leads the nation in both goals and assists. And he was Freshman of the Year last season for the WCHA, and an obvious first-team All-Star this year.
And remember, at the conclusion of this game tonight, we'll announce the winner of the Hobie Baker Award for the outstanding college hockey player in the country. Drake has it for Northern Michigan in the slot. Oh, just wide was the shot taken by Tony Szabo. Tony Szabo again out in front. Szabo again. The shot by Ward is high over the net. He had a loose puck in the slot. And the puck comes all the way back to the Northern Michigan zone. Billy Pye leaves it for his defenseman, Warinka. Warinka up to Ward. Hops over his stick. Back comes Dion. Dion into the zone. BU is onside. McEachran can't get there. Garrett McDonald bats it back out again. 15:20 to go. Regulation time. Tom Mees with Wally Shaver in St. Paul, Minnesota. National finals of the NCAA Division I hockey tournament for the national championship. Boston U trailing Northern Michigan 6-3. Into the corner, Amati, who's been silenced tonight. Tony Amati has not been heard from. Amati would like to change that. McEachran behind the net. Warinka to center ice. And the puck goes into the crowd. Face-off will be just outside the Northern Michigan zone. 14:52 left in the third period of play. Beatty's third hat trick of the year is just half the reason why Northern Michigan is on top.
And Tony Amati has only one shot on goal in this game. Is Daryl Klandowski doing a job? You bet he is.
Jason's here.
Yeah. They're happy. These folks know this place, too. Don't forget that Northern Michigan has played in here 3 years in a row in the WCHA playoff tournament, a tournament in which they won just 2 weeks ago here in this building.
Back behind the net is Dave Shayak, fourth line on now for Northern Michigan. Behind the net with it is Mark Beaufait. Puck comes loose to center ice, and this is Sacco. Sacco's onside with Babus. Sacco backhand pass, lazy backhand pass for McCann. McCann, the broken stick on the ice to save the rebound. A chance and a stick save, and Pye bats it out of the crowd. Billy Pye is a hot goaltender.
Point-blank range for Scott LaChance as he cruised right up the slot and unloaded a hard one. But Pye had come about 20 feet out of the net to deflect it harmlessly out of play. He made that thing look so simple.
And as the broken stick being removed from the ice, as you look at Billy Pye bowing his head to catch his breath, and who can blame him?
And I guess he's going to be able to get a haircut after this game.
14:18 left in regulation time. And congratulations to the Duke Blue Devils. They have just upset UNLV to move to the finals of the NCAA College Basketball Championship. 79-77, Duke beats UNLV. Unbelievable.
Should set up a nice national final on Monday night.
All right, back to the hockey action here. Still loads of time left. 14:04. Boston U. Tomlinson scores!
That's the goal they need right there. Tomlinson didn't give up. He was being checked on the play by the defenseman Brad Warinka, but he stayed with it and unloaded a good shot. And that time, at 14:01 left in the period, can become a critical element. 17 is Tomlinson. Look, as he fights off the check and beats Pye low on the stick side. And that pulls Boston University within 2. Fine effort by the big winger, the big centerman, Tomlinson.
Senior out of North Vancouver, BC, David Tomlinson, 5'10", 184-pounder. Let's see if momentum switches sides here again, Wally.
Well, if you're Northern Michigan right now, you have to tighten up a wee bit on defense and just not let people loose in your own zone.
6-4 to score now. Klandowski puts one in. Oh, that was on net. Just a little bit high. comes Tony Amati. Amati in center ice. Remember, he's only got one shot on goal tonight. Let's see if Boston U gets some impetus here. Tkachuk was close to being offside. They let him go with the play. And here comes Plandowski back the other way. Plandowski lifts it into the corner. Northern Michigan and BU will both go for a line change. That was Tomlinson's 30th goal unassisted at 5:59. This is Bavis. Mark Bavis, number 20, at center ice for BU. Another quick line change. Late in the game here, fatigue a factor. Both sides are going to be changing quite often. And we're going to have a penalty call on Boston University in a moment. Plandowski upended. Oh, what a check by Phil von Stefanelli. But the penalty happened at the other end of the ice. Charging will be the call. We'll run it down for you when we return. 13:02 left in regulation time. Northern Michigan by 2.
Think any oil can protect your truck? When it works its hardest, revs its highest? Think again. Truck Guard from Shell. Truck Guard presents the roughest, toughest, wildest, the greatest sports moments of the 80s. Yours free with any oil change or case purchase of Truck Guard. Or $2.99 with a 1-quart purchase from Shell.
Welcome back to the St. Paul Civic Center. Those of you just joining us after watching a full day of hoops, welcome to the national championship game of college hockey. I'm Tom Means with Wally Shaver, and what a game we've had here tonight. Northern Michigan and Boston University. 13:02 left in regulation time. Northern Michigan leading it 6-4. And the Terriers will be shorthanded. Wildcats on the power play. And Northern Michigan won another big face-off. A loose puck in front. Oh, Beatty gunning for his 4th goal. Couldn't control it. This is Scott Beatty. The shot, the save by Passman. What a save by Passman on Hiller. Here comes BU, 2-on-1, down a man. Ed Ronan, he's got 2 goals tonight. And a nice defensive play by Brad Wawrinka, the All-American.
2-on-1, right back for Northern.
Scott Beatty wants to hit Hiller. Loose puck in front. Beatty decides to take it to the corner. And this is Hiller. Hiller the shot. Passman the save. Loose puck. Beatty the shot. Hits his own man right in the rear end. Back to Hiller. To Wawrinka. That hurt. Ronan. And here comes BU, 2-on-1. Make it 3-on-2. This is Tomlinson. Had a big goal a moment ago. The shot. No shot. The pass was made in front. Loose puck. Tomlinson and the goaltender Billy Pye covers up with a pass.
And look where Billy Pye is. He's way out of the net. He likes to roam a little bit. But down at the other end, a tremendous save here by the goaltender, Scott Cashman. Beatty just cranks one right on goal. Cashman throws himself across the crease to make the save. And it sprung BU right back up ice. A little late in the shift, too. Here's Hiller whacking away. Beatty will have an opportunity. This is an awesome line that had a tremendous performance by the Wildcats in this game tonight.
Face off to the right of Billy Pye in the Northern Michigan zone. 58 seconds left in the Northern Michigan power play. And this is Drake at center ice. Drake cruises in on right wing. Mark Chris over to help break the play up. Mike Bavis also in there. Drake comes away with it anyway. Drake gets it over to Plandowski. Back to Drake to Plandowski. To the point to Lou Malone. This is Sukharov. Sukharov to Plandowski. The shot. Goal!
Second goal of the game for the Shadow. Daryl Plandowski, as they work the power play beautifully. He came up out of the corner, positioned himself inside the face-off circle, and just waited for the 2 defensemen to place and give and go. Finally back into Plandowski, and he just cranked a good, solid shot. Cashman had no chance.
Let's see if it was tipped in. Well, you think it was tipped by anybody?
I think it was a straight shot.
Yeah. Plandowski, I believe, gets that goal.
8:24. That's a power play tally for Northern Michigan. This game's had all kinds of twists. Boston University had a 3-0 lead after the first period. Northern scored 5 straight in the second. Northern scored again here early in the third. Boston University cut it to 6-4. And this power play goal puts Northern Michigan back up by 3.
And into the the zone. McEachran races for it. Billy Pye beats him to it. Amati gets right back on it for Boston U. Tony Amati's had one shot on goal tonight. His centering pass is blocked down easily by Northern Michigan. Amati goes back for it at center ice. Plandowski almost had a breakaway. 7-4 now. Northern Michigan well in control and 11 minutes 5 seconds away from their first ever national championship. Keith Kachuk in the corner. This is Amati. Back to the point. Dion lifts it in. McEachran was trying to screen in front. Couldn't affect that play. And the puck comes out of the zone. That goal by Plandowski is second tonight from Sukarov and Malone. Malone's got 3 assists tonight, and it looked like on Thursday we wouldn't see him tonight at all.
Absolutely. He took a nasty hit up along the boards in a collision with Kent Selfie of Plain Black Bears. Jammed his foot up along the boards.
Here's the shot. High over the net by Boston University's McDonald. The chance in front. Oh, a lot of traffic in that crease. Darren McDonald is right on top of Billy Pye. And Rick Comley telling his defenseman Sukarov, look, cool out. Keep your cool down there. 10:20 left to go in the third period. It's Northern Michigan leading Boston U 7-4.
No better way to face the day.
The morning belongs to Skin Bracer Aftershave. Its cool, brisk tingle really gets you going. And what a great scent. Skin Bracer.
No better way to face the day.
It's not how much you pay that counts, but what you get for your money. This consumer tip was brought to you by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
You're looking at the bench of the highest scoring team in college hockey this year. 18 times, 7 or more goals. And what's this? Their 42nd game, so almost half their games, they've hit 7 or more.
And Boston U came in with a wealth of scoring talent. They scored more goals than they ever have in any single season.
Yes, they have. There's a lot of offense on that team, so don't underestimate it. It's no wonder we're having a shootout here at the Civic Center in this championship game.
Huge cheer of the crowd here when they heard that Duke UNLV final score. As Pye stops it for a face-off, and temper's starting to flare a little bit. Boston U's Doug Friedman getting his stick up a little bit, but no penalties called, and the face-off again to the right of Pye. 10:14 left, still lots of time. And BU came out early on in this game and scored 3 goals in a hurry.
And I think they just have to press right now. They have to start taking some offensive gambles. Forget the defense. They've got to come back. They've got to get 8 goals to win this one. So that means they've got 4 more to go. And with only 10 minutes left, they have to work.
Sacco controls the face-off, but the puck gets out of the zone. Mark Chris couldn't keep it in for Boston U. Excellent crowd of almost 13,000 here tonight. When you consider the North Stars have a sellout tonight against Chicago in the NHL, that is not bad at all. And the University of Minnesota is not involved.
Well, they call this a hockey capital of the U.S. St. Paul, Minnesota. Several big tournaments have gone on here. The WCHA 3 weeks ago, and a week before that, the Minnesota State High School Hockey Tournament, which annually draws 100,000 people.
Mark Chris, or rather Scott LaChance, lifts it in for Boston U. Here comes Lou Malone back the other way for Northern Michigan. Malone. Into the Boston U zone. Ahola can't get it out. I'll tell you, Northern Michigan's done a great job of forechecking all night, and they've taken care of business in their own end very well since the first period. Tomlinson lost it in. Ronan tries to get his stick on. That was a great play. Ronan had position. He did get his stick on the puck, but Bill Pye made the save. Welcome to the hockey capital of America tonight, St. Paul, Minnesota, the Civic Center, the national title game in college hockey. It is Boston University and Northern Michigan, and they're happy in the Upper Peninsula right now because the Wildcats lead at 7-4. I'm Tom Meades with Wally Shaver and Jim Rich.
And they are celebrating there now. I think it's a pretty solid position for Northern Michigan to be in at this point with 9 minutes left.
Tomlinson for BU behind the Northern Michigan net. Wildcats stumping out. Going to see a lot of that in the last 9 minutes or so. Just getting it out of the zone. What did Fred Sherrill say when he was coaching the NHL? The late Fred Sherrill, when in doubt, get it out.
That's right. Don't make mistakes.
Grab the ring Warenka just dumps it in.
And that's Brad Warenka did a fine play coming up out of his own zone. You just don't want to make a bad pass in your own end.
Zabo almost got an excellent shot on goal, but it was deflected the last minute in the slot. Von Stefanelli gets it ahead. For Boston U, this is Koskamaki with the drive. It's well wide to the right. Rebound comes out. And here comes Northern Michigan. This is Eddie Ward. Ward gives it back to Zabo. Zabo's shot is well wide to the right. Ward goes for it. Koskamaki will nail him into the boards. And O'Sullivan comes up with it for BU. Kevin O'Sullivan. Center ice having trouble with it is Sukharov, so he gives it to Zabo. Ice getting a bit choppy now, late in the third period. Cashman saves it. Amonte, careless back pass. Easy shot. Putting it back in is Frederick. Nobody home in the crease, and this is in the slot. This is Sukharov. Back to Frederick. Frederick, who backhands it in. Dion gets nailed by Frederick, and they both fall and shove each other. No penalty. Here comes McEachran. McEachran is tied up by Warenka. Top line, non-existent. And as I say that, a score. Tony Amonte. Thank you very much, Tony. Make Tom look like a fool.
Billy Pye never saw it either. He looked a little foolish. He was looking straight ahead. But Phil Sukharov, who's done, not Phil Sukharov, but Daryl Plandowski, has done such a fine job of checking Amonte all night long. He's number 15 in the white. Lets him go right here, and it just hits the shaft of his stick and pops high and over. Watch out in front now. Coming through is Amonte, number 3. Pye's looking straight ahead, but that puck has already gone up and over and back down into the cage. And BU gets it a very critical goal at this juncture of the game.
Tony Amonte playing his last college game at Boston University with his first goal tonight. He had 3 in the semifinals against Clarkson. 7:25 to go. Boston University uplifted with that goal, but still trails by 2. Scott LaChance in his own zone. He'll lug it out rather than hit it off the boards. Now LaChance dumps it in. Bouncing puck on Pye. There with it is Bavis. Boston U starting to pinch in now, putting some pressure on. Bavis gets it back to Chris at the point. Chris dumps it in. Behind the cage it goes, and it's Garrett McDonald for Northern Michigan. McDonald gets out of the zone, a 2-on-1. Beatty on the right, Scott on the left. Scott Beatty tries the pass, and LaChance did a nice job denying the cross-ice pass, and here comes BU. Sanko onside to McCann. McCann never gets there. Pye cuts it off. Chris back at the point. Mark Bavis keeps it in. Now it's free. It's 2-on-2. Scott and Beatty. Scott will just lazily take it into the zone now. Von Stefanelli takes it away from him behind his own net. Bill Von Stefanelli, big rangy defenseman for BU. Looks to hit a breaking Sacco at the blue line, but it didn't connect. 6:23 left to go regulation time, and icing the call on Sukharov for Northern Michigan.
And back we come into the Northern Michigan zone. It's a place they don't want to have face-offs, but they're going to be stuck with it. We'll see what happens when we return on the other side of this short break.
Shine a light on you, shine a light on me. Keep your Bud Light shining for everyone to see.
Every day, more and more people are getting together over an ice-cold Bud Light.
Well, you can taste it, you can feel it, you know you got it right. 'Cause everything else is just a lie. Just keep your Bud Light shining. Just a light. Bud Light shine on. Everything else is just...
Scott LaChance was named to that all-tourney team at the World Junior Championships this past December. He's a guy that could go right in the same area as Eric Lindros when the National Hockey League conducts its draft in June. And you see the fine job he does there, keeping Beatty to the outside and not allowing the first pass attempt to go through.
Yeah, Eric Lindros will undoubtedly be number 1. Scott LaChance could be number 2. The New Jersey Devils hold the rights right now to the second overall pick. Peter Ahola behind the BU net. Ahola to McDonald. Still at center ice. And coming up with it for BU is Tomlinson, who got a goal a few minutes ago. Tries to cut and make another wrist shot. McDonald was on top of him. Warenka picks it up and backhands it out. 5:40 to go in regulation time. A 2-goal Northern Michigan lead. Von Stefanelli almost had it cough up in his own zone. Amonte who made it 7-5 with that rear-looking goal a few minutes ago. And here comes Northern Michigan up on the right wing. That's Mark Beaufait. Beaufait to the slot, the shot. Cashman the save. The shot was taken by Shayak. Shayak behind the net, looking to center. Now with it is Beaufait to Shayak. And here comes Amati. Tony Amati with Kachuk and McEachran. Amati 1-on-3, tries to split the defense. Kachuk, he scores! That's McEachran. McEachran, Sean McEachran. And we have a one-goal hockey game. What a play by Amati.
Amati drew two Wildcats towards him as he came down the right side of the ring. But on our replay, watch the left side of the ring. McEachran is wide open. Nobody picked him up. But it all started at the other end on a fine save by Cashman.
Yeah.
And it is 3 Northern Michigan forwards down deep. Now watch as they come back up ice. Watch the far side of your screen. That's McEachran. Nobody picked him up at all. And we have ourselves a one-goal hockey game at 7-6. Still 5 minutes to go. And Boston University has methodically worked their way right back into it.
You know something, I think Tony Amati has a little TV set in his helmet. You've been hearing me say he hasn't been a back tonight. In the last 5 minutes, he's got a goal and an assist. So hang on to your hats, ladies and gents. 5 minutes, 1 second to go. Northern Michigan's lead has been shaved to 1 again at 7-6. Tom Mees along with Wally Shaver and Jim Rich. National championship on the line. Beatty with a shot in the glove save. Cashman, he'll hang on for the faceoff. Let's go ice side to Jim Rich.
Tom, now in the situation for BU this season, they've always been a team that scores goals in bunches. They're almost like a shark. They get a sense of the blood, they get one goal, and it usually leads to 2 or 3 more. It's happened a couple of times in this tournament. Last night against Clarkson, they erupted in the first period. Tonight they erupted in the first period, and now they're trying to do it again here late in the game. Tom?
And a whistle, thanks, Jim. A whistle right after that faceoff. He made an analogy about sharks. Well, Tart the Shark wasn't successful tonight. Right now, the Sharks of BU still have a little bit to go, but you have to admire the way they've come back. They could have pulled it up down 7-4.
Well, I think an important time, too, was back in the second period when they called a timeout to try and regroup themselves. Now they don't have that timeout advantage in the third.
Face-off to Warinka. His shot is blocked by the BU defense. And getting up slowly is Mike Bavis. He took the full force of that. Beatty to Scott. Scott couldn't gain control. It goes wide. 4:35 to go. Regulation time. This is Mike Bavis. Bavis, he's offside. The play is offside. They say Sacco is in a step ahead of Bavis. And that is a big play negatively for Boston U.
As we get down to the final 4.5 minutes now, face-offs become ever more critical, especially in a one-goal hockey game. That's Mike Bavis going off. He just took a scorching shot on the foot from the point after that last face-off. Bavis and his twin brother, Mike and Mark. An easy recruiting trip for Coach Jack Parker. One house, 2 boys. Let's go, guys.
All right, face-off back to the Northern Michigan zone. LaChance has it at center ice. This is Ed Ward in Northern Michigan, and this is Szabo. Szabo has a couple of goals tonight. His second shot off the shaft of a stick over the glass into the crowd.
Szabo, just with his speed, he's a small, spunky type of guy. He just gets himself open a lot to take shots. Jack Parker walking nervously around on that Boston University bench. He knows he's got to play with the clock right now, but he doesn't have to play that wide-open offensive style at this moment. He's still got 4 minutes. Keep the Northern Michigan players in check when they're in their own zone, and maybe try to spring somebody loose on a long bomb pass here for that breakaway.
In front off the face-off, Cashman catches it on the fly with Szabo cruising in on him. Dallas Drake put it in there. I said Szabo had a couple of goals tonight. He's had a heck of a game, but he doesn't have a couple of goals.
No, he easily could, though. He has had probably 5 or 6 very good quality shots. I really like the way this guy plays. He's got a fine future ahead of him, too. He was named on the all-rookie team in the WCHA and the Freshman of the Year.
Boston U finally controls the face-off in its own end. Ed Ronan, he was the hero early with a couple of goals in the first period. Puck now back in the BU end. 4:03 and counting. Now 4 minutes even left in regulation time. Northern Michigan lead it by a goal. Wildcats and Terriers from St. Paul. Drake behind the net. Looking to center out in front. Oh, Cashman with a save, and Szabo was right there on the doorstep.
And it was a very good defensive effort, too, by Ahola. We have a little extra scrimmage going on out in front. I don't know if there's going to be any penalties.
Well, 3:49 left to go in regulation time. Hockey's national title game far from decided. It's 7-6. We'll be back in a moment.
If there is a better outboard motor in the world than Suzuki outboards, I haven't seen it yet.
I've found the Suzuki to be by far the most dependable outboard I've ever had the opportunity to run.
I feel it's the best motor there is.
It has been a joy to own.
Been running Suzuki motors for 6 years, and I've never, ever had to be towed in.
Zero down and 8.99 APR financing is a pretty good deal. But on a new Suzuki, it's a great deal better. Call 1-800-447-2882 for the Suzuki dealer nearest you.
7 for Northern Michigan, 6 for Boston University. Will overtime loom? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Fans in the Upper Peninsula, the state of Michigan certainly hope not. What a save by Bradley. Or Cashman, I'm sorry, Scott Cashman.
I point out that Bradley did start the game, but after giving up 5 goals in the second period, he was replaced by Scott Cashman.
Cashman with it now behind his own net, leaves it for Dion. 3:38 and counting, regulation time. Northern Michigan trying to do a good job of forechecking, but BU breaks out. This is McEachran. He's got Kachuk on his left. McEachran shot just wide. Kachuk and McEachran go to the zone. The fans hooing and awing on every chance for either team now. Wildcats knock it back into the BU zone. It'll be icing, and the face-off will be to the left of goaltender Billy Pye.
We're going to see a lot of this #1 line now of the Terriers out here. You have to go with your big guns when you get down into a critical situation. So I expect to see a lot of the Sean McEachran line and a lot of the David Tomlinson line for Boston University. That also means we'll see Dean Antos out there a lot for Northern Michigan to take critical face-offs.
Well, David Sacco's line comes on now with Mike Bavis, and also out there in left wing with this line is Darren McDonald. In this zone, in the Northern Michigan zone, BU has won 11 of the 18 face-offs. They did a good job in the Northern Michigan zone. Oh, the shot taken by McDonald, and a nice save by Bill Pye, who held his ground well. Malone behind the BU net, rather behind his own net, gets it to center ice to Scott. Scott can't control. The pass is too long. LeChance centers it back to center ice for BU. Then it's Scott on the backhand into the corner, into the BU zone. Mark Chris gets it to LeChance, the freshman defenseman. LeChance up to Bavis. Bavis tries to hit Sacco. Bavis is checked. And here is Beattie. Beattie's 1-on-3 right now, and Kaskamaki takes it away to LeChance. 2:43 and counting. Remember, Boston U used a timeout early in this game. This is Eddie Ward for Northern Michigan. Centering pass, nobody home. Kaskamaki for BU. Hanfman hits the dirt, but it's inconsequential. And Boston U called for icing. The face-off will be back in the Terrier zone as Billy Pye, a second-team All-American, ponders what he must do down the stretch.
Well, he's a tough goalie. He knows he has to make big saves. He's capable of doing it. Comes in here as the winningest goaltender in the nation this year. Interesting story about him, too. His grandfather played football at Notre Dame back in the 30s.
Wow.
And here he makes a fine save off fourth-line wing. Darren McDonald trying to do the wraparound shot. Not successful. Pye closing the door. It's up to him here on out.
Tomlinson, Kaskamaki, and Ronan on for BU. The Drake line. Drake, Ward, and Tabo on for Northern Michigan. 2:27 left. Regulation time. Face off to the left. The BU goaler, Cashman. Face-off is taken by Boston University's Zahola. He gets it up to Ronan. Ronan is taken down by Ward. Inconsequential. No penalty called for there. Ron Stefanelli tries to get it out of his own zone. 2:14 to go. Have to watch the BU net to see when they might try and pull Cashman. Time's wasted. Tomlinson in the Northern Michigan zone. Ronan cutting hard for the corner. Ed Ronan behind the net. Nobody home there for BU. Northern Michigan will control it. But as I say that, Tomlinson takes an errant pass. This is a hole from the point. Oh, whistle's just wide. That thing was headed for the net. Here comes Ward. 1:50 to go. Ward just dumps it in the BU zone. Both sides will change. Watch the goaltender, Cashman. He's lifting his stick up. He wants to know when to leave the net. He's coming out of the net. He's not leaving. He's just coming way out. Amati back to Ahola. Ahola's shot. You can call it that. It's short-circuited. Cashman will have to stay in there. 1:30 to go. The puck's in the BU zone, but icing on Northern Michigan.
And Joe Frederick is upset with that. He didn't want to ice the puck.
Let's go now to Jim Rich at ice side. Jim?
We're down here, and this is what it's all about. This is what these players have been after for 44 teams started the season in pursuit of this, and here it is, the National Championship Trophy. One of these teams will be able to walk off the ice here at the St. Paul Civic Center with the National Championship Trophy. We may have a winner in a minute 30, or it may go a lot longer. Tom?
All right, Jim, thank you very much. A minute and a half to go. Face-off to the left of Bill Pye, and the big line for BU. McEachran at center. Kachuk in left wing, Amati at right wing.
Dean Antos will take the draw, and I think he's the best defensive center in the country. He'll tie up McEachran and kick it back.
How did you know that?
He does it all the time.
McEachran, no, pokes at it. McEachran, 4 Terriers around it. The shot by Amati never gets through. Scott picks it up for Northern Michigan. A minute 18 to go. The Wildcats, remember, as long as they keep the puck in the zone, and the goaltender Cashman can't go anywhere. Puck comes out to center ice. We'll watch him now. Pye comes out to play it. Gets it over. Oh, dangerous pass for Warenka. My goodness, hold the phone. O'Sullivan pitching in. 1 minute to go in regulation time. LeChance behind his own net. When are they going to pull Cashman? Kachuk has it. Cashman heads for the Boston University bench. 45 seconds to go. Regulation time. Kachuk fights for it. LeChance gets it over. This is score! Oh, heavens to Betsy! Scott LeChance, proving why he is an all-world talent.
Sacco is the one that came onto the ice off the bench on the pull goaltender, and it's just a diving, sprawling pass across. Billy Pye was out of position, working to his left-hand side, leaving the right open. And Sacco all alone, just a chip shot into the net. We have a tie hockey game with 39 seconds left in the third period.
And look at Billy Pye. I think he was completely surprised by that one. I think he was off balance. He never expected a pass to go through.
No, he never expected it to come across the ice, especially with the BU player down. What an effort, and a timeout has been called by Northern Michigan's Wildcats.
19:21 of the third period, 39 seconds in regulation time. Cashman had come to the bench. The BU goal was empty, and Scott LeChance, the freshman from Bristol, Connecticut, who may be a top pick, as we said, in the upcoming NHL draft, made the pass, and Sacco, David Sacco, the sophomore from Medford, Massachusetts, has tied this game up.
You know, back in the first minute of the game when I said it was going to be 8-7, I really wasn't that serious.
You're right on. Well, I did say, you and I talked, I said, we may have an overtime game tonight, but I never thought it'd be 7-7 going to overtime.
When Daryl Plandowski scored that power play goal midway through this period to make it 7-4 for Northern, I didn't think the Terriers had it in them to come back.
Well, the situation is this. 39 seconds left in regulation time. Cashman, of course, goes back to his net. Billy Pye, who has played well. I mean, giving up 7 goals tonight. He may have been off balance on that, but he's played very well. Cashman has played superbly, coming in relief for Bradley. Landowski, rather, Drake and Tomlinson will draw it at center ice. Puck is dropped. Neither team wants to give up, obviously. A lazy goal here in the last 40 seconds. We're under 30 seconds now. Puck behind the Northern Michigan net. Will we go to sudden death overtime? The shot is taken, by Ronan, and Pye had to be quick. 18 seconds left. Ronan steals it. But his pass is intercepted at center ice, but not cleared. 13 seconds left in regulation time. The puck gets out of the zone. It looks like we're heading for overtime. 8 seconds left. Maybe BU can get one more shot off. Oh, here comes Amati. He shoots. And Pye with a save with 1 second left. Tony Amati, one of the most prolific scorers in the game, is stoned by Billy Pye.
That's when you have to rely on the goalie, but Amati just blew through there like a runaway freight train. Watch him turn on the speed as he cuts a real sharp corner and unloads a hard shot. Pye scoops it out and makes it look like a piece of cake.
1 second left. Barely enough time to drop the puck. Is it possible, physically possible, to get a shot on goal with 1 second left?
Yes, it is. I've seen it happen many times, and what they're going to do is put in a right-handed shooter to take the face-off. That'll be Ed Ronan, who already has a pair of goals, and he's just going to try to snap it towards the net.
BU has pulled their goalie, Cashman. 6 attackers on. Ronan takes a swipe at it, and we are going overtime to decide the national championship of college hockey. And the crowd stands as one to applaud both of these fine teams. We'll talk to Sports Illustrated's Jay Greenberg when we return. After regulation, it's Boston U 7, Northern Michigan 7. We'll be back to St. Paul in a few minutes.
Justin, what kind of food do you think the aliens are going to take back with them in their ship?
I don't know, Jim. I just wanted a rib sandwich with some fries.
Oh, okay.
What do you think the aliens are taking back to their planet?
I don't know. I'm just taking home 2 Whisker Burgers.
Look, Uncle Bill, there's that UFO I was telling you about. Look at it.
That's a dome. Uh-oh. It was way off.
Whisker Spirits and Eatery, 1700 Presque Isle Avenue.
The new RCA 8mm camcorder weighs less than 2 pounds. It's so small and light, you'll take it everywhere. That way, you won't miss a thing. And when you go from one subject to the next, the infrared focusing system focuses instantly. Like we say, you won't miss a darn thing. The new RCA 8mm camcorder. Another way we're changing entertainment again.
See the new RCA 8mm camcorder at Neargarth Phillips TV and Appliance, Kingsford, Michigan.
It's time for something new, and not the same old place. Best Western. It's not the same old place. Oh, Best Western. For my individual taste.
Every Best Western is individually owned, letting you enjoy the local flavors that make traveling such a pleasure, even on business.
Not the same old place.
Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. The horseman's away to carry the sleigh to the wide and drippy snow. La, la, la,
A Michelin tire can give you enough miles to circle the world more than 2 times. That's a lot of trips to Grandma's. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Don't adjust your sets. The score is 7 for Boston U, 7 for Northern Michigan as we head towards overtime in the national championship game of college hockey. And it doesn't get any better than this in the sport of hockey. I'm Tom Mees with Wally Shaper. Wally, 1 point. We gave LeChance credit for a big assist on that goal by Sacco, but they've given it to McEachran instead.
McEachran got it as something that we had pointed out early in the period, that if Boston University was going to have any kind of success here in the 3rd period, they had to get that big line producing. They certainly came through in flying colors in that 3rd period.
Well, you know, Boston U started this game with 3 straight goals. They ended this game with 3 straight goals. And I'll be honest, when Northern Michigan made it 7-4, I thought the final outcome was no longer in doubt.
I felt the same way. Northern Michigan had real good control in the game. They were skating good, but they seemed to fall back in a little bit too much of a defensive shell late stages of the 3rd period. BU's explosive forwards took over. They kept the play down there. We saw Northern Michigan icing the puck, something uncharacteristic of them in this game, and eventually led to a lot of face-offs in their own zone and a lot of face-offs that they weren't winning.
While the Terriers and Wildcats take a breather, we're going to take a breather right now for a commercial message. When we return, Jim Rich will be by with one of the most knowledgeable hockey writers in the country, Sports Illustrated Jay Greenberg, in a moment.
over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. The horseman's away to carry the sleigh to the wide and drippy snow. La, la, la.
A Michelin tire can give you enough miles to circle the world more than 2 times. That's a lot of trips to Grandma's. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Shine a light on you, shine a light on me. Keep your Bud Light shining for everyone to see.
When you're looking good, you want Bud Light. The clean, fresh taste won't fill you up and never let you down.
You can taste it, you can feel it. You know you got it right. 'Cause everything else is just a light. Just keep your Bud Light shining. Everything else is just a light. You got to shine on. Everything else is just a light.
Come on over, baby. Whole lot of shake.
Over the past 5 years, more people switched to Glidden than any other paint. Now, if that isn't the ultimate test of quality, we don't know what is. Glidden, a better way to paint. Maybe the reason more people switched to Glidden than any other paint in the last 5 years is because we've got the color they're looking for.
My brown eyes blue.
Glidden, a better way to paint.
It takes desire and dedication to break out of the mold of an average body. General Nutrition Centers can help you break the mold. With Cybergenics, the total bodybuilding system for serious workouts. It's all here. Supplements, diet and training manual, even a videotape. The Cybergenics Bodybuilding Kit. Satisfaction guaranteed. GNC, the authority in sports nutrition products.
Back at the St. Paul Civic Center as we await overtime in the national championship game between Boston University and Northern Michigan. We're all tied at 7-all. And joining me now is Jay Greenberg, the writer of college hockey for Sports Illustrated, at least this weekend, and all hockey for the whole year. But just this hockey game here tonight, it looked so many times that this one was over that first BU had it wrapped up, then Northern Michigan looked like they had it in the bag.
Well, college hockey is a game of mood swings, and maybe it's because of the relative immaturity of the players, but it's going to go back and forth like that, and so you never could assume that this thing was over. And also, certainly, Northern had such a big lead there that you certainly wouldn't have expected BU to come back.
Now, so many players lately have come from the college ranks. Has that been a surprise to you? You see players like the Brett Hulls, the Adam Oates now making such impact in the National Hockey League, as before the scouts never really looked to the college ranks.
Well, I think that's been like a trend over the last 10 or 15 years. I don't think it's necessarily a recent phenomenon. You know, it's more and more players will stay out of playing Junior A. They'll play Junior B instead so they can maintain their college eligibility. And of course, as the NHL has grown and there are more and more teams, there's more reason to do more scouting of the college players. And you know, the improvement in college hockey is obvious, and NHL teams have to look for more sources of talent. So it's really been a 10 or 15-year thing.
How about the situation here just in this tournament overall? It seems like BU, they get a chance, they get one goal. It seems to ignite a fire under their team. Do you think that goes back to the emotion factor that you talked about earlier?
It's very much an emotional thing. Both teams have played with a lot of emotion. And BU had an incredible stat. I can't quote it exactly. Something like they outscored outscored their opponents in the first period, something like 105 to 30 something this season. So from that standpoint, it wasn't necessarily surprising. And then Northern Michigan has a record of being the slow starter. So it wasn't a complete shock when they came back. And like I said, it's college hockey, and there are going to be swings like that.
How about this overtime? BU has the momentum right now, but can they hold that?
You know, in professional hockey, you'd say that one shot is going to win, and you don't really know what's going to happen. So there's a lot of cases in the NHL where a team will tie a game in the last minute or so, and you figure them to have momentum, but it doesn't win the overtime. It's almost strictly a 50-50 proposition there. Right now, you'd have to say BU because, you know, Northern Michigan is so close to being wrapped up that you figure psychologically BU is going to come charging out here. But, you know, you're still coming down to one break and one bounce, and by no means can you say that, you know, it's a lock for BU.
All right, Jay Greenberg, thank you very much for joining us. 7-7 is the score as we await the start of overtime.
The last time you subscribed to a news magazine, what did you get? A free phone that you've never used? Or a calculator that conked out on you? Insight is a different kind of news magazine. Instead of insulting your intelligence by offering you some free plastic gadget, they'd rather give you 3 free issues. Instead of just rehashing the week's happenings like others do, Insight anticipates and stays ahead of the news, searches out vital stories that need to be told, and tells them long before they're covered by other media. Call now to receive the next 3 issues free. Then you decide. Either way, your 3 issues and your phone call are free.
With your paid subscription, you'll get this important new book, Toward a Global Easy Street, a World Economic Survey from the editors of Insight.
Call 1-800-248-9400 to get the next 3 issues of Insight magazine without obligation. The World Economic Survey is free with your paid subscription. Call now, 1-800-248-9400.
Live, top-ranked boxing on ESPN. The place where fighters have stepped into the ring as unknowns, made the right connection, and emerged as champions.
You gotta knock them off to win this, all right?
Former world champion Steve Cruz is on the long road back to the top. He faces undefeated Rafael Ruelas for the North American featherweight title. It's Championship Sunday on Top Rank Boxing, live on ESPN.
If there is a better outboard motor in the world than Suzuki outboards, I haven't seen it yet.
I've found the Suzuki to be by far the most dependable outboard I've ever had the opportunity to run.
I feel it's the best motor there is.
It has been a joy to own.
Been running Suzuki motors for 6 years, and I've never, ever had to be towed in.
Zero down and 8.99 APR financing is a pretty good deal. But on a new Suzuki, it's a great deal better. Call 1-800-447-2882 for the Suzuki dealer nearest you.
2 years ago here in St. Paul, Harvard went overtime to beat Minnesota. Boston U and Northern Michigan will have to go overtime, and neither one of them has lost an overtime game this year. More about that in a moment. Tom Mees with Wally Shaver back upstairs here in the Civic Center. Look at the scoring summary. First it was Beatty for Northern Michigan, then Tomlinson of BU. Plantowski's goal looked like the game winner. That made it 7-4. But look at the rest. Amonte, McEachran, and Sacco gets the tying goal with 39 seconds left. Wally, what a game.
Well, and that's that third line, or the first line that came on, got the last 3 goals for Boston University. We saw them going on the ice every second or third shift, so they're getting a lot of ice time. Do they have enough starch left to go into overtime?
Let's take a look at Plantowski's goal, which again looked like it was the icer in this game. This one made it 7-4.
This is a nice play, too. It's a power play goal, a tremendous power play that Northern Michigan has put on the ice all season long. Darryl Plantowski anticipating very well as he's had that checking assignment to watch Amati. But then Amati is breaking loose with McEachran here, and they come out in front. McEachran's left all alone, and a one-handed swipe by Amati putting it out in front sealed a 7-6 game. And probably the play of the tournament comes back here. LaChance pitching in, knocked to the ice, but a stabbing effort sends it across. Look where the netminder Pye is, way out of the net. Sacco, the extra man who had come onto the ice in the pulled goaltender situation, knocks it in, and we've got an extra session ahead of us.
Overtime in college hockey's national championship game. Friends, it doesn't get any more exciting than this, and we'll be back to bring it to you in just a moment.
We went to the fight capital of the world and asked the fans, who's the greatest heavyweight ever?
By far, it's Muhammad Ali.
Ripping punches, Muhammad Ali. Who's the heavyweight champion of the world?
Sports Illustrated presents Muhammad Ali, the video. It's free with your paid subscription to SI.
It brought back memories, things I'd seen and hadn't seen.
Bonavino. God's former Joe Frazier. He float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
And the Muhammad Ali video is free.
How can it be free?
It's free when you subscribe to Sports Illustrated. Save over 50% off the cover price.
Kind of like Muhammad Ali, it gives you everything.
You'll get 23 issues, including the baseball preview and the swimsuit issue for 3 monthly installments of only $9.89. Or you can pay by credit card.
This is Ali at his very best.
People who never had seen Ali would love this tape.
You can't walk away from this tape without being a Muhammad Ali fan.
Hold it, you're not that pretty.
Call our toll-free number now and get knockout savings on Sports Illustrated and get the Muhammad Ali video free.
I took up the wall!
As the Wildcats and Terriers get set to drill us in overtime for the national title, let's go quickly to ice side and Jim Rich. Jim?
Well, Tom, with this just being a 10-minute rest period, the ice wasn't really set up, ready to go. Normally, we have 12-minute intermissions. So the team started coming out, but the officials halted them, sent them back to the locker room. Northern Michigan has now gone out, and Jackie Parker is now bringing out his Terriers to start this overtime period. But there's some real confusion here as both teams started pouring out, but then had to go back. But it looks like now the ice is ready to go. Tom?
All right, Northern Michigan is the only team skating out on the ice, but here comes Cashman and company and the Boston U Terriers. Wally, a quick explanation of overtime in college hockey. It's not quite the same as in the National Hockey League.
No, what will be unique here is that they will start defending the goals that they left the game with at the end of the third period. So Northern Michigan will be down at the right side of your screen, Boston University at the left. They'll play a 10-minute overtime period. If it's still tied, they'll stop, have a short 3-minute rest on the ice, switch ends, and then have another 10-minute overtime period. If it's still tied at that point, then we'll take another full intermission and continue with that 10-minute sequence until eventually we get a winner.
Overtime is not unusual in this decade in the national championship game. 2 years ago right here, Harvard won its only Division I title, beating Minnesota in overtime. There's Jack Parker, the coach of the BU Terriers, and Rick Comley, the coach of the Northern Michigan Wildcats. You know, their stomachs have to be churning. There was a 4-overtime game when Bowling Green beat Minnesota Duluth in Lake Placid, and then the 3-overtime game we alluded to earlier tonight when RPI, well, actually it was a 3-overtime semifinal game, but that led to RPI's national championship. And 2 years ago, I had the pleasure of calling that game too, as Billy Cleary's Harvard Crimson won in overtime against the favored Minnesota Golden Gopher team.
Well, the thing is, with an overtime situation, it can be something like a fluke bounce that can decide the outcome of a hockey game. And it's unfortunate that sometimes that'll be the way it'll go, but you've got to give Boston University a lot of credit. They've really earned their way back into this hockey game after really faltering there in the second period and the early going of the third. But they hung with it, and now the onus is on Scott Cashman in goal for BU and Bill Pye in goal for Northern Michigan.
You know what I think is good? I think it's great that not one of these teams had to play last night. For many, many years, you had one game on Thursday, one game on Friday, and then the title game Saturday. Both these teams had yesterday off, so there's no excuses here. Just great hockey. The first 10-minute overtime period is about to begin.
If there's an excuse at all, it'd be against Northern Michigan because they had problems getting here on Thursday. They were supposed to fly in Wednesday, but there was fog up north, fog here in the Twin Cities, so they busted in. We had 74 degrees here Tuesday, and it snowed Wednesday.
Yeah, my sinuses have been reminding me all week. Antos and McEachran go at it, and Antos controls for Northern Michigan. First goal wins the national championship. At center ice, it's Amati. Amati gives it to McEachran. The shot is blocked off by Wawrinka easily. He steers it to the corner. McEachran centering pass intercepted by Garrett McDonald. McDonald behind the net. Northern Michigan gets it out of the zone. Plandowski plays ahead for Antos. Puck lying helplessly in the corner. Nobody's going to take any chances here. Plandowski wheels it around the BU net. Keith Kachuk chops at it. It's loose in the Northern Michigan zone. Icing's going to be the call and a face-off in the BU zone.
When you reach an overtime segment, it's almost a situation where the players become overly cautious, especially at the outset. I don't expect to see a lot of flash and dance out here at the beginning of this period because you just don't want to be the guy that makes the mistake and cause your team the national title. On the other hand, anytime you've got the puck, you're going to try and get a shot on goal. Like I say, it can take a fluke bounce, but all you need is a shot on goal. There's never anything wrong with that.
Drake controls the faceoff for Northern Michigan. Sukharov, the shot off the post. Oh, he hit the post. Hit the right post.
And that's why.
Wow. Goaltender's best friend. Mr. Cashman is puckering up as I speak. All right. Puck back in the BU zone. Northern Michigan keeping the pressure on. The centering pass by Szabo, and it hits a crowd in front. Ed Ward was bearing down to try and get the shot on goal. Net comes loose. We'll have another face-off.
Good, solid defensive play back there, too, by number 7 of Boston College, Mark Chris. He's been an enforcer out here banging people around, and there was a couple of Northern Michigan players that after that last rush, both wanted a piece of Chris. But he kept a cool head, and that's maybe taking Northern a little bit off their game plan here.
Drake, Szabo, and Ward will take it for Northern Michigan. That's their line. You got Bavis along with Tomlinson out there. Face off in front and a pad save by sliding Cashman. He has it in front and he has to. Oh, I thought he gloved it. I thought he froze the puck, but no, it comes out to O'Sullivan. Boy, Cashman has kept his cool. O'Sullivan. And McEachran. Can they get it out? No. Actually, that wasn't McEachran. That was Darren McDonald. Pardon me. Boston U trying to get out of the zone. Can't do it. Sukharov sends a pass into the slot. This is O'Sullivan of the Terriers. O'Sullivan lugs it into center ice by himself. He'll dump it in, and BU will change on the back line. Behind the net is Bavis. Bavis with 4 Wildcats around him. Still managed to keep it in the zone for a moment, but it comes back to center to Phil Von Stefanelli. Von Stefanelli dumps it in behind the net. Tony Amati pitching in. Amati, he freelances a lot out there. McEachran now is on. McEachran line with Kachuk and Amati. This is Lou Malone, has had a great game for Northern Michigan. Very courageous effort. This is Antos. Antos into the BU zone. Puck played along the board. Antos holding it up for the moment. He's over there with Klandowski. For Northern Michigan, Klandowski has it. He'll wheel around and shoot, but it's well wide. Oh, the crowd doing and awing on every shot, whether it's close or not. Keith Kachuk shoots, he can't get it out. Wawrinka's taken down, no penalty. Remember, we're in overtime. Broken stick on the ice. McEachran's got to get a new piece of lumber. Here comes Beatty. He's breaking in, and Cashman to save. The rebound. It's loose, and there's a whistle, and we're going to have a face-off.
Brad Wawrinka was storming down the slot, too, for the rebound, and he was crashed to the ice. BU doesn't like the idea that he's in there looking for garbage. Here's 17, Scott Beatty, already with a pair of goals and an assist in this game, and number 5, Wawrinka, cruising in from the point. Watch how he uses the outside of his skates here to cut around the defenseman, Von Stefanelli. Fine save by Cashman. Put the glove down and then the stick in front of it. That gives you that insurance policy. And you saw why with Wawrinka coming in there trying to stab it loose.
Scott Cashman, the sophomore for Boston University, goals against at 3.57 on the season. He's made 11 saves since coming in relief with John Bradley. Did Jack Parker pick the right time to make a goal change or what?
He did. Well, he had to. It spurred his team on, and he's enjoying the fruits of that.
Scotty LaChance carries into the center ice area and dumps it in the Northern Michigan zone. This is Scott behind his own net. Plays it off the boards, but it takes a crazy bounce to center ice. Comes out to Peter Ahola. Ahola drives it in. Billy Pye played a fine game tonight in goal for Northern Michigan. Behind it now is Wawrinka. 7:08 left in the first 10 minutes of overtime. And they'll switch ends if we haven't had a score in the first 10 minutes. Take a 3-minute rest period and switch ends. Tomlinson. LaChance. Misconnecting pass on the part of Ronan. Seems like 10 years ago that Ed Ronan had 2 goals in the first period for BU. Ronan tries to control. Zabel steals it away. He sends Klandowski ahead, but he's 1-on-3. Rather, Scott just dumps it in the zone. Cashman picks it up behind the net. Chris leaves it for Scott LaChance. LaChance, can he clear the zone? Yes, he does. This is Lou Malone for Northern Michigan. To dump it right back in, and offside is Drake. He takes the shot anyway. That goes against hockey etiquette. But it's reasonable to assume that he did not hear the whistle for offside.
Well, he was a real quick release, too. It goes back to the comment I made earlier. These guys are shooting any chance that they get at all. Both coaches, you know, in the dressing room was telling them, look, I don't care where you're at on the ice, put a shot towards the net. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, you're not going to be too selective in what you do now in overtime.
No way. You can't get fancy here. You just put it on. If it's a garbage goal that goes in, big deal. It wins you a championship.
A bouncing puck, and Cashman had to beware of that shot from center ice by Sukharov. Northern Michigan controls now the BU zone. This is Sukharov. His shot is whacked up high in the air. Oh, taken down there. Taken down was Darren McDonald. Northern Michigan could have been a penalty, nothing called. 3-on-3. Boston U offside. I believe McCann was offside on the left wing. Will have a face-off. 6:07 left in the first half of the first overtime period.
That's a look at Seiko, the man who has forced this game into the overtime session. 58 points this year as a third-line center. Not too bad for Boston University. And that's the concerned eye of a couple of coaches looking on.
Jack Parker admonishing on the bench. The big line on for BU. The red line, as they call it, McEachran, Kachuk, and Amati. Von Stefanelli carries it, dumps it in the corner. You're going to see a lot of dumping and chasing. Going after it, McEachran in front. Oh, nobody there. As Wawrinka was Johnny on the spot for Northern Michigan. 5:52 left to go in the first half of the first overtime period. Wawrinka, and there's offside. And we'll have a face-off in center ice. Let's go back to March 10th, the Hockey East Championship, Boston Garden, Boston, Massachusetts. BU against Maine. You know who the hero was? That man. Mr. McEachran, Sean McEachran.
Fine move there as he kept himself pulled to the outside, used his body to ward off the defender, and slid it through the Maine goaltender's legs, and that won the Hockey East Championship.
And we want to point out neither of these teams has been defeated in overtime. BU had that 1 win in the Hockey East Championship. They've had 2 ties. Northern Michigan 1 win in overtime, no losses, and 4 ties. Beatty had the game winner for Northern Michigan in their overtime win at Madison, Wisconsin against the Badgers. Now the face-off, 5:41 to go in the first half of the first period of sudden death overtime. There's Mr. Beatty.
Line changes become more frequent when you get in overtime. The shifts might be reduced to just 25 to 35 seconds long as you try to keep legs fresh.
Remember, we'll announce the winner of the Hobie Baker Memorial Trophy, best hockey player in the country, after tonight's game. 3 candidates on the ice tonight. 2 for Northern Michigan, 1 for Boston University. Here's Ronan. Ronan, the face-off circle in front. Oh, not being able to control the puck was Tomlinson. Wow, that was close. Scott behind his own net.
It was close because there was 2 Boston players that had stuck in behind the Northern Michigan defense.
Here is Beatty. His shot is blunted, and Cashman will cover up. You'll see a lot of that, too, but the goaltender's not taking any chances.
I think Boston right now is playing a little bit stronger defensively. They're covering up very well, coming back across center ice and into their own zone. Scott Beatty, not a bad game.
And Scott Beatty, let's listen to him, how he describes his play. Really, let's watch. See what he said. He just likes to play. I love that.
That's a great attitude. That's the kind of attitude you want on a player.
What's your best attitude? I just like to play. Well, that's good.
Come down to the rink, spend hours down there. Pond hockey, games, practice, who cares? Let's have fun.
Mark Chris takes the face-off. Oh, he almost hit a breaking sack goal. Intercepted at center ice, goal by Northern Michigan. And Drake backhands it in the zone. This is Scott LaChance. LaChance to McCann. McCann can't handle it momentarily. Now he does. Up to Mike Bavis. Bavis gloves it to the ice and then lofts it into the Northern Michigan zone, where it's caught there like a lazy fly ball by the goaltender Pye. Here's McCann. He's got a loose puck. McCann's centering effort. It is blocked off by Drake. No harm there, really. Puck comes back out to center ice. Mark Chris can't handle it. Player taken down for Northern Michigan, but remember, it's overtime, my friend.
New rules.
That's right. Swallow thy whistle. LaChance. He's 1-on-3. He breaks in. And he had a centering pass to McEachran if he could have gotten some wood on it. But no. Puck still in the Northern Michigan zone. What a game tonight on ESPN. You're watching the National Championship of College Hockey 2-on-1. Oh, Antos was cruising for the net. But it was Monty that cut off the centering pass of Beaufait. And Sukarov sends his team in offside, and it'll be a face-off just outside the BU zone. 3:58 left to go in the first half of sudden death overtime. You're watching the National Championship of College Hockey on ESPN. The Division I Championship, Boston University 7, Northern Michigan 7. We're in overtime. I'm Tom Bees, along with Wally Shaver. Jim Rich is our ice time reporter. And if you've been with us all night, you're probably going for some tranquilizers, but if you haven't, welcome aboard.
Restock the refreshment bowl.
Malone sends it in from center ice. Cashman plays it off his backhand. Try to plays it up the boards. Didn't get it up as far as he wanted. There's the dangerous Beatty fighting for it. Hiller has it. This is Scott. Top line on for Northern Michigan. Scott's in the corner into Beatty, and Beatty, and oh, Scott or Hiller is robbed. Hiller is robbed by Cashman. He had the national title on his stick.
Scott Beatty had done a fine job to break the play open. Watch right here as they go down low, work it in front. Beatty has a poke checked away. Jim Hiller just can't get it. You saw the puck wobbling. He took a stab at it, and all Cashman had to do was put the glove out and cover as much ground. You see it sticking out there, the left glove? And the puck worked its way right up into it. Hiller really never had a good chance on a shot on the wobbler.
Face off to Scott of Northern Michigan. Scott centering pass in front. Oh, it goes over the net. I believe it was Hiller again. No, Beatty. Beatty had that chance. All right. Sukarov can't control in the zone. BU has a chance here, 2-on-1, but Mike Davis falls down, so Northern Michigan gets back. The Terriers dump it in the zone behind the Northern Michigan net. 3:15 left until we have a 3-minute rest period. This is the first overtime. Next goal wins the national championship in collegiate hockey. Sylvan Stefanelli, his clearing pass is blunted very nicely by Szabo. Loose puck at center ice. Northern Michigan controls at the blue line. Into the corner for BU, Peter Ahola. He can't whip it around the boards. So Monty's pass is intercepted by Szabo. This is Eddie Ward. Ward can't control it. Nicely done by Scott LaChance, taking it right off his stick. Everybody's got to be tired, but you run on adrenaline now. Antos in onside, but he's only 1-on-4, and McEachran goes back for it. 2:30 left until the timeout. Tony Amani behind his own net. Is this onside or not? No, and it's going to be icing on Boston University. McEachern was offside anyway, but it's an icing call. And the face-off with 2:21 left in the first half of the first overtime period. Back to the left for Cashman.
And both coaches are primarily sticking with 3 of their 4 forward lines, rotating to what they feel is their best snipers in there. 2:21 to go in the overtime period.
Wally, how long are these shifts now averaging for these lines?
They're about they're under 30 seconds in some cases. Just depends if they can dump it in and get a quick change of doing that. But they're keeping them very, very short shifts right now. They have to. Face-offs are critical, and that's the story. In the Boston University defensive zone, Northern Michigan has done a sensational job. And they've outshot Boston University here in the overtime period to this point.
Beatty, Scott, and Hill are on as they drop the puck between Beatty and Mark Bavis. The whistle sounds, they'll do it again. 2:21. Beatty controls the faceoff. This is Brad Wawrinka. He's cruising in. The shot. The centering pass blocked off. More of a centering pass. Bavis controls for BU and knocks it into the crowd, but the faceoff will be back in the BU zone.
We're seeing Coach Rick Comley. Sometimes every other shift he's putting out the Scott Beatty line. Sometimes he'll go with his 3 forward lines and keeping the 4th one primarily off the board altogether. But you have to go with your big guns when you've got the national championship on the line, and really anytime you get into an overtime situation, you put out the guys that can score for you. Scott Beatty's a natural scorer. Kevin Scott's a natural scorer. Jim Hiller, a natural scorer. They all have over 20 goals this year.
Tomlinson and Beatty tie each other up. Puck comes loose. Back to Wawrinka. The shot and hits the outside of the post. Hit the outside of the post. Puck comes to center ice. Ed Ronan. Can he catch up to it? No, he can't. Northern Michigan back with it. Under 2 minutes to go in the first half of sudden death overtime. First half of the first period. Scott behind the net. He's being checked. Can't get a shot away. Mark Chris comes up for it, but leaves it. He leaves it for Plandowski. The shot in front, and Cashman covers up. Wawrinka was on the doorstep.
Wawrinka, the defenseman, had moved into the slot. As the play went over to the far boards, he cruised right up the middle. Scott Beatty just waited and waited and waited at the side of the goal. And as things open up, he hit him with the pass.
Well, if no goal is scored in the next minute 42 of play, we'll rest for 3 minutes. The teams will stay on the ice, and they'll play the other half. The other 10 minutes, they'll rest for 2 minutes, I'm sorry, and play another 10 minutes. They'll switch sides. It's all part of the first sudden death overtime. Northern Michigan having the better of the chances in OT.
Yes, they certainly have. But how many times have you seen that happen and the other team come right back down and score?
This is Dion. Dion lugs it to center ice. He tries to hit a breaking Kachuk. It goes off the stick. Kachuk back in front. Oh, he got behind Pye, and had anybody been cruising down the slot, the game would have been over. Sukharov into the zone. O'Sullivan goes back for it, but his goaltender plays it. That's Cashman. O'Sullivan tying up his man. Behind the net, Plandowski for Northern Michigan in front. Every loose puck. Everybody's on the edge of their seats. Center ice interception by Northern Michigan. The back comes BU with it. Now here comes Antos. He's got some room to shoot. He winds up. The puck in front. He couldn't hit a breaking Plandowski, who's dumped. And the fans want a penalty. They won't get it. Apparently the referees thought that Plandowski took a dive. O'Sullivan over the blue line. O'Sullivan around the defense. He shoots. Oh, he hits the pussy. Oh, the save by Billy Pye. Did it cross the red line? The red light did not go on. It is no goal.
2 straight goal posts. How can that happen?
Oh, my gosh. Let's take a look. I don't believe what I've just seen.
O'Sullivan puts on a nice move here on the freshman defenseman McDonald. There's the first pipe shot. Kachuk is coming down the other side, hits the post, hits the skate of Wawrinka, and Pye pounces on it like a wildcat on a rabbit.
Well, he's a wildcat, isn't he? I'll tell you, you remember now, for the uninitiated, the entire puck must cross the red line for it to be a goal. Not even any of the puck crossed the red line there. But what a series of scintillating plays we've had. All right, face off to the left of Pye. 49 seconds left before the timeout, before the 2-minute timeout. Sacco controls it back to Bavis. His shot is blocked. Loose puck in the face-off circle. And Drake comes up with it for Northern Michigan. Back to Ward. This is Zabo. The long shot. Oh, he hit the crossbar. Zabo hit the crossbar and goes into the crowd.
I tell you, in this intermission, they're going to have to paint the post. There's been so many chinks here in the armor.
Woo! Just listen. That's what it sounds like in slow motion. The pipes aren't hollow, Prince, but you listen again. Boing.
And that just is a sinker ball that was shot in by Zabo.
Here's Drake winning the face-off. His turnaround shot is wide. Ron Stefanelli goes behind his own net. 28 seconds left till the timeout. Mike Bavis ahead to Sacco, Boston U. Sacco down the slot. Sacco, centering pass. Oh, a great job by Varenka. Shutting off that centering pass. Northern Michigan clears. This is like two heavyweight fighters going tooth and nail in the 15th round.
That's not a situation you want to take an icing call, but Dallas Drake, knowing that his team got caught out of position there, and Waseko breaking through, only a Brad Rowenka sprawling stopped the pass from going into the goal crease area. Drake just dumped it down ice, but now with only a dozen seconds left in the first half of this overtime, we'll have a face-off back in the Northern Michigan zone, an area where they haven't been overly successful at winning the draw tonight.
So the face-off to the left of Bill Pye, 12 seconds left. There you see it. That's until the midway point of the first overtime. At that point, the players will rest for 2 minutes, and they'll switch sides of the ice. It all counts as the first overtime period, though. McEachran and Drake on the face-off. Sucross controls for Northern Michigan. 9, 8, 7. Landowski goes ahead. This is Eddie Ward. 3 seconds, 2, 1, and we're going to go to the second 10 minutes of overtime. The teams will stay on the ice, and they'll go to their benches. Up, we have LaChance and Beaufait.
Nobody wants to take a penalty at this time of the game.
No.
And I don't think referee Matt Shagos is going to call anything either, unless it is extremely obvious.
So, we have a 2-minute timeout, and we'll be back to resume sudden death overtime for the National Championship of College Hockey. There's our score. We'll be back to St. Paul in a moment.
Twin City, Dodge, Chrysler, Plymouth, Jeep Eagle is your only full-line Jeep Eagle dealer in Marquette County. Stop in and see Twin City's great selection of vehicles. That's Twin City at 330 South Main in Ishpeming. The Marquette Catholic Credit Union wishes the Hockey Wildcats the best of luck. The Marquette Catholic Credit Union has served Marquette for many years and is with the community in cheering the Cats on.
Notice when you plan to buy or sell your home, everyone knows a friend in the real estate business that's waiting to give you a great deal. Before listing with that friend, ask a couple of important questions. Will your friend give you 100% full service? Will they give you multiple listing service exposure, assistance with financing and local advertising? And most importantly, will your friend charge you up to 50% less on commission? Your friends at 3% Realty will. 3% Realty. Call them today.
Sudden death overtime, and both teams had ample opportunity to win this game. You don't believe me? They both hit the post. Let's begin and show you what we mean. Boston U.
The first opportunity was Kevin O'Sullivan as he came down, a fine mover on the defense, hits the post here. Kachuk, the high-scoring left wing freshman, off the yellow one, off a skate, and Pye holds on.
On the other end, Northern Michigan hit the crossbar.
This is the sniper Zabo, who has 40 goals on the year. Lets it go. Sounds like a submarine shot there that struck down on goaltender Cashman. Those don't count as a shot on goal, but on the shots department, 8-2 for Northern Michigan in that overtime.
A reminder that following our excitement here in St. Paul, we're going to go live to Indianapolis for ESPN Sports Center. Our whole crew is standing by, including, well, just about everybody, and they're going to wrap up Kansas's victory over North Carolina and Duke's improbable victory by 2 points over the unbeatable force, UNLV. So it'll be Duke against Kansas in the National Championship of Basketball Monday night. But here
they change ends, too, to begin this fifth period of the hockey game. We're in our second overtime. And that means a longer run for both teams to make player changes as they have to go to the opposite ends.
Antos' line against McEachran's to open the second half of the first overtime. Northern Michigan comes away with it, and this is Brad Wawrinka. Wawrinka into the Boston U zone. Von Stefanelli bodies him off the puck. Bill Von Stefanelli leaves it for Chris, but Antos gets there first. Antos with it. Chris is holding his stick. That's clearly holding. No call. Antos. And really, why should there be an overtime? Von Stefanelli. And here is Tkachuk. He's got some room to roll. Keith Tkachuk leaves it for McEachran, but McEachran couldn't catch up to it. This is Ahola. Peter Ahola at center ice. His long pass intercepted by Plandowski. And Northern Michigan offside. Beaufait along with Drake, Antos, and it's brought back out to center for a faceoff.
We're seeing Mark Beaufait moved up from that fourth line center spot for Northern Michigan. He's playing on the right wing position. And that's with Dean Antos and Daryl Plandowski, and that checking goal that goes up against the McEachran, Amandi, and Tkachuk line.
Let's correct that graphic. This is still the first overtime. Correct?
Well, they've got period 5 marked up on the scoreboard here, so I don't know what you would call it.
We'll have to check that out.
We'll just say it's overtime.
Overtime. 9:15 left in this overtime period. The chance. Bouncing puck at the feet. The goaltender, Billy Pye, and he makes the save and hangs on for a faceoff. David Tomlinson was bearing down on him.
Billy Pye, the man of the moment. Senior goaltender out of Canton, Michigan, has the most wins of any goaltender in the country. 4 shutouts on the year. That's not the case here tonight.
This is the second overtime. My mistake. Second overtime. So the overtimes in college hockey 10 minutes long as opposed to the full 20 minutes in the NHL. 9 minutes 8 seconds left in the second overtime. Here comes Scott. Scott for Northern Michigan. The shot. The save. Malone from the blue line. The shot deflected and Cash flies and knocks it away. Northern Michigan keeps the pressure on. Hiller can't get a shot away. And Ronan says, get this stuff out of here. Icing will be the call.
Back we come, and that was almost an identical goal that ended up getting scored by McEachran late in the third period. Here's Malone with the shot. Now look what happens to the puck. It tips high in the air, bouncing all over the place, and just 2 inches wide of the goal post. Scott immediately tries a shot out in front just to try to bank it off a leg, but it won't happen.
Face-off in the Boston U zone. This is number 10, Dallas Drake, behind the net. Tony Zabel. Zabel checked by O'Sullivan. Ward tries to pick it up. Loose puck. Bavis takes it for BU. 8:27 left, second overtime. Next goal wins the national championship. Wawrinka off the boards hard. Only gets it to center ice, though. And it's not right back in the Northern Michigan zone. Wawrinka pressed by 2 skaters for Boston U. Still gets it back out to center. We're going to see a lot of this dumping back and forth. And we have a whistle and a face-off.
Delayed offside call because the player was too deep into the zone to make the touch-up work. You know, I'm really impressed with Tom is the fact that both these teams are still skating really, really hard.
Yeah.
We don't seem to notice a tired factor on behalf of either club. Although the shifts are shorter, when they're out there for their 20 to 30-second shift, they're really going all out.
It must be pointed out, should nobody score at the end of this overtime, the teams will leave the ice, go to the locker room for an extended rest period. We'll resurface the ice and be back at it again. Remember, in 1984, 4 overtimes at Lake Placid, New York. Bowling Green's Falcons came out the winner.
You know, we've had a history of them here, too. Not too many national championships have been played in this building. 2 years ago. You're kind of a jinx with overtimes, aren't you?
I am the king of overtime. Semifinals, finals, it doesn't matter. Either that or broken glass. One of the two always seems to happen when I'm in a hockey game.
Well, the glass is held up here. So has the ice in the Civic Center.
Yeah, very well. All right, Phil Von Stefanelli dumps it in. Behind the net. Picked up by Northern Michigan. Scott, we come back the other way. 7:55 left, second overtime. National championship. This is Scott Beatty. Beatty, nice move, but can't get around Von Stefanelli. Back comes Boston U in the person of Mark Bavis. Bavis dumps it in the zone. Going hard for it is McDonald. Darren McDonald behind the net avoids a hard check. Gets it over to Friedman. Friedman working hard, can't control. And Northern Michigan bounces it out to center ice. Well, chance is there for BU to Ahola, and he dumps it in. He took a hard check from Hiller. Intercepted by Ahola. He'll just dump it in. He forces the goaltender Pye to make a save, albeit a routine one. And Northern Michigan dumps it down the ice. We'll have an icing call on the face-off in the Wildcat zone. 7:15 left, second overtime. SportsCenter follows our telecast tonight. Have a full wrap-up on the day's activities from the Final Four basketball in Indianapolis.
And that's the big gun line coming out, the red line they call, because they wear red jerseys during practice. Fantastic hockey players. The man on the left, Kachuk, had a broken leg last year, so didn't compete, was red-shirted, but he came back, has had a sensational this year, and an all-rookie team member in Hockey East this year.
McEachran controls the face-off. Kachuk can't get a shot away, though. He's tied up by Warenka. Warenka's a heck of a defenseman. Chris with a shot from the point. McEachran and Warenka battle for it. McEachran has it on his backhand. Tries to get Amati. Amati he's being just held by the back of his shirt by McDonald. And Antos, that's a sign of fatigue. Antos to Beaufait. Beaufait is, well, maybe they could have called a high stick there on Kachuk, but they didn't. Boston U, or the Northern Michigan dumps it in the Boston U zone. Here's Kachuk. He's cherry picking, and he couldn't control it at the blue line, or he would have walked in on net.
That's that long change we're talking about. Remember, they got to cross center ice to get over to their player bench here when they change ends. It's like the second period of the game. Kachuk just floated out at the blue line while Northern Michigan went through a complete change, and he almost was sprung home free.
So the faceoff comes back down to the BU zone. Just to the left of the goaltender, Scott Cashman. Once again, Drake got it. Dallas Drake and Tomlinson. BU controls. This is O'Sullivan up to Eddie Ronan. And this is Zabel. Zabel for Northern Michigan. 6:28 left in the second overtime. Ronan behind the net. Billy Pye goes to his backhand, but Tomlinson intercepts it. He's got a man, Kaskamaki, the shot. Oh, and a save by Pye. It wasn't Kaskamaki, but Ronan. Kaskamaki was all alone in the slot, but Ronan got the pass. Back comes BU McCann. McCann carries in 1-on-2, but he won't be able to keep it in there. Here comes Northern Michigan. They have a 3-on-2 developing. The shot by Drake is knocked down by the defense. And I'll tell you, Dion took the full force of that slapper, and he's hurt. He's got to leave. Icing on Boston University.
If you've just caught up with us, Boston scored 3 goals quickly at the first part of the opening period, took that into the intermission lead. Northern Michigan answered with 5 straight in the second period. Northern then went up 7-4 in the third period, but Boston University answered with 3 more to tie it up and put us in our second overtime. And here's that last shot coming straight on goal by Ronan, as 2 players were alone out in front, Ronan and Kaskamaki. Shot right on goal, and Pye way out to challenge. Now he can watch it from the other end.
Beatty controls the faceoff back to Warenka. The shot is knocked down by the defense. Oh, my goodness. David Sacco, who's the hero for BU, sent this game into overtime. He took that slap shot hard on the leg.
You've got to make those kinds of sacrifices right now. We see players on both teams doing that too, Tom, where they just throw themselves in front. Everybody on the ice knows that everybody else is going to shoot from virtually every angle. So you just have to go down and make that commitment to throw yourself in. What's one more ice pack?
Remember, coming up next at SportsCenter live from Indianapolis, side of the basketball Final Four, and all our SportsCenter crew on hand there to wrap up all the day's activities. A couple of Cinderella teams, the Kansas Jayhawks, Roy Williams, and the Duke Blue Devils going to the finals again under Mike Krzyzewski.
A little bit of acting across the ice there by Mike Davis.
He's a drama major to you.
You better stick to hockey.
And Beatty, Scott Beatty of Northern Michigan, used this opportunity to go get a playbill. All right, the faceoff comes out of the zone back into center ice. Warenka behind the net. Von Stefanelli will go for it. 5.5 minutes left in the second overtime. 7-7. 7's wild for the national title. Scott on his belly. Dumps it into the BU zone. This is Phil Von Stefanelli. A little lull in the action here after a very, very frenetic first 10 minutes of overtime in the first period. Oh, right out in front. Off the stick of Ahola. He had his man tied up, and it made it easy for Cashman to tie up the puck.
Since we had mentioned the point that it seemed to be a wide open period of hockey, things have definitely slowed down a tempo right now. The tired factor beginning to play in. Fourth line has been used not at all by Northern Michigan University, and we have seen it once on the ice for Boston University, just to spell a little bit of relief to anybody else. I think now might be a good time for somebody to come up with a fourth line and see what they could do.
Yeah.
They're fresh legs at this point.
Antos and McEachran. And immediately they blow the whistle after the face-off. They'll try it again. 5:06 left. Second overtime. Tom Mees with Wally Shaver. Jim Rich at ice side. Sean McEachran be the man of the hour again for BU, or is that Tony Amati? That's Amati. Face-off comes back to Northern Michigan, though. And this is Scott LaChance. He's checked by Antos, but LaChance keeps control. LaChance intended for Amati, doesn't get it. Puck goes in Northern Michigan zone, and Malone gets to it first. McEachran McEachran got his hand on the puck, but it's not rule a hand pass. Tkachuk sends it on net that hit the outside of the net. McEachran loose in front. Mark Chris can't get to it for BU, but it stays in the zone. Amati with a blast. Oh, the pad saved by Pye. Oh, Tkachuk with the backhand, and Pye stops that too.
And all initiated when Mark Beaufait broke his stick, and instead of kicking the puck out to center ice, he decided to go after the defenseman. Well, it kept the play alive. The first shot blocked. Tkachuk circles in for the rebound, and Pye, flat out on his belly, is there. And watch it from the angle he'll see it. Pye really likes the challenge, but when he's out that far, he can sometimes leave gaping holes in behind him. BU senses that too, and that's why sometimes we see them working down low. They want to take advantage of Pye coming way out.
Tomlinson and Drake. Drake gets in a little bit early and controls the faceoff. It's a good move by Drake. Everybody practices it. This is Warenka. Warenka in his own zone being hounded by Koskamaki, who hasn't had that much playing time at overtime. Here is Drake. 4:17 left in the second overtime. Ed Ward gets by his man. Dion, but Dion ties him up and prevents the centering pass. Drake behind the net. Tomlinson on him. Drake gets away from Tomlinson. The centering pass in front. Knocked away as there was a big pileup of players in the slot. Didn't see who knocked it away. Warenka goes back for Northern Michigan. And icing the call on the Wildcats. That'll mean a face-off in the Northern Michigan zone.
It's a pressure cooker, and it's getting warmer here in the Civic Center.
Welcome to St. Paul Civic Center, St. Paul, Minnesota. We're in the second overtime to determine the national champion of collegiate hockey. You see the score, 7-7. Boston University, that man's team. Jack Parker against Rick Comley and the Northern Michigan Wildcats. The commentators, Tom Mees with Wally Shaver, Jim Rich at ice side. The Beatty line, the big line on for Northern Michigan. Behind the Northern Michigan net, Boston University. McCann had it for a moment. McCann cruising in front, but the puck is caught up on the mesh, and they'll have a face-off.
And where are they going to spot it is the key now. There's a discussion going on. It's going to stay in the zone. Northern Michigan players are saying, hey, it should be outside.
Yeah.
Scott Beatty's been on the ice an awful lot in overtime here. 8 minutes, as you can see. You put your best players out because those are the ones you count on to score for you.
Sacco will take the draw for Boston U. And he's going against, I believe it's Scott Beatty for Northern Michigan. Sacco wins the draw, but the weak shot from the point by Ahola. A not-so-weak shot is put in there by McCann. Davis saves it in the zone. Davis can't keep it in there forever, and Northern Michigan clears the zone, and Phil Von Stefanelli goes back for it. 3:23 and counting in the second overtime. If nobody scores in that time, we'll have a full intermission and come back for the third overtime. This is Warenka. Brad Warenka ahead to Hiller. Hiller's pass on target to Beatty, but we're going to have a whistle, and is it offside or does the puck leave the ice surface?
It's either a hand pass or not. I think it was a hand pass on the far side.
3:05 left, second overtime, as we look at Scott Beatty go for a rest. What do you think the emotions are for Conley and for Parker?
There's not a lot that I think they can do right now. It's something that's going to be decided on the ice. I don't think a coaching strategy is going to make a lot of difference. The only thing that might be a factor is, do you want to put out your fourth line or not? These coaches are both used to the fact that the way these line matches have gone all night long. Right now we see the Antos line out there against the McEachran line. That's happened since the game began. A break is going to decide this one.
Mark Chris intercepts. This is Tony Amati. He's cruising in. Amati behind the Northern Michigan net, though. Looked like he lost a little bit of edge on his skate and lost his balance. Northern Michigan Sukarov comes up with it, up to Plandowski, intercepted in the slot. Oh, my, and the defensive play by Lou Malone. Here comes Plandowski, fakes the shot, Summercast, another shot, save! Beaufort had a chance to win the national title, but it looked like the whole BU team got in front of the goaltender.
Mark Chris, the defenseman, number 7, slid across and made a tremendous play. Plandowski, though, down the left side, fakes a shot first. He's looking at the net, decides to go wider and then throw it across for a tip in. Well, the tip was there, but so was the defenseman, Chris, number 7, and he's got it locked up under his equipment. Well, you see the sacrifices that these guys make, and they know
Antos.
They can't make any mistake at all. They just go down and commit everything to making the saves.
Drake for the face-off again. He wins another face-off in the BU zone, but the Terriers gain control and clear it. And McEachran goes back for it for Northern Michigan. Or not McEachran, Warenka. Brad Warenka. It's getting late, friends. Into the BU zone. Ward, Eddie Ward has it taken away. Kevin O'Sullivan. And Bill Pye comes way out to play it. Uh-oh, Tomlinson with the puck down the slot. Koskamaki is upended as he cruised toward the net. 2 minutes left in the second overtime. Warenka cruises in. Warenka still has the puck. He's very dangerous. His pass, though, is blunted. And here comes BU up the other way. Oh, my goodness. Eddie Ward was pulled down by O'Sullivan. Nothing called. The shot from the faceoff circle hits the defense in front. The shot by Dallas Drake. 1:43 and counting. Can't blame the officials. They want to have the hockey players win this national championship.
Absolutely.
O'Sullivan in front. McCann can't get his stick down. This is Sukarov. 1:29 in the second overtime. Scott Beatty. Beatty leaves it. The shot. It's just wide. The rebound is taken by LeChance. Oh, what hockey. Into center ice we go. LeChance, and it's offside. On the right wing, the face-off to center ice.
Well, the tempo is picked up where it was lulling for maybe about a 4 or 5 minute stretch. Ain't the case right now. As the Boston University group gets up, takes a look at things. And the last rush by Beatty. Watch this nice pass as he comes across the line. Tony Zabel off that other line just uncorks a beauty, and it's about 6 inches wide.
Face-off, you'll have McEachran for Boston U. It's he and Kachuk. And Amati on for the, well, maybe not the whole last 117, and Antos comes in.
Yeah, I doubt that. They're going to need a change here.
Antos controls the face-off. This is Garrett McDonald, the freshman defenseman. Very impressed with him tonight. 1:10 and counting. Mark Chris behind the BU net. Hope you're enjoying it across the country on ESPN, live from St. Paul. The national championship game, and it couldn't get any better than this. Keith Kachuk. Kachuk pushes it ahead. Kachuk cuts to his backhand. Can't maintain his balance. Kachuk gets up. Has it taken away. Less than a minute to go in the second overtime. Beaufort will have a full intermission and another overtime in a moment. And during intermission, if there's no goal in the next 39 seconds, we'll go live to Sports Center in Indianapolis for a wrap-up of the Final Four action today in basketball. 33 seconds left in the second overtime. Amati at center ice. The play's offside. 29 seconds. Amati tempers flaring, and Eddie Ward.
Now, if there's a chance to throw penalties, here's the occasion. And Matt Chagas is doing exactly that. He's sending both players off for roughing it up. So now we'll get into some critical 4-on-4 hockey.
And this will bleed over until the third overtime if that indeed becomes necessary. Wow.
It also takes the big gun off the ice in Tony Amani out of the Boston University lineup. Ed Ward is used as a checking winger. And watch the action up along the boards. Amani is number 3 in the red. He takes a good pop here from Ward. Gives it back to him as they go up along the glass. And they trade a couple of punches. Ward is complaining, hey, I didn't do anything. He should get one for punching me.
Well, if you are going to call penalties, perhaps it's good on something like that. They're indeed coincidental. Off the faceoff, cruising in. Oh, was Eddie Ronan. 23 seconds left in the second overtime. Northern Michigan setting up. This is Drake. But Peter Ahola will cover up for Boston U. Or will he? Puck is loose behind the net. Ron Stefanelli leaves it for Tomlinson. Tomlinson gets it out of the zone, but also puts it in the crowd. 7 seconds left in the second overtime. We're going to Sports Center right after this overtime for an update of all the basketball action, but you won't miss a thing. We'll come back for the third overtime here from St. Paul.
Those fans down there, gee, they look like a football scrum going after that loose puck. Hey, they're only $1 at the store, folks. Scott Beatty will dig in and take the face-off for Northern Michigan with just 7 seconds left. He's going to try and pull it back to Brad Ruenka. Ahola, a defenseman for Boston University, will oppose him to the left of the net. Now Ahola is moving out, and Tomlinson will take the draw for Boston University.
All right. Tomlinson, Beatty. Beatty controls the draw. Warenka, 4 seconds, 3. Hiller the shot. It's blunted, and we're going to go to a third overtime. Third overtime. 1:31 will be left in the penalties to Amante and to Ward when we return. Sports Center will come up right after the commercial messages. Northern Michigan leaves the ice, so does DU. They'll resurface it. You won't miss a thing. Sports Center coming up right after these commercial words, but stay with us. We'll be back for more hockey.
Nothing beats a butt with a friend. Nothing beats what we've got here. Nothing beats clean, crisp, cold. Nothing beats the king of beers. Yeah, nothing beats a Bud. Yeah, nothing beats a Bud. Nothing beats a Budweiser. Nothing beats a Bud.
So what'd you use? My checker-faced framing hammer.
In New Britain, Connecticut, people don't talk about the weather.
You use a checker-faced framing hammer?
Where was your curved claw finish hammer?
You see, since 1843, New Britain's been the home of Stanley.
But I got him a Stanley handsaw last year for his birthday.
And if local conversation revolves around tools...
Hey, fellas, look at this. Whoa.
It's only because we make tools worth talking about.
Stanley's 12-foot power lock tape rule, huh?
And welcome, everybody, to this Sports Center update. I'm Bill Patrick, along with Chris Myers. Don't worry, we'll get you back to St. Paul momentarily for the third overtime between Northern Michigan and BU, one of the best, if not the best, NCAA hockey final ever. First of all, we're going to talk about what America's talking about right now and one of the best games in the history of the NCAA basketball tournament.
Yeah, Indianapolis was Appomattox for the Rebels. They were knocked off. A great coaching effort from Mike Krzyzewski. We're going to take you live now to Indianapolis and Bob Lee. So, Bob, an outstanding victory for Duke out there.
And what an evening it is at Union Station. Some still life, but very vibrant this evening. Sports Center live at the Final Four, revitalized Union Station. And welcome to Indianapolis side of the Final Four. I'm Bob Lee. As we're waiting for the next overtime, you'll miss none of the hockey. We're standing by to talk, as always, with Dick Vitale and Jim Valvano, and Kansas head coach Roy Williams has joined us live. We'll be talking about his victory. But first, let's get to the story of Duke and UNLV. The question, would we see a repeat or would we see redemption? We've seen so many great games in the history of this tournament. Let's take a look at what happened this evening at the Hoosier Dome. The repeat effort for UNLV possibly, as Christian Leitner had 9 points in the first 3 minutes of this game. 20 in the first half. They got the ball down to him. Tark's Rebels just up by 2 at halftime. Anderson had hit only 4 threes on the night. Had 29, though, driving to the hole. Mike Krzyzewski's team getting a second look at Vegas. Now with 5 minutes to go. Vegas by a point. Greg Kubek to Brian Davis, and Duke up by a point. A 3 3-point Vegas lead. Ackles follows his own miss. It's a 5-point Vegas lead. Ray Anthony had already fouled out. Vegas by a deuce. Brian Davis, baseline, and the foul, and Duke takes the lead. And Tark, it's a 3-towel night. Tied at 77. Christian Laettner's free throw giving Duke the lead, and we will never know why Larry Johnson never took that 3. Kicks it back outside. Anderson Hunt, no. And suddenly the debate is stilled on who is the greatest team of all time. The dynasty is dead. Duke is a done deal. And the victory this evening at the Hoosier Dome stunned Runnin' Reds. Jubilation on the part of Duke, but when they left the court, there was a resolve in their eyes as they realized they have certainly one more game to play on Monday evening. After the game, we talked with Grant Hill.
You know, before the game, Coach mentioned if we could just stay in there, we have a great shot at winning. And they're not used to slowing it down, working for one shot or whatever. And I think the toughness of our schedule definitely helped us out. And really, it's just a great job. I think they didn't know what to do there at the end. They've never been in that situation all year long. So,
to be honest, we knew we could beat them. You know, when we first came to the Final Four, I think we wanted to keep it real low key, and we knew we could beat them if we came out and played a really tough ball game.
The character of this team has been such all year that we're not going to back down from anyone. We've done this too many times. We've played in too many games to ever be scared.
We had so many fast break opportunities we didn't convert, and we usually convert those. It was a tough game. Duke played a great game, and they outplayed us, and they deserve to win. You know, we have no excuses.
They had a revenge factor coming in the game, so I think they wanted it more than we did. You know, getting blew out by 30 last year, you have to, you know, go the whole summer, go back home and get teased about that. So, you know, I think they have something to prove.
Well, the way we're going to look at it, hey, if you were in the NBA and you play, can't recall the last time a team won 34 straight in the NBA. So, you know, we're disappointed, but hey, we had a great season, and we're not going to let this, you know, stop us from having a great season.
They had a great season, but certainly redemption for Duke. They'll play in the national championship game, and redemption for Bobby Hurley, who heard so often about the rough time he had last year. He had 12 points, 7 assists, and only 3 turnovers. Now, the first game this evening, Kansas and North Carolina. They'll talk about the strange scene at the end of the game, and that might perhaps detract from the great team effort that the Kansas Jayhawks put forward. This is what happened earlier this evening at the Hoosier Dome. All the talk of the teacher and the student getting together, and that was the pregame handshake. Roy Williams, Dean Smith. The big story of the first half, freshman Richard Scott. Yesterday in practice, he slipped, hurt the ankle. And there were questions about just how effective he would be off that deep Kansas bench tonight. He's a 5-point scorer, had a huge first half. Adonis Jordan with the assist, Scott with the basket. With Mark Randall slow to get going, Scott puts that one up in traffic. He had 10 points in the first half. Then there was trouble for Carolina. Dean Smith got a technical in the first half. His Heels down by 9 at the intermission. Then the seniors pick it up. Chilcutt with the steal. Kicks it out to George Lynch. Carolina down to a 1-point game. But Alonzo Jameson back into the game, reinserted, having been seated with foul trouble, and with 6 minutes to go in this game, the deflection by Adonis Jordan. There goes Jameson, 7 straight points in 40 seconds for Kansas. With 5 minutes to go, the 9-point run is capped on this. Jordan, floater in the lane, and 10-point game with 4 minutes to go. Rick Fox had a nightmarish game, 5 of 22 shooting, not the way he wanted to end his career at North Carolina. And then Dean Smith with a technical with 35 seconds to go. One of the most bizarre sights in Final Four history as he walked to the locker room, having been whistled for the tee by Pete Pavia, walked along and said goodbye to the Kansas and North Carolina team, and congratulating Roy Williams, 79-73. Roy Williams joins us live, and I guess that image, one of the... What did Dean say on the way out? I've got to ask you.
Well, he felt very good about our team. He said congratulations. I told him I wish it had not gone like that at the end because I knew it would distract from our performance, but said good luck and didn't have much to say.
Roy, I don't want to talk about the end. I want to talk about the game plan. I want to talk about going into it. Both clubs get a lot of specialty baskets. I talk about the backdoor play, transition. Not a lot of that today. That alter your game, but especially defensively.
I made this statement that I thought it could break down to which team did the best job with their freelance offense because you'd take each other out of the specialty stuff. But I really stressed our team, let's pressure the ball, let's get out in the lanes, and let's be very intense defensively. Didn't start out that way, but about the 10-minute mark we picked it up.
Roy, I tell you, look at North Carolina. They got those heralded freshmen, big names, Montross, Rozier, but it's Scott and Woodbury and kids that really don't have the big names. Richard Scott, his performance is unbelievable.
He's our best inside scorer, and I took Matt Maddox and Randall out at one point because they weren't taking the ball to the basket. Everybody was content to shoot fadeaways, and Richard went in there, and I guess he wanted to keep playing because he started taking it to the basket.
The other thing that really surprised me, maybe not you, but me, is how well as the game progressed, you did on the glass.
That surprised me to look at the totals, 52-4. I didn't think we were getting a rebound.
Hey, I'll tell you something else. You guys did a great job, I thought, defensively, especially on their big three. They were 8 for 36, Chilcutt, Fox, and also Rice.
I think our defense has basically gotten us here. It's good kids playing great defense, and I hope we can do it one more night.
Hey, UNLV is out. You got Duke.
Well, I made the statement when I got here that I thought Duke was in great shape. Duke's a great club, and they got on a roll there at the end, and the game was in their tempo, and they did a good job. Christian knocked in the free throws.
Team that wins the first one, a lot of times wins that.
Can I take your word on that?
That's right.
Roy, congratulations on the victory this evening. Great to see your team, and had to be a tough one getting ready to play Dean, and congratulations are ending. But I tell you what, Rock Chalk filling the Wishington this evening and chant of Rock Chalk Jayhawk Monday evening for the national championship. It'll be Kansas and Duke. Still to come this evening, we've got an entire 60-minute Sports Center waiting for the conclusion of the overtime in our hockey game. Let's check in with Tom Eaves in St. Paul at the Civic Center along that of hockey as we send you from basketball to the rink. Tom?
Hey, Bob Lee, thank you very much for that report from Indianapolis. We'll be cooking with you for an hour and wrap up all the great basketball action today. What a story there with Duke over UNLV. What a story we have here. And while we have a chance, let's send it down to Jim Rich at ice side with the hockey coach at Minnesota Duluth, Mr. Surdich, Mike Surdich. Jim?
Thanks very much, Tom. And Mike Surdich, you've been involved in numerous situations like this. In two of your 3 appearances in the NCAA tournament, your games have gone into overtime. And, of course, the classic 4-overtime thriller against Bowling Green, 97 minutes and 11 seconds before it was decided. What's it like in the locker room right now?
Well, I don't think either of them are, either of the coaches are even in the locker room. I saw them standing out here, and there really isn't a lot you can say or do right now. It's going to be pretty much up to the kids right here. You're not going to change anything. And I guess the biggest thing you want your trainer to get involved here a little bit and make sure they don't get dehydrated. And that's about it. You just send them out and play it again.
Now, I was at Lake Placid, and of course your team was there and everybody else, but it seemed at first like every save, everyone was really nervous, thinking that it was going in. But after it went on a while, a numbing feeling came over everybody, the crowd and the reporters covering the game.
That's pretty true, Jim. And what happens, I think, is everybody gets a little bit laid back because they don't want to be the one that's going to make the mistakes. And then as they start settling into a regular rotation, the benches get a little bit shorter. But then the almost automatics take over, and you start playing, and you don't even start thinking about losing. You're just thinking about playing, and you just hope, that you don't get an outnumbered situation, and you go out and just try to relax and play.
You talked about shortening the benches. When do you start expanding them again?
I don't know that if you do. I think it gets down to pretty much a one-shift game right now, and you have to almost, if you're matching lines, making sure that they're disciplined enough to recognize the changes, to make the changes at the proper time, and to recognize who they're playing against. And you don't want to do is get out there and stay out there overextended over 45, 50 seconds, because you get gassed pretty easy.
In a hockey game like this, have you ever seen such momentum swings? First BU had it all, then Northern Michigan, then it went back to BU.
It was 3 different games. It was, like you addressed, it was 3 completely different games. And, a lot of people were saying it was over when it was 6-3, and then all of a sudden the creep came back, and it started inching back, and, you go on the other end, you see post-to-post shots, you go down on the other end, there's a crossbar shot, and it's just been one of those games right now where it could be a bounce of a puck.
All right, they want us to put you on the spot here, Mike. Who do you think is going to get the game winner? How's this one going to end?
Well, it's interesting. I think when Amonte's line is out there, he's a very dangerous hockey player. If they're out there with the wrong matchup, it could be Amonte or McEachern's line. If Beatty's out there, and he's played about 8 or 9 minutes, if I was counting right, that last overtime, I got a feeling that's going to be one of those 2 lines.
All right, thanks very much, Mike Surdich, for joining us. Now let's rejoin Tom Eaves and Wally Shaver.
All right, Jim, thanks a lot. As we go to break, our score is 7-up. We get ready for the 3rd overtime, and when we come back, we'll announce the winner, the prestigious Hobie Baker Memorial Award, the Heisman Trophy of college hockey. That announcement is next, right after these words.
Hey,
Anybody hungry? All right, that's it. Stop the trolley. John is hungry. What? What did I say? I just asked. John, when most people are hungry, they calmly think about eating. You become a man possessed. I eat now or I die. That's not true. Look, no rush. Just forget it. Right. Seriously, anybody hungry?
Relax. You're among friends. Levi's 100% cotton Dockers.
Sure, I care about this yard, but I care about my family even more. That's why I only trust Ortho products. If I'm having trouble with the bugs, or there are weeds I need to get rid of, there's always an Ortho product to do the job perfectly. But best of all, Ortho products are so carefully made. They leave the yard looking beautiful, and us feeling comfortable. You're definitely better off with Ortho.
Welcome back to the St. Paul Civic Center, everyone. Tom Mees with Wally Shaver and Jim Rich at the St. Paul Civic Center in St. Paul, Minnesota. Hockey's national championship game ready for the third overtime. Boston U and Northern Michigan. Well, the Hobie Baker Award every year goes to the most outstanding hockey player in the United States based on regular season performance, voted by the hockey writers, the college hockey writers around the nation. And this year's winner is from Boston College, the Eagles senior forward David Emma, who had another fine year for Coach Len Zaglarski this year, leading the Eagles to the quarterfinals of the NCAA tournament before they were upset by the Seawolves of Alaska Anchorage. So congratulations to David Emma. He's a fine one, and I know, Wally, you've seen him over the years in your exploits for the Golden Gophers.
Yeah, he's a tremendous player. In fact, as a Golden Gopher broadcaster last year, we were out in Boston College and were eliminated by the Eagles out there, and he was a big factor in that game. David Emma manages it's to center the hem line out there with Heinze and McInnes on his wings. They're much like the top two lines here in this game tonight. Anytime that they're on the ice, they are very explosive, and Emma, a very worthy winner of the Hobie Baker Award this year.
Just to summarize, in case you joined us late, of course, we realize some of you may have from around the country watching basketball earlier. Let's take a look at the brackets and see how Boston U and Northern Michigan got here. Now, of course, both these teams had byes in the first round. In the second round, Northern Michigan took care of maybe the surprise team in the entire tournament, the Seawolves of Alaska Anchorage, who eliminated Boston College. Then in a great game Thursday afternoon, they beat Maine 5-3. The last goal came on an empty netter. Boston University took care of the Michigan Wolverines in fine fashion, 8-1, 6-1. And then they won over Clarkson 7-3 on Thursday evening. Northern Michigan going for its first national title, Boston U for its fourth, and we have 30 seconds until the teams hit the ice, and it must be pointed out, Wally, that we'll begin 4-on-4.
Yep, 4-on-4. Those are penalties to Ed Ward and Tony Amati as they got into a little fracas up along the wall just as the last half minute of the period was getting underway. So with 1.5 minutes to go in those penalty times, we'll go 4-on-4 hockey, and that's always a risky situation. I'm sure we're going to see both coaches putting out their top players here to begin the overtime, the guys that can score the goals, because when you play 4-on-4, there's a lot more ice to use out there geographically. You can go for long passes, get your speedsters out there where they have a lot more room, but from a defensive standpoint, you really have to play a cautious man-against-man program.
Wildcats come on first. We'll get our cameraman to take a shot of the right-hand goal as the Boston U Terriers come on to the ice. As you look at the ice surface here at St. Paul Civic Center, there's the right-hand goal. Why are we showing you that? Well, 12 of the 14 goals tonight have been scored in that net. So if you're superstitious, place your bets.
Northern Michigan will be defending that goal here to begin period number 6, or if you will, our third overtime period. We're into 4 hours of hockey here in St. Paul tonight. The normal college game will go about 2.5. And these guys are definitely on adrenaline at this point.
Billy Pye in net for Northern Michigan. It'll be Scott Cashman, of course, for Boston U. These two teams have met 6 times previously, and 4 of those games have gone into overtime. Northern Michigan has won 2, and BU has won 2. You guessed it. You knucklehead. That's true.
Well, the goaltending switch came back in the second period. If you remember, Cashman was riding the pine for this one. He played in that victory against Clarkson to vault Boston University into this title game. John Bradley started, yielded 5 goals, was given a hook. Cashman came in, and he has been very solid since.
You're wondering how many goals is the record for goals in a championship game. Colorado College and University of Michigan back in '57. I had ringside seats for that one. 19 goals in that game. But obviously that can't be broken tonight. And, you know, a touching scene. Both teams now gathered around their goalies almost as if in a prayer ceremony and just breaking up. So it'll be... Go ahead.
You know, Mark Sertic said it really well. You're out here as a player right now. You know what you have to do. You don't want to make a mistake. That's the most critical element while you're out on the ice. But you just go up and down the ice, try to do the best job you can. Both these coaches are going to go with their top 3 lines here on out. Jack Parker on your left, Rick Comley on your right. They both have lots of years of experience. Both of them have been in college hockey for 18 years. They have seen it all. This is a tremendous moment for both of them to be in a title game that goes this length. Not much they can do as a coach. It's up to the players. Don't make a mistake and just try to get an opportunity that the other guy won't have.
And remember, it's 4-on-4 for the first minute 31, unless there's more penalties called. Amonte's still in the box for BU, and Ed Ward is still in the box for Northern Michigan. It'll be Beaufait centering, or will it? McEachran is out there. No, it's McEachran and Antos.
Why switch now?
You go with your best. You just hope and pray. Here we go. Third overtime. A full 1-hour Sports Center follows this national championship game with all the wrap-up from Indianapolis today and the exciting basketball action. National championship of college hockey on the line. Live from St. Paul, and here we go. Third overtime. Antos in the Northern Michigan zone. Gets to the center ice to Beaufait. Picked up there by Wawrinka. Wawrinka wants to hit a cutting Beaufait. He's there, but Wawrinka took the shot instead, and it was knocked wide. Out in front, the backhand. Beaufait can't control the pass. The referee's got to get out of the way. Beaufait back to McDonald. He can't save it. Garrett McDonald. Under a minute to go in the dual minors to Ward and to Amonte. Here comes Boston U for their first sortie up the ice. This is Sacco, the man who sent this game into overtime. Seems like last year. Behind the Northern Michigan net. Sacco Sabo controls. Getting a little squirrely here, friend. Mark Chris picks it up. Back to LaChance. 8:56 to go, third overtime. LaChance over the blue line. LaChance flips to the fence. The shot high over the net. Oh, what a rush by the freshman LaChance. For Boston University, Scott LaChance. 13 seconds left in the dual minors. We'll be back to 5-on-5 right in front of his own net. My goodness. Mark Chris taking an awful chance for BU.
There's an old Bobby Orr move. Ropineau circle the wagons a couple of times. Throw everybody off speed. Almost threw his own goalie off speed.
Mark Chris is not Bobby Orr. Not yet. LaChance is now both teams are at 5 skaters aside. Tomlinson behind the Northern Michigan net. Sukharov gets it for Northern Michigan. This is Blandowski. Blandowski into center ice. He gives it to Antos. Antos stays on side. Blandowski leaves it in the slot area for Beaufait. Blandowski scores! The thrill of victory, it's a time-honored phrase, and on BU's face, the agony of defeat.
And it was well set up, too. Beaufait just taking it outside. He has 2 people going after him, and a smart play to drop it back. Blandowski, the man who was the shadow, his assignment coming into tonight's game is to watch Tony Amonte. He ends up with 3 goals in this game, and is a horrendous hero on this overtime national championship clinching goal.
The goal, 1:57 of the third overtime. Darryl Blandowski, the senior out of Lloydminster, Alberta. And the look of dejection. And there's the look of celebration. Congratulations to Rick Comley in Northern Michigan. And a hearty congratulations to the Terriers of Boston University. Landowski. Now let's
All right, we got them right here. Rick Conley. Rick, how do you feel?
Well, it's unbelievable, Jim. You know, we fell behind, we fought back, we gave it up, and then to fight back and win it. I coached 18 years. It's the first one for me, and I feel great.
What happened in this hockey game? So many different changes tonight.
I just think two very good teams that kind of went back and forth. Neither team was ever out of the game.
Did you tell your team anything going into this locker room, into this third overtime?
Well, we just, you know, we believed we were in good shape and that we were coming at them in the overtime and that we thought we could do it.
All right, Rick, thank you very much. We'll let you get back to the celebration.
All right, congratulations to the Wildcats of Northern Michigan. Wally, it was a great experience. Thanks for your job here tonight. Thanks for everybody. Northern Michigan wins it 8-7 in triple overtime. Now let's go to Sports Center in Indianapolis. The NCAA Division I Hockey Championships have been brought to you by Truck Guard from Shell. Think any oil will take care of your truck? Think again. And by Suzuki. Run with the pros.
Duking it out at the Final Four. Up next on SportsCenter, the Rebels with a cause run up against a team with a devil-may-care attitude. He is the dean of coaches, but today his student gave him a case of the shakes. We'll tell you why the lights went out on the Rockets' trip to the Magic Kingdom. We'll have the latest on this Mavericks' latest mishap. You could call him a real stand-up guy. Or